guys.
Eh? Is this a friend of yours?
Now do you recognize me? I guess I've grown since you last saw me.
A time skip can completely change an anime, granting new powers and abilities to the main characters without having to explicitly show all of the training and research and meditation required to level up. Oh, plus there's always new costumes. So after failing to rescue Sasuke from the clutches of Orochimaru, Naruto needed some time to get his life together, and the main villains had to get their master plan in motion. Thanks to this, we got Naruto Shippuden. Shippuden meaning Hurricane Chronicles, or something like that, of course. This time skip follow-up to the Naruto series blew people's minds when it first aired and is still being analyzed to this day. So we figured you might enjoy a total recap. From Naruto's return to the village hidden in the leaves all the way up to the insane alien plot twist. Are you ready? Welcome to the Amagi. Before we begin, only 25% of our viewers are subscribed, so if you're a fan of the video, please like and double check if you are subscribed. And with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Kazekage Rescue Mission. To prepare for the eventual confrontation with both Akatsuki and Orochimaru, Naruto left the village and underwent intensive training under Jiraiya. At the same time, Sakura became Tsunade's apprentice and Sasuke trained under Orochimaru. Thus, the three members of the original Team 7 were now training individually under each of the legendary Sannin. When Naruto returned to the village 2.5 years later, he was reacquainted with his friends, who had all risen in rank in his absence. Most of his comrades had since become Chunin. Kankuro and Temari had become Jonin as well as Neji. Gaara had even become the 5th Kazekage. Meanwhile, Naruto is the only genin left aside from Sasuke, who never became a Chunin because of his leaving the village and becoming a missing nin. Jiraiya left Naruto with Kakashi Hatake, and along with Sakura, the three of them became a new team. To commemorate the event, they conducted another bell test, with Naruto and Sakura succeeding by attempting to reveal the ending of Icha Icha tactics, forcing Kakashi to close his eyes because his Sharingan could read Naruto's lips and block his ears. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Naruto and Sakura were holding the bells. In Tsunagakure, the Akatsuki duo of Deidara and Sasori made their way to the village in search of Gaara. Deidara went off to fight Gaara alone while Sasori guarded the entrance. Gaara intercepted Deidara during the battle and managed to crush one of Deidara's arms using his sand-binding coffin. Despite his improved ability, Gaara's newfound desire to defend Suna proved to be his downfall. When Deidara tried to destroy the village with explosive clay, Gaara absorbed the blast by levitating the sand below. A direct attack by Deidara forced him to recall the sand, which crushed Deidara's arm, which contained a small portion of explosive clay within. The clay then detonated, incapacitating Gaara. After Deidara departed with Gaara, Kankuro attempted to stop the Akatsuki members alone, but his puppets were easily fought off and destroyed by Sasori, who was revealed to be the maker of Kankuro's puppets. Sasori poisoned Kankuro in the process, leaving him to die. The Akatsuki duo took Gaara back to their lair, where their leader summoned a giant statue to extract and seal Gaara's demon. The sealing ritual took 3 days. Upon hearing of Gaara's kidnapping, Team Kakashi left for Suna. On the way, they met and were joined by Temari, who was on her way back from being Suna's representative at the Chunin exams in Konoha. On their way, Naruto told Sakura and Temari that he's the host of the nine-tailed demon fox, and that the Akatsuki are after the demon inside Gaara. After learning this, Sakura vowed to do anything she could to protect Naruto from being a victim of the Akatsuki. Temari was thankful that there was someone who could finally understand Gaara, and grateful to Naruto for changing Gaara and attempting to save him. After arriving at Tsunagakure, Team Kakashi learned of the attack on Kankuro. Despite the failed attempt by the medics on hand, Sakura cured him, thus demonstrating her skill with medical techniques. Sakura also developed several portable antidotes rather quickly. Using a piece of Sasori's clothing found on one of Kankuro's destroyed puppets, Team Kakashi was able to track him, thus leading them to Gaara. Temari offered to assist, but Chiyo, another puppeteer and Sasori's grandmother, went in her place. Back in Konoha, Tsunade decided to send Team Guy as backup for Team Kakashi. While Team Kakashi tracked Sasori through the piece of clothing, the Akatsuki leader sent Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki to deal with Team Kakashi and the approaching Team Guy. In a forest, Kakashi and Naruto were able to defeat Itachi after some effort using one of Kakashi's clones and Naruto's new Big Ball Rasengan. Meanwhile, Team Guy was largely disabled by Kisame, leaving Guy himself to fight Kisame alone. Guy emerged victorious by opening 6 of the 8 chakra gates to perform his morning peacock technique, which allowed him to pummel Kisame to death. However, both Akatsuki members were actually entirely different people in disguise. They were made into weaker copies of those they were impersonating through the leader's shape-shifting technique. Despite their victories, the two teams realized their battles were distractions to buy time for the Akatsuki to extract Shukaku from Gaara, which would kill him if completed. At the Akatsuki hideout, a barrier was blocking the entrance. Directed by Kakashi, Team Guy removed the 4 seals maintaining the barrier, but a failsafe created clones of them as a further distraction. Ultimately, the many delaying tactics employed by the Akatsuki are successful, as Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Chiyo found Deidara and Sasori guarding Gaara's lifeless body. This led to Naruto entering tailed beast state rage upon seeing Deidara sitting on the Kazekage's corpse. While Chiyo and Sakura fought Sasori, Deidara flew off on a clay bird with Gaara's body, with Naruto and Kakashi in pursuit. Although Sasori wore his puppet and controlled it from inside, this technique of puppeteer fighting soon proved to be futile against Sakura and Chiyo. By controlling Sakura like a puppet, Chiyo was able to get Sakura close enough to demolish the puppet with one punch. With his first puppet destroyed, Sasori is revealed, looking just as young as he did when he left the village. He summoned another puppet to continue the battle, the third Kazekage. It's here that Sasori reveals that not only did he kill the third Kazekage, but he actually made his body into a puppet. Likewise, he has done the same to 297 other people, and planned to do the same with Sakura and Chiyo after winning. With its unique Iron Sand ability mixed with Sasori's poison, the Kazekage puppet is exceptionally dangerous. Chiyo summoned 2 more puppets to fight against it. These puppets were puppet versions of Sasori's parents, which he had made to remind him of them after they were killed by Sakamo Hatake early in his childhood. The puppets were left with the village when Sasori deserted it. Using the Iron Sand and poison, the Kazekage puppet was a tough fight for Sakura and Chiyo. However, the antidote Sakura had developed before departing from Suna allowed them to continue fighting. Having been trained by Tsunade to pick up the enemy's attack patterns, Sakura was easily able to dodge Sasori's subsequent attacks and demolish the Kazekage puppet. Down another puppet, Sasori revealed the secret to his youth. He had made himself into a puppet. In response, Chiyo used White Secret Technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, to summon Monzaimon Chikamatsu's 10 masterpiece puppets. To mock the display, Sasori used his Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets, to summon 100 of his human puppets. During the fight between these puppets, Sakura used a chakra-sealing orb on Sasori. Though it appeared successful at first, Sasori revealed another ability he had. As a puppet, Sasori did not only have numerous weapons to fight with, but he could also reassemble himself when destroyed, making him seem impossible to defeat. However, it was revealed that the only part of him that remained alive and thus able to use chakra was his heart, which contained a talisman labeled Sasori, literally meaning scorpion. When trapped in a seal performed by 4 of Chikamatsu's puppets, Chiyo used the mother and father puppets to stab through his heart. In spite of the victory, Chiyo believed that Sasori allowed himself to be killed. He saw the attack coming and chose not to react, and died in a way similar to how his parents used to embrace him. At the end of the battle, Chiyo, Sasori, and Sakura were all fatally wounded, but Chiyo used a technique she originally developed for Sasori to save Sakura's life. The technique uses the user's own life energy, making it fatal to use to animate a puppet or reanimate the deceased, but Chiyo survived since Sakura was still alive. Sasori's last words, as a reward to Sakura for defeating him, were that he had a spy in Orochimaru's ranks, whom he was supposed to meet in Kusagakure 10 days later. During the time of the fight with Sasori, Naruto and Kakashi were chasing after Deidara. Kakashi activated his own version of the Mangekyo Sharingan and aimed to use it to take Deidara's head. However, it was difficult to aim, and all he managed to remove was his arm. Deidara tried to retreat, but Naruto destroyed his clay bird with Rasengan and retrieved Gaara's body. Enraged and powered by the Nine Tails' powers, Naruto seemed to be defeating Deidara with Rasengan, but it turned out to be a clay clone. Still enraged, Naruto started to appear feral as he transformed into his two-tailed form. Kakashi recognized the bad sign and used a seal tag he had received from Jiraiya to stop the transformation from proceeding any further. Naruto then reverted back to his normal form. As the rest of Team Kakashi and Team Guy caught up with Naruto and Kakashi, Deidara found himself unable to escape. He swallowed some clay, turning himself into a human bomb. Neji saw this and tells everyone to get away. Deidara then swelled up and detonated. As the dust settled, Kakashi collapsed from exhaustion, explaining that he used his Mangekyo Sharingan to send the explosion to another dimension. With Naruto carrying Gaara's body, the two teams headed back to Suna. Stopping in a grassy field near the village, Sakura checked on Gaara and pronounced him dead, making Naruto very upset. Chiyo moved towards Gaara and tried to use her reincarnation technique, but didn't have enough life force left to bring Gaara back to life. Naruto gladly lent his own chakra, and Chiyo was able to revive Gaara at the cost of her own life while the shinobi of Suna watched. Back at the battleground, Deidara emerged from the ground, revealing that it was his clone that destroyed himself. He went off looking for the right arm he had lost. After finding it, he encountered Zetsu and Tobi, a mysterious individual who wished to take Sasori's place in the Akatsuki. Tobi's carefree attitude about Deidara's condition angered Deidara, and he attempted to strangle Tobi in a comical fashion with his feet after one too many callous remarks. After paying their respects to Chiyo and bidding Gaara and his siblings farewell, the Konoha shinobi returned home. Naruto stated that these situations were always a bit awkward right before Gaara extends his hands to him in gratitude. Not sure how to react, a small trail of sand wraps itself around Naruto's hand and brings it to Gaara's. As the Konoha nin prepared to leave, Kakashi was still exhausted from his overuse of his Mangekyo Sharingan and had to be carried back by Guy. Guy does so piggyback style as he found it easier to carry him for an extended period of time, disturbing everyone present except Lee, who remarked that Guy was training. Lee then proceeded to offer to carry Neji, who bluntly refused. Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance Mission. Upon arriving in Konoha, Kakashi was confined to the hospital, making him unable to lead the team for a while. When reporting to Tsunade, they informed her about the meeting with Sasori's spy in 10 days. In order to be able to go, Naruto needed to find a replacement for Sasuke. While searching, Naruto was attacked by this third man before actually learning who he was. This ninja, later introduced as Sai, had attacked to test Naruto's powers, since he'd been sent by Danzo to replace Sasuke. Sai is a member of the now defunct independent subdivision of Anbu called Root. It's also discovered that some of the village elders were worried about the possibility of Naruto being captured by the Akatsuki. Tsunade convinced them to let him go by assigning Yamato, an Anbu captain, as the temporary leader of Team Kakashi under the codename Yamato. They were to travel to Tenchi Bridge in Kusagakure to meet Sasori's spy. Team Kakashi took on their new mission, and a great amount of tension began to build in the team, especially between Naruto and Sai. Naruto disliked Sai since their interactions were similar to those between himself and Sasuke at the beginning of the series. Making matters worse, Sai nonchalantly mentioned Sasuke's treachery, greatly irritating both of his teammates to the point that Sakura punched him in the face. Yamato, disguised as Sasori, went to meet the spy. The spy was revealed to be Kabuto Yakushi, but the technique binding him to Sasori had been dispelled long ago. Orochimaru appeared and Kabuto attacked Yamato, destroying the disguise. Orochimaru revealed that he had performed experiments on Yamato and 59 other children, giving them the first Hokage's DNA in an attempt to replicate his wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Yamato was the only survivor. Orochimaru then called out the rest of Yamato's team and taunted Naruto by speculating whom was now stronger, Naruto or Sasuke. Naruto, provoked by the mere mention of Sasuke's name, transformed first into his three-tailed fox state, then into the four-tailed state shortly thereafter. It's then revealed that during the time skip while training with Jiraiya, Naruto entered a four-tailed state due to his frustration. The berserk Naruto went on a rampage, destroying everything in sight while Jiraiya was nearly killed by it before managing to stop it. The Nine-Tails chakra becomes so intense that it simultaneously burns Naruto's skin and rapidly heals the burnt tissue. This speeds up cell division dramatically, decreasing Naruto's overall lifespan. In his four-tailed state, Naruto fought Orochimaru to a draw. In the end, Orochimaru was only able to throw Naruto back to the bridge. Naruto was unable to distinguish friend from foe and attacked Sakura when she tried to calm him down. Yamato finally got close enough to use his Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakuan entering society with bliss-bringing hands technique, to revert Naruto back to human form. With Naruto's transformation reversed, Sakura used her medical skills to heal Naruto's severe injuries, still suffering from her previous injury. Meanwhile, Sai revealed to Orochimaru that he was a messenger from Danzo. Sai, Orochimaru, and Kabuto left to a secret hideout. Yamato watched the encounter with a wood clone and pursued Sai. Yamato was not fooled when he found a decoy disguised as Sai's corpse. Naruto woke up to find Sakura injured and the surrounding landscape destroyed. Yamato stepped in to inform Naruto about the real cause of the destruction when Sakura hesitated to tell Naruto the real cause of her injury. In addition, Yamato told Naruto that the only way to save Sasuke and protect the village was to rely on his own chakra, not that of the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, Sakura went through Sai's belongings and found his art book. The sketchbook contained drawings of Sai and what the team assumed was his older brother growing up and going through a gauntlet of enemies. On each subsequent page, Sai took the weapons and armor of his previous opponent, as did his presumed brother from the opposite side of the book. The center pages, where the two brothers were supposed to meet, were unfinished. Sai's face was incomplete and his brother's picture was missing. At Orochimaru's hideout, Yamato revealed that he was able to track Sai through a special plant seed he had hidden in his meal the night before, which responded to an increase in chakra, leading Yamato to him. He gave Sakura and Naruto similar seeds to make sure he could find them if they were separated while infiltrating Orochimaru's base. Once inside, Yamato led the team to a room where Sai was being kept hostage. Sai tried to lie about his mission, but an accidental smile allowed Naruto to call his bluff. Sai then stated that his mission was a failure and confirmed that Danzo was indeed planning another strike at Konoha. However, he was also acting as a spy for Danzo since Danzo knew that as soon as Konoha was destroyed, Orochimaru would turn on him. Team Kakashi captured him and bound him outside of the base with Yamato's wood-release technique. Sai questioned why Naruto was willing to go so far to rescue Sasuke, saying that Sasuke didn't see Naruto as a brother and that Orochimaru was too powerful. Naruto replied that he and Sasuke had a special bond, and that he would fight Orochimaru with everything he had to get Sasuke back, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. At this point, Kabuto showed up and freed Sai, but Sai shocked everyone by helping Yamato immobilize Kabuto. Kabuto was forthcoming, providing information on the interior of the lair but not Sasuke's actual location. Team Kakashi split up to search for Sasuke, with Naruto teaming with Sai and Sakura with Yamato. Naruto, still tired from his injuries, collapsed, and Sai suggested taking a rest. Naruto was notably less hostile towards Sai at this point. Sai began to talk about his brother, who had resembled Naruto. The short chat soon ended as Orochimaru appeared. Naruto told Sai to find Sasuke while he held off Orochimaru. As Yamato and Sakura arrived to back Naruto up, Orochimaru again mentioned that he did not wish to kill them since both parties opposed Akatsuki. Orochimaru then left in order to locate Sai. Yamato found a bingo book, a list of people marked for assassination, in Sai's bag with Sasuke's name in it. Naruto and Sakura realized that another part of Sai's mission was to kill Sasuke, who had been listed as an enemy of Konoha by Danzo. Naruto was speechless, realizing that Sai had duped him with his fake smiling act. Sai managed to find Sasuke in his room and woke him up. Sasuke, angry at Sai's mention of bonds, blew up the room. Sakura spotted Sai in the hallway and ran to him. Although she meant to attack Sai, Sasuke quietly said Sakura's name, stopping her in her tracks. Naruto, in his weakened state, finally caught up, coming face to face with Sasuke. As Sasuke observed the new Team Kakashi, Sai explained to Naruto and Sakura that his desire to protect the bond between Naruto and Sasuke had overridden the mission Danzo had given him. Sasuke replied that he had broken his bond of friendship with Naruto and that the only bond he had left was a bond of hatred with his brother. As both Sai and Yamato moved to try and protect Naruto, Sasuke used Chidori Current, which projected electricity around his body and his new Kusanagi to repel them. He managed to stun Naruto and Sai and then wounded Yamato. As Sasuke fought Yamato, Naruto underwent a partial initial Jinchuriki transformation. In Naruto's mind, the imprisoned Ninetales implored him to release the seal. When Naruto refused, the demon scoffed, saying that Naruto had always come to it in times of need and that Naruto was worthless without its power. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared in front of the Ninetales, stunning the both of them. Sasuke marveled at the source of Naruto's power. As Sasuke began to push the Ninetales back into its cage, the Ninetales then remembered its past history with the Uchiha clan. It stated that Sasuke possesses chakra even more evil than its own, and he is just like Madara Uchiha. The Ninetales also warned Sasuke not to kill Naruto, stating he would regret it. Outside of Naruto's mind, Yamato pushed the sword out of his wound and tried to trap Sasuke in a wooden prison. Sasuke blew a hole through the roof of the prison to escape. Naruto yelled out to Sasuke that Orochimaru just wanted to use him as the next container for his soul, and Sasuke replied that he didn't care as long as it helped to kill Itachi. Yamato then told Naruto and Sakura that he didn't want to hurt Sasuke in front of them, but that he had no choice and would finish the confrontation. Sasuke planned to do the same, but Orochimaru returned just in time to stop Sasuke from performing a certain technique. Kabuto told Sasuke to leave the Konoha shinobi alive so that they might continue to oppose the Akatsuki. Sasuke told Kabuto that that was a poor excuse not to kill Naruto, but left with them anyway. Naruto was upset by the meeting and by how weak he was in comparison to Sasuke, but Sakura and Sai both assured him that they would help bring Sasuke back. The team reported back to Konoha, during which Naruto told Tsunade that they had not given up and that they would continue. Pleased by this response, Tsunade assigned the team a new mission. Sai reported to Danzo, who was displeased that Sai had failed his mission. Sai asked to remain with Team Kakashi, and Danzo warned Sai that developing emotions would only lead to hatred and conflicts, giving Sasuke as an example. Sai had flashbacks of recent events, pondered his own feelings, and realized that he had now made friends. He headed off with Naruto, Sakura, and Yamato to begin their new mission. In the end, Naruto looks at the old picture of Team 7 and remembers how it was taken. Sakura and Kakashi smiling, him and Sasuke arguing. 12 Guardian Ninja. Naruto has been having nightmares about the release of the nine-tailed demon fox's power. Meanwhile, Sai reads a book at the Konoha library until Sakura sees him and comments to herself about him having a human side. She invites Sai to come with her and Naruto to meet Kakashi. Before leaving, he talks to Sakura and Naruto about friendship and he nicknames Sakura Ugly, causing her to pummel the two. Afterward, Kakashi informs Naruto that he has special training that will make him strong quickly. They're cut off by Team 10 who have come to visit. Sai lunches with them and, trying to make friends, he angers Sakura by calling Ino beautiful after concluding that women do not like to hear how they really are, and that it would be best to say the opposite of what he truly thought. Kakashi was released from the hospital and promptly began Naruto's training program. Naruto learned that he has wind-style chakra. Yamato helped by setting up the training field with his special technique. Naruto also learned that he can use his multiple shadow clone technique to speed up his training, since whatever the clones learn, the original user learns upon the clone's dispersal. Naruto and his massive clones each took a leaf and attempted to slice it in half with wind chakra as the first step to creating his new technique. Naruto and his clones continued to work on chakra nature manipulation by slicing leaves. After some struggling, Naruto approaches Asuma, who is also a wind type, for advice, after which Naruto is able to slice a leaf in half. Asuma and Yamato then head out with their teams on new missions. It's revealed that Asuma is the third Hokage's son and that he's in a relationship with Kurenai. Meanwhile, on a hill overlooking a burnt village, 4 cloaked figures discuss the awakening of the Land of Fire by eliminating Konoha. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato head out on a new mission near the Fire Temple. When the other party fails to show up at the rendezvous point, the team gets separated and Naruto stumbles upon one of the 4 hidden tombs they came to protect. Due to a misunderstanding, he fights one of the monks in training from the Fire Temple, Sora, who also uses wind chakra-based techniques. After the confusion, the monks and Team Kakashi travel to the Fire Temple, and Naruto recognizes it from his nightmare. The temple monks explain that the tombs hold the loyal bodyguards of the Fire Daimyo. Naruto observes Sora sparring with other monks and becomes offended upon realizing he's holding back. Naruto challenges Sora, but just as the matter's about to get serious, another monk stops him. Naruto realizes Sora is despised by the other monks, as he was himself, and wishes to befriend him. Naruto visits Sora again and observes him practicing his wind technique in earnest, hoping to get strong enough to avenge his father. They later return to the temple to receive news that another tomb has been robbed. Tsunade suspected that Danzo was plotting something and ordered an investigation of him. Team Kakashi, Chiriku, and Sora noticed the coffins moving on their own, but failed to intercept them. The coffins emerged on a cliff where the leader of the enemy ninja ordered his subordinates to deal with their foes. The ninjas turned the area into a maze of rocky canyons and pits full of deadly traps. The team members were separated from each other and began facing off against the enemy separately. Yamato speculated that the ninja might have orchestrated the theft in order to target someone on his team. Team Kakashi begins facing off against the enemy Shinobi. Yamato eludes his opponent, Fudo, by faking his death. Sora, unwilling to look for Naruto, goes off on his own. Back in Konoha, Danzo reveals that he is aware that he's being watched by Tsunade Zanbu. Naruto fights Fuka, whose kiss is fatal and shows her ability to use earth, fire, water, and lightning techniques. Sai manages to escape from his attacker, Fuen, and later saves Sakura from an enormous spider, becoming injured in the process. Sora then hits upon the enemy leader, Furido, and it's revealed that he was the group's target. Furido taunts Sora until he unleashes his true powers, before informing Sora that he's planning to use the 4 corpses to save the Land of Fire. Naruto continues his fight with Fuka and learns that she can use all 5 basic elements. Fuka manages to kiss Naruto and begins draining his chakra. Realizing that Naruto is in trouble from extrasensory perception, Sora rushes to rescue him. Sakura, Sai, and Yamato arrive to help but are trapped by Fudo and Fuen. Fuka drains Naruto's chakra until she begins drawing on the chakra of the Nine Tails, which is too unnatural for her to successfully absorb. The enemy team retreats when Chiriku brings reinforcements. Asuma's team returns from its mission. Team Kakashi returns to Konoha as well, with Sora replacing Sai on the team. Naruto tries to show Sora around Konoha, but Sora goes his own way. Sora's insults precipitate a brawl with Kiba and Choji, with Naruto and Rock Lee joining in. Shikamaru and Asuma stop the fight. Later, Asuma tells Sora he knew Sora's father, who is revealed as one of the guardians involved in the coup attempt. He also shows Sora his chakra blade attack. Furido and the other body snatchers begin their attack on the Kohaku clan. Asuma supervises Naruto and Sora's wind chakra training and notices that Sora, like Naruto, has very powerful chakra. Tsunade and Yamato learn from Chiriku that Sora was inadvertently responsible for an incident in which the Fire Temple was destroyed. Later, Asuma gives Sora a claw made from the same materials as his chakra blade. It's revealed that Asuma killed Sora's father, Kazuma, who had planned to kill the Hokage. Furido then approaches Sora, telling him that Asuma is responsible for his father's death, passing him 2 king pieces from a shogi set for Asuma. Danzo mysteriously disappears. Naruto approaches a furious Sora in the training grounds, who easily throws a chakra-powered kunai through a tree and destroys the stone behind it. Danzo is brought in for questioning after being caught meeting with a young rain ninja named Tatsuji. Sora confronts Asuma upon being spotted by Yugao Uzuki and other Anbu. Sora is then turned into Tsunade by Yugao and another Anbu member. Asuma admits to having killed Kazuma. He attempts to attack Asuma, his arm once again assuming a demonic form, however attacking Yugao and the other Anbu who had gotten his way trying to stop Sora. Afterward, Naruto gets injured while shielding Sora from the attacks of an unknown individual, presumably from Root. Furido then approaches Sora, telling him to kill both Asuma and the Hokage to avenge his father. Later on, Naruto catches Sora going after Tsunade. Sora retreats as Shizune and a few other ninja arrive, but Naruto pursues him. At that moment, a mysterious lightning storm strikes, cutting off power to the entire village. With Konoha in complete darkness, the village struggles to defend against the 4 attackers who have sealed the entire village behind a barrier. The village is in a state of emergency. Asuma, commanded by Tsunade to follow Sora and Naruto, finally catches up to them. He realizes that the 4 invaders plan to annihilate the entire village using the lightning powers of the corpses that they stole. The revelation shocks Sora. As Asuma leaves to help hold off the attackers, he instructs Naruto to continue pursuing Sora. Konoha's ninja fought off the revived zombie members of the Kohaku clan. The 4 guardian ninja, Seto, To, Naoma, and Kitane, were also revived. Asuma realized that they were planning to use Limelight, a technique in which the 4 would create a lightning blast powerful enough to destroy Konoha. Asuma sent Sakura and Yamato after the other three while he remained behind to battle Kitane, but Fuen tackled Sakura and Fudo began to fight Yamato. Meanwhile, Naruto caught up with Sora, but Sora ran off in search of Furido. Naruto tried to pursue him but was assailed by Fuka. Soon after, Sora reached Furido, who admitted that he had planned to destroy Konoha all along. Naruto deduces that Fuka's secret consists of switching bodies to use each corresponding element and that her hair preserves her youth and body. Naruto damages her hair and it takes on a life of its own, dispensing the body, but Naruto finally kills it with a Rasengan. Meanwhile, Asuma manages to break free of the electric barrier, catch up with Kitane, and defeat him in a short fight. Realizing that Kitane is no more and that his 3 other companions were killed, Furido causes the 3 other ninja guardians to disappear. But Furido has a backup plan, Sora. Furido releases Sora's seal and tells him the truth. Sora is a pseudo-Jinchuriki. The chakra that had leaked from the nine-tailed fox when it attacked Konoha 15.5 years ago was harvested and implanted into Sora. Just then, Asuma arrives at the scene with Naruto. Asuma recognizes Furido and it's revealed that he is Kazuma, Sora's father. Yamato, Sakura, Kiba, Lee, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru also turn up. Enraged, Sora wants to destroy everything and turns into the 3-tailed form of the demon fox. However, Yamato is unable to restrain him because he does not have the first's necklace on him. The chakra of the Nine Tails rages out of control within Sora, preventing Naruto and the others from subduing him. Asuma and Kazuma resume their old battle. Naruto is repeatedly knocked down in his attempts to restrain Sora, and the chakra seeps into him and transforms him as well. Yamato is unable to suppress the Nine Tails chakra in both Jinchuriki, being prevented by an unknown outside force. Sora's 4th tail emerges, causing the Nine Tails cloak to envelop his body. He temporarily gains his own consciousness when he witnesses Naruto stab himself in the leg and successfully prevent the original Nine Tails cloak from emerging. The struggle between Naruto and Sora continues. Asuma and Kazuma fight. Sai arrives, having snuck out of the hospital, and binds Kazuma with an ink snake. Kazuma breaks out of Sai's technique and charges Asuma but is killed. Naruto eventually reaches Sora, who manages to release the Nine Tails chakra. However, the Nine Tails chakra that is released begins to become a miniature Nine Tails. This provokes Tsunade to head out to engage the beast. It soon becomes clear that the miniature Nine Tails could not form without a human host, so it dissipated. Sora then leaves the village to travel the world. Asuma and Shikamaru play shogi and discuss who the king of Konoha is. Elsewhere, 2 Akatsuki members, Hiden and Kakazu, appear, chasing the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki Suppression Mission. 2 newly introduced Akatsuki members, Hiden and Kakazu, were chasing after the 2 Tails' Jinchuriki Yugito ni. Despite fully transforming into her 2-tailed state, Hiden and Kakazu defeated Yugito. After the battle, Hiden performed a gruesome religious ritual, greatly annoying Kakazu, who was a money-obsessed bounty hunter. Zetsu appeared and took charge of Yugito, ordering the pair to proceed to the Land of Fire and their next target. Hiden and Kakazu stopped by a nearby temple and killed the head monk, Chiriku, a former bodyguard for the Land of Fire's nobility. One monk managed to escape and informed Tsunade of the incident. Tsunade ordered Shizune to mobilize a new task force, the Niju Shotai. Asuma's group, consisting of himself, Shikamaru, Kotetsu Hagane, and Izumo Kamizuki, left for the temple. Asuma's team arrived at the ruins of the temple and realized that the Akatsuki pair had taken Chiriku's body to a bounty station. The team prepared to intercept the killers at the station, and a monk prayed for the team's safety. When the monk expressed concern for them, Asuma revealed that his bounty was 5 million ryo higher than Chiriku's. Meanwhile, Hiden and Kakazu collected the bounty on Chiriku's head and turned over the corpse as proof. Elsewhere, Deidara, having regained his limbs and now paired with Tobi, confronted the 3 Tails. Tobi acted strangely flippant before the battle with the immense aquatic beast. After subduing the monster, Tobi claimed he single-handedly won the battle, provoking another comedic attack from Deidara after commenting, "Senpai, you talk a lot." After the encounter with Sasuke, Naruto realized that Sasuke was far too strong for him to possibly defeat. Kakashi revealed a special training method which took advantage of Naruto's high chakra. It involved the multiple shadow clone technique. Unlike an ordinary clone, a shadow clone passes back any experience it gains to the original. Naruto could create a comparatively large number of shadow clones, thus allowing him to train hundreds of times faster than a normal shinobi. Yamato also assisted in Naruto's training by helping to restrain the Nine Tails. Kakashi explained that there were 5 basic types of elemental chakra: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. He pulled out special cards which reacted differently to each person's chakra. It would burn for fire, split for wind, crumple for lightning, turn to dust for earth, and turn wet for water. Naruto flowed his chakra into the card and it split, indicating that he had an affinity to wind, a type that is very well suited for combat because of its ability to blow past anything and slice things to bits. Meanwhile, Asuma and Shikamaru were playing shogi. Shikamaru noticed that Asuma was playing differently than normal and asked if something was wrong. In describing things, Asuma described Shikamaru in terms of shogi as a knight, being weak in terms of power but having unique style of movement which resembled Shikamaru and his flexibility in his thinking. Shikamaru then asked what piece Asuma resembled. Asuma then answered that he was just a pawn. Shikamaru guessed that the Hokage was the king, but Asuma told him that it wasn't, and that someday Shikamaru would understand. The first phase in the training was for Naruto and his clones to cut a leaf with his chakra. Naruto asked if there was anyone in Konoha that could give him advice, and Kakashi told him to find Asuma. Asuma gave Naruto a few pointers, using his trench knives as an example. They were made of a metal that absorbs chakra, the effect of which is determined by the user's chakra nature. Asuma explained that wind chakra must be sharpened like a blade by splitting the chakra in two and bringing the parts together to form a tight edge. He demonstrated this by having Naruto toss a knife at a tree with him. Naruto's stuck in the tree while Asuma's went straight through it and pierced a rock. If he had used his full chakra, the knife would have also gone through the rock. Using this advice, Naruto was able to completely split a leaf, but passed out after dispersing his clone. Kakashi warned him that this training was going to wear him down quickly and that he needed to rest for the next phase of his training, slicing a waterfall in half. The next step of Naruto's training progressed slowly. When Naruto complained, Kakashi noted that even Sasuke had taken several days to learn to manipulate an element, while Naruto had done it in a few hours. By nightfall, Naruto still hadn't managed to cut the waterfall. He reflected on his fonder memories of Sasuke and decided to train through the rest of the night. By the next day, he and all his clones were able to cut the waterfall. Yamato was surprised by Naruto's progress, but Kakashi wasn't, since he understood how Naruto felt about Sasuke. Kakashi declared that they could finally move on to the final stage of Naruto's unique technique creation. However, the constant training had exhausted Naruto once more. Kakashi immediately rushed to his side, concerned that he might have pushed Naruto too far this time. However, when Naruto moaned that he was hungry, Kakashi relaxed. After enjoying a meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was anxious to continue his training. Kakashi and Yamato explained nature manipulation and form manipulation to Naruto again. Kakashi reminded Naruto that all the training till now had been shape manipulation, and that the Rasengan was an example of extremely advanced shape manipulation. By adding nature manipulation together with form manipulation, a ninja's power can grow by leaps and bounds. However, this is an extremely difficult task. Even the fourth Hokage was unable to complete the Rasengan by combining nature and form manipulation. Kakashi believed that Naruto was the one who could do it. At the bounty station, Kakuzu explained to Zenge that Hiden, an immortal, was the only ninja capable of surviving Kakuzu's indiscriminate attack strategies. This was the reason for their partnership, despite their ideological differences and dislike for one another. As Asuma's group moved toward the bounty station, Asuma explained that he and Chiriku had both belonged to the 12 Guardian Ninja, and that their relationship was akin to Shikamaru's relationship with Choji. Asuma stopped smoking because he needed no distractions if he was to fight Chiriku's killers. Naruto was again training with his clones, trying to infuse the Rasengan with wind chakra. Unfortunately, the jutsu constantly exploded, frustrating him to such degrees that a clone would start drawing upon the Nine-Tails chakra. Yamato reversed the transformations, and Kakashi reminded him that success or failure rested on Yamato's ability to control the Nine-Tails. At the bounty station, Asuma's team attacked Hiden. Izumo and Kotetsu stabbed him in the chest with their large kunai. However, Hiden was merely annoyed by the attack. Asuma's team quickly realized that Hiden couldn't be killed by normal means. Kakuzu appeared and prepared to join the fight, but Hiden told him to stay out of it. Asuma proceeded to fight Hiden alone. Hiden managed to cut Asuma's cheek and licked the blood off his scythe just as the latter used a fire jutsu. Hiden drew a seal beneath him just as the technique hit. It burnt Hiden's robe, but he emerged unscathed. Instead, Asuma's right arm was badly burned. The damage meant for Hiden had somehow been turned back upon himself. Hiden had also physically transformed. His skin was black with white accents, giving him the appearance of a Grim Reaper. Hiden told Asuma that any pain he felt was transferred to Asuma. Since he was immortal, Hiden needed to only inflict a fatal wound to himself to kill Asuma. Luckily, Shikamaru caught Hiden in another shadow bind before he could do so. Kakuzu offered to help, but Hiden waved him off, claiming he could beat all four by himself. Going over every motion Hiden had made to start the ritual, Shikamaru figured out Hiden's ability. He first needed to consume his opponent's blood and then stand within his ceremonial circle. Shikamaru explained that in order to save Asuma, all he needed to do was move Hiden out of his circle. After Shikamaru had tested his theory, he trapped Hiden with the Shadow Sewing. Hiden asked Kakuzu to help him, but Kakuzu nonchalantly replied that he had told Hiden to be careful. Asuma sliced Hiden's head off with his chakra blades and it fell next to Kakuzu. Rather than killing Hiden, as expected, the head started talking, scolding Kakuzu for allowing him to be decapitated. Hiden asked Kakuzu to bring him his body, but Kakuzu grabbed his head instead, saying that it was lighter. Shikamaru fell from exhaustion as Hiden complained about the pain of being decapitated. Asuma, Kotetsu, and Izumo stood frozen in amazement and plotted their next move. Kakuzu suddenly attacked Asuma, then grabbed Hiden's body. He reattached Hiden's head using threads from his arms. Kotetsu and Izumo attempted to strike Kakuzu, whose forearms extended, grabbing both of them by the throat. Meanwhile, Hiden jumped back into the circle, linking himself back to Asuma and dealt himself a fatal blow in order to kill his opponent. Asuma collapsed as his team looked on helplessly. Hiden reverted to his normal form as Kakuzu prepared to finish off the other. A flock of crows suddenly appeared, distracting the Akatsuki pair. Ino and Choji appeared to assist, in which they moved Shikamaru and Asuma to a safer location as Raido Namiyashi and Aoba Yamashiro backed them up. Shikamaru sensed Asuma's pulse and told Ino and Choji to take him back to Konoha. Kakuzu wasn't willing to let a bounty like Asuma go, however, and Hiden was similarly unwilling to let his enemies live. But the Akatsuki leader contacted them telepathically and forced the pair to retreat, waiting to seal the two tails they had recently captured along with the three tails. Despite the timely rescue, Asuma's wounds were fatal. He died, but not before smoking his last cigarette and sharing some final words with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Shikamaru lit another of his cigarettes, which he then began to smoke himself. He tearfully mumbled that he hated cigarettes as they made his eyes water, a reference to when Team 10 first met their sensei. As Asuma commenced with sealing the two-tailed beast, the leader explained their goals to Hiden and Tobi. Akatsuki's overall goal was world domination. To achieve that, the leader had set up a three-step process to work their way to it. First, they planned to obtain a large amount of money to support the organization. Second, they planned to set up a mercenary group loyal to no village. Because there hadn't been any wars in some time, they could convince these smaller countries to hire them over the larger asking prices of the 5 main villages. By using the tailed beasts, they could start wars and then immediately quell them, convincing every country to depend on them and monopolizing the shinobi market. Finally, after they were the only major force of shinobi in existence, they could easily conquer the world. Team 10 returned to Konoha and informed Tsunade of what had happened. Tsunade sent out the message for the funeral to everyone, but Shikamaru had a message for Kurenai from Asuma and would tell her what had happened himself. Naruto had nearly created the jutsu when they were informed of Asuma's death and rushed back to the village. Shikamaru told Kurenai the message and she collapsed from grief. At the funeral, Konohamaru wept for his uncle while Naruto comforted him. Shikamaru did not attend the funeral and spent his time seemingly formulating a strategy and learning how to use Asuma's trench knives. He also picked up Asuma's smoking habit. The new 3-man Team 10 prepared to leave and continue Asuma's mission. However, Tsunade refused to let Team 10 go since they lacked a captain. Kakashi volunteered to temporarily fill the gap and the 4-man team headed off. Later in the woods, Shikamaru devised a new strategy that included Kakashi. About 3 days later, Sakura volunteered her team to back up Team 10. Tsunade told Yamato that Naruto had 24 more hours to complete his new jutsu or she would send another team as backup. After Kakashi finished sealing the tailed beast, Kakuzu and Hiden were allowed to leave. Realizing the likeliness of an ambush, Hiden and Kakuzu took another route. Ino used her mind-body switch technique on a crow in order to find the two. Team 10 then went to ambush the Akatsuki. Shikamaru snuck his shadow near Hiden and Kakuzu, who both managed to jump out of the way. Shikamaru then threw 2 explosive kunai, followed by Asuma's chakra blades. Shikamaru poured his own chakra into the blades, allowing him to trap the 2 Akatsuki members with them. Shikamaru then used his shadow imitation to make Hiden attack Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu thought a step ahead and detached his arm, sending it underground. Just before Hiden's attack landed, Kakuzu freed himself with the detached arm. Just as the two were about to counterattack, Kakashi snuck up on Kakuzu and stabbed him through the heart with his lightning cutter. Kakashi then moved to finish off Hiden, but Kakuzu, somehow still alive, surprised Kakashi and knocked him back. Kakuzu then removed his shirt to reveal 4 masks. He then split his back apart and 4 beasts came out to fight for him. However, one of the beasts died immediately as the mask broke when he released it, as this was the one that Kakashi had stabbed. It turned out that Kakuzu had a total of 5 hearts, 4 of which were stolen from the bodies of fallen shinobi, and one that allowed him to use his earth element attack was his. Each heart prolonged Kakuzu's life and allowed him to access the heart's elemental affinity. Hiden then attacked Kakashi as a distraction, which allowed Kakuzu enough time to attack with a powerful gust of wind. He then fired 2 powerful bolts of lightning at Shikamaru and Choji, but Kakashi blocked it with a lightning cutter in each hand. He then attacked with fire, which was dodged by Team 10 and Kakashi. Shikamaru decided to separate Hiden and Kakuzu from each other. Once again capturing Hiden with a shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru dragged Hiden to an isolated location rigged with booby traps. However, Shikamaru's chakra ran out, which freed Hiden from the technique. Hiden successfully attacked him and began the voodoo ritual. Kakuzu revealed that the first Konoha ninja he had ever fought was the first Hokage. As Kakashi was about to be killed, Kakuzu grabbed his chest in pain. This was due to Hiden stabbing himself as part of his curse ritual. The blood he had consumed was actually Kakuzu's. Hiden did not immediately realize what had happened, but Shikamaru attacked him to illustrate his point. However, Shikamaru was weakened from the extended use of his shadow technique and couldn't hold Hiden for long. He watched Hiden advance to strike the final blow. Kakuzu continued battling Kakashi. However, as Kakuzu prepared to strike with his fire and wind combo attack, Naruto and Yamato intervened. Combining both Naruto's wind release Rasengan and Yamato's water release tearing torrent, they formed the Typhoon Water Vortex technique to block the attack. Kakashi, Ino, and Choji were relieved at Team Kakashi's arrival under Yamato's leadership. Naruto ordered Sai and Sakura to back Shikamaru up while Kakashi summoned Pakun to lead them. Naruto resolved to defeat Kakuzu on his own. Hiden failed to kill Shikamaru as the latter ensnared him with a shadow once more. Having prepared the area in advance, Shikamaru used his shadows to pull the explosive tags onto Hiden and open a deep pit beneath him. Hiden insisted that he would survive the attempt, even if only his head remained intact, and would kill Shikamaru in turn. Shikamaru calmly explained that they were on his clan's land, and that his clan would keep Hiden buried for eternity. Lighting a cigarette, Shikamaru saw a vision of Asuma, who congratulated him before disappearing. Saying his last goodbye, Shikamaru tossed the lit cigarette at Hiden, igniting the explosive tags and causing a massive explosion. Hiden survived the explosion and insisted that he would bite Shikamaru to death, all while proclaiming that his god Jashin would punish Shikamaru. Shikamaru ignored the threats and tossed a kunai with explosive tags into the hole. The explosion caused the hole to cave in, burying Hiden in rubble. Meanwhile, Naruto began preparing an extremely powerful technique. Kakashi realized through a flashback that Naruto might indeed surpass the 4th Hokage. Naruto then used his wind release Rasen Shuriken. Kakuzu was visibly concerned by this new technique. Kakuzu jumped into the air, but Naruto leapt behind him. Kakuzu was forced to sacrifice 2 of his hearts, and through that he was able to shield himself against the attack using his earth element shield. However, this left him unable to move. Kakashi realized Naruto had surpassed him and went to finish Kakuzu by stabbing his last heart. Team Kakashi and Team 10 returned triumphant to Konoha. Shikamaru visited Asuma's grave with Kurenai, who had been revealed to be pregnant with Asuma's child. Later, while playing shogi with his father, Shikamaru commented that the identity of the king piece was the next generation of Konoha ninja. Despite this revelation, he lost the game to his father. Three Tails appearance. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto Yakashi along with Team Guren to take a young boy named Yukimaru to a lake. As they arrived, Kabuto forced Yukimaru to release all of his chakra, which caused the Three Tails to begin to surface from the lake. With Guren's help, the beast was completely revealed and they attempted to capture it. Their attempts proved insufficient, however, and the beast created a large tidal wave to wash its attackers away. Tsunade finds the location of Orochimaru's hideout and sends Kakashi as a temporary leader of Team 8 to locate it. They engage in battle with Guren, and Shino sends back one of his crystallized bugs. Then Tsunade sends Yamato, Sai, and Sakura to help them along with Naruto, who meets them along the way. Team Kakashi and Kurenai follow Guren and discover that the thing that they were after was the Three Tails. Shizune, Ino, Tenten, and Lee are assembled to help with the hunt for the Three Tails. They all meet up and split into 3 groups to seal the tailed beast in its own dimension and get Yukimaru. The sealing group consists of Shizune, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. The guarding group is Yamato, Tenten, Kiba, and Lee, and the fighting group is Naruto, Kakashi, Sai, and Shino. Team 3 tried to use 4-corner sealing barrier to permanently trap the beast in its own dimension. Just as the sealing began to work, the Konoha ninja were interrupted by Guren, which prompted the beast to attack them all. Yukimaru was able to calm the beast down temporarily, but after he became tired, the Three Tails turned his attention to him. Guren and Naruto came to his defense, but were swallowed in the process. With the help of their allies on the outside, they were able to escape, and the Konoha ninja tried once more to seal the beast. Just when the sealing was almost complete, Yukimaru, angered by the apparent death of Guren, empowered the beast to break free of its restraints. The Three Tails went on a rampage, attacking everyone nearby and crushing Nurari, Kigiri, and Kiho. Its attempts to attack Yukimaru, however, had no effect. It was only through the use of wind release Toad Oil Flame Bullet that the beast was driven away. The sealing attempt was left to Anbu members and the remaining Konoha ninja returned home. Deidara and Tobi of Akatsuki soon found these Anbu members and disposed of them. The beast's capture took place much earlier in the manga at the start of the Akatsuki Suppression mission, but played out pretty much in the same way. Tobi and Deidara confronted the beast, to which it responded by beginning to chase Tobi. With the Three Tails distracted, Deidara molded an explosive clay fish in an attempt to devour it. It was unclear if this marked the end of the battle, as the remainder of it went unseen. As the two towed the Three Tails to the Akatsuki's lair after the battle, Tobi gloated at bringing the Three Tails down with his special jutsu, but Deidara thought otherwise. It was later sealed in the sealing statue. Itachi Pursuit Mission. At Orochimaru's lair, a sick Orochimaru was confined to his bed. As Kabuto exited to get more medicine, a blade made of lightning chakra shot towards Orochimaru through the door. Orochimaru quickly blocked it with his arms and thought to himself that he did not recognize the shape manipulation, although the chakra seemed familiar. The blade belonged to Sasuke, who had stopped by to finish Orochimaru off before he left to take on Itachi. He claimed that he had nothing more to learn from Orochimaru, and then continued by mocking him for wasting his power and time, which angered Orochimaru. Sasuke finished by expressing his utter disgust at Orochimaru for his horrific experiments, all just become all-powerful, as it reminded him of Itachi's hunger for power before attacking him directly. After pinning Orochimaru's arms to the wall, Sasuke attempted to deliver a finishing blow, forcing Orochimaru to abandon his body and reveal his true form, a composite serpent-like entity made up of small white snakes. Sasuke activated his Curse Seal level 2 and began to fight Orochimaru. He compared Orochimaru's ambitions to how a snake dreams of flying, and told him that he would only get that chance in the talons of a hawk as he sprouted his Cursed Seal wings. After he severed Orochimaru's head from his body, Sasuke believed he had won. However, Orochimaru's poison paralyzed Sasuke, and the former then lunged at him, swallowing him whole. Sasuke found himself inside Orochimaru, the place where the body transfer technique took place. Orochimaru relived a flashback of when he confronted Itachi while in Akatsuki. He found Sasuke's eyes to be similar to those of Itachi's on that day, and anticipated taking possession of those eyes. However, Sasuke took over the dimension with his Sharingan and Cursed Seal, and proceeded to turn the technique against Orochimaru. After the fight, Kabuto returned with the medicines, but viewed a scene consisting of Sasuke standing over Orochimaru. Kabuto asked Sasuke which one he was, to which Sasuke replied by showing Kabuto what had happened. Sasuke stated that he had merely taken over and left triumphantly. After defeating his mentor, Sasuke freed Suigetsu, whom Orochimaru had imprisoned in a glass tank filled with water. Sasuke led Suigetsu to the Land of Waves to retrieve Zabuza Momochi's sword from his grave. Upon their arrival, Sasuke noticed the bridge that was being built during his time there as a Konoha genin, which was now named the Great Naruto Bridge. Upon retrieving the sword, Suigetsu explained that he had trained under the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, which his senior Zabuza had belonged to. With the sword, he claimed he might be able to beat Sasuke. After picking it up, they headed for their next target. In the anime, it turned out that the sword was not beside Zabuza's grave, and that a man named Tenzin had claimed it for himself. Sasuke and Suigetsu asked the residents of the village where they could find him. Eventually, they discovered that he resided in a castle southeast of the village. Overnight, Sasuke intruded the castle and threatened Tenzin to prepare an army of over 1,000 men. The next day, Sasuke and Suigetsu prepared to invade. Sasuke offered a wager with Suigetsu to whoever could retrieve the sword first. Suigetsu later suggested that this had merely been a chance for Sasuke to witness Suigetsu's abilities, which Sasuke neither confirmed nor denied. After a successful attempt of retrieving the sword, they both departed for their next target, Karin. After arriving at the base, Sasuke and Suigetsu met Karin, who had sensed their arrival. Sasuke told Karin to join him, which surprised her. Sasuke replied that since Orochimaru was now gone, there was no need for her to continue to keep watch over the prisoners she was currently guarding, and told an annoyed Suigetsu to free them. Karin relented but still refused to go. Sasuke decided that he would have to find someone else. However, Karin had a quick change of personality and agreed to go if he really wanted her to. Suigetsu advised that they leave since Karin clearly did not want to go. When Sasuke said she had changed her mind, Karin put her glasses back on after attempting to flirt with Sasuke and denied this in a rather embarrassed manner, saying that she was coincidentally going the same way that they were, at least for the moment. As the three made their way to the northern hideout, Karin explained that Sasuke's next target, Jugo, was the means behind Orochimaru's development of the Cursed Seals. When the group got there, prisoners infected with the Cursed Seal surrounded Sasuke's group. When Karin informed them that Jugo was not among the prisoners, Sasuke and Suigetsu disposed of them without killing them, as instructed by Sasuke. Having found the keys to Jugo's cell, Karin used her tracking ability to find him, misleading Suigetsu in the wrong direction while she was at it. At Jugo's cell, Karin unlocked the door and Sasuke went in first. Jugo, who had decided that if the first person to open the door was a male, he would kill him, seemed delighted to see Sasuke and rushed in for the kill. Sasuke failed in his attempts to reason with Jugo. Jugo and Sasuke had a quick Cursed Seal battle before it was interrupted by the arrival of Suigetsu. Suigetsu then appeared to take over the fight, explaining that beating Jugo to a pulp was the only way to calm him. Jugo morphed his piston arm into a massive forearm blade to deal with Suigetsu. After they ignored Sasuke's requests to stop, Sasuke wrapped the two in summoned snakes and exuded an enormous amount of killing intent. Jugo's transformation receded and he suddenly rushed back to his cell, demanding that they lock it. Karin explained that while the rage-driven Jugo may be violent and bloodthirsty, Jugo himself had no desire to harm anyone. Jugo finally agreed to go with Sasuke after hearing that Kimimaro, who was constantly able to stop Jugo's rage-driven rampages, had died to bring Sasuke to Orochimaru. With his team gathered and dubbed Hebi by Sasuke, Sasuke revealed their goal, to kill his brother Itachi. Suigetsu, who wanted to take Kisame's sword for himself, was willing to participate, as Kisame was currently partnered with Itachi. Karin, being enamored with Sasuke, also agreed to help, although she was unwilling to admit that her admiration was the reason. Suigetsu teased her about it, saying that he knew about something Karin did to Sasuke a while before. However, Karin punched Suigetsu in the face before he could reveal her secret. Finally, Jugo acquiesced to see how strong Sasuke was, believing he was Kimimaro's reincarnation. Sakura arrived at Naruto's home to tell him to wash up and get ready. They met with Tsunade and Jiraiya, and Tsunade informed them of Orochimaru's death at Sasuke's hands, which Jiraiya's most trusted sources had confirmed. Both Naruto and Sakura seemed really happy to hear the news, expecting that, now that Orochimaru was dead, Sasuke would finally return. However, Jiraiya told them that this was not exactly the case. In Konoha, Naruto and Sakura came to the same conclusion as Sasuke, reasoning that his desire for revenge would drive him to kill Itachi. Therefore, they decided that the simplest path to Sasuke was to find Itachi. As both teams resolved to find him, both he and Kisame waited for the leader to contact them after having captured Roshi, the host of the Four Tails. Once they got into contact with their leader, the Akatsuki went over the recent deaths of Hiden, Kakazu, and Orochimaru, and Sasuke's new team. Knowing that Sasuke could potentially disrupt their plans, the leader warned everyone to be careful, especially Itachi and Kisame. In Konoha, Kakashi discussed the overall plan to find Itachi and Kisame. Since simply killing Itachi first would make finding Sasuke impossible, they needed to capture him. For that purpose, Team Kakashi was joined by Team 8. Meanwhile, Sasuke took his team to an old Uchiha outpost run by allies of the Uchiha clan in order to stock up on supplies. After Akatsuki finished sealing the Four Tails, Deidara and Tobi decided to track down either Kakashi and Naruto or go after Sasuke. As Deidara and Tobi searched for either of their two targets, the two teams split up. The Konoha ninja split into groups of 3, 1 ninja and 2 of Kakashi's ninken. Naruto was accompanied by Hinata and Yamato due to Akatsuki's pursuit of him. Meanwhile, Sasuke's group split up to gather information on Akatsuki. As they searched, the ninken accompanying Sakura caught Sasuke's scent. Her search led her into a city, but she was unable to find Sasuke. As she walked through a crowd, the ninken commented how the scent was moving away, just as Karin was walking past her. Kabuto revealed himself to Naruto's group and gave them a book that detailed everything they had learned about the Akatsuki. He thanked Naruto for inspiring him to find his own purpose in life and revealed that he had absorbed Orochimaru's remains into himself. About 1/3 of his body was now Orochimaru's. With it, he planned to become stronger than Orochimaru. After evading Naruto and Yamato, he explained that he needed control over Orochimaru's power, which was slowly taking over his body, after which he would come after Sasuke for killing Orochimaru. Elsewhere, Deidara and Tobi attacked Sasuke. Deidara attempted to attack from above using a bomb, but Sasuke used Hidden Shadow snake hands to wrap himself with a snake as a shield. Tobi also attempted an attack, but he was scared of Sasuke and fled from him. Deidara told Tobi he was to handle Sasuke and tested him with small C1 spiders. Sasuke used the Chidori Senbon to stop the bombs. He then jumped behind Deidara, who used a bomb to distance himself, but Sasuke managed to avoid the bomb. Realizing Sasuke's abilities were great, Deidara used the C2 next and summoned a clay dragon as a battle partner. The dragon then regurgitated a cluster of landmines, to which Tobi said that they were going with that. Sasuke attacked with Chidori Sharp Spear, but Deidara was out of range. While Sasuke was busy with Deidara, Tobi planted the latter's mines around the field. Deidara sent a new C2 bomb after Sasuke, and he activated his Cursed Seal level 2 to block the blast at the cost of one of his wings. He shot 2 giant shuriken at Deidara. Deidara avoided them, but Sasuke had attached wires to them. They impaled Deidara's arms against the dragon, and Sasuke flew up with his Chidori sword and severed one of the dragon's wings. Deidara fell to the ground toward his landmines, which destroyed the dragon. Tobi cried out for Deidara, but Deidara, who had earlier dislodged the shuriken and was now safely atop one of his clay birds, told him to be quiet. He looked into Sasuke's Sharingan and remembered when he had first seen them in Itachi. He was once approached by Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori for a proposal. Deidara was chosen to be an Akatsuki, but he had refused, loving his position as a terrorist bomber, claiming his works as art and as invincible, and how their beauty came when they exploded. Sasori was interested in Deidara for being an artist and having guts, but claimed that he was arrogant and would get himself killed quickly. Itachi decided to fight Deidara, claiming that if Itachi won, Deidara would join Akatsuki, but if he lost, Deidara was free to go. Itachi shielded himself from Deidara's bombs with shadow clones, and after a short fight, finished him off with a Sharingan Genjutsu, making it seem like Itachi had gained control of Deidara's bombs and was about to finish Deidara with one. He stopped the Genjutsu and freed Deidara, but Deidara was still forced to join for his loss. Deidara was angered at Itachi and the Sharingan, refusing to accept it as an art. As the battle between Sasuke and Deidara continued, Deidara used his C4, his most powerful bomb. It exploded and appeared to have killed Sasuke, but it was simply a Sharingan Genjutsu, the same one Itachi had used. Sasuke then appeared to have constricted him with one of his bombs, but the Genjutsu was dispelled by Deidara, as he revealed his left eye could dispel Genjutsu, and since Sasuke had held back when using the technique, unlike Itachi, Deidara was able to dispel it. Deidara tried another C4 on Sasuke using the last bit of his chakra and went to a safe distance, but Sasuke shielded it one last time with his Chidori current. He then jumped right next to Deidara and gave him a powerful punch to the face. Realizing that Deidara was out of chakra and could not get up, Sasuke asked where Itachi was. Deidara did not answer and became enraged due to Sasuke being indifferent and uncaring toward his art. He then turned himself into a bomb in a suicide attempt to kill Sasuke. However, Sasuke summoned the snake Manda as a shield and teleported them both with a technique at the cost of Manda's life. His team found him after seeing the explosion, and he went with them to rest, explaining what had happened. After seeing the explosion, Naruto's team headed to it, and Kiba tracked Sasuke's scent. Back with Hebi, Sasuke asked what everyone had found out about Itachi. Suigetsu and Karin had found nothing, but Jugo had communicated with the birds, who were able to sense Akatsuki's chakra coming out of their hideouts, which he had marked on a map. They decided to go to the most recently used one to find Itachi. Meanwhile, Itachi headed to an Uchiha hideout and sent 2 clones, one to find Naruto and the other to find Sasuke. As Naruto's team went to find Sasuke, Karin could sense that they were coming and informed Sasuke. Hebi then left, who went to the Akatsuki hideout. Before that, Karine realized that the team possessed scent trackers, so she asked Jugo to have the birds tear up one of Sasuke's shirts, which had a very strong amount of Sasuke's scent on it, and scatter the pieces to throw off Naruto's team. It succeeded, and Kiba could no longer track Sasuke's scent. Naruto realized that they needed to split up, and Naruto encountered Itachi's clone. Itachi claimed that he only wished to talk, but Naruto knew that he needed to catch Itachi. Naruto created a shadow clone that attacked with a big ball Rasengan, but Itachi was a clone as well. The real Itachi caught Naruto in a Sharingan Genjutsu. In the illusion, Itachi asked why Naruto cared for Sasuke so much, to which Naruto claimed that Sasuke was like a brother to him, and that he was more of a brother to Sasuke than Itachi was. When Itachi went on the offensive with his Genjutsu, Naruto dispelled it. Itachi then dispelled the clone, having run out of time to talk. The other clone encountered Sasuke at the Akatsuki hideout. After a short greeting, Sasuke attacked the clone with his Chidori Sharp Spear, but Itachi substituted himself with a shadow clone as a shield. Sasuke was then caught in the clone's Sharingan Genjutsu, but he easily dispelled it. Itachi then destroyed the clone, telling Sasuke to go to the nearby Uchiha hideout so they could end their dispute. Sasuke and the rest of Hebi go to the hideout. Sasuke encounters two of Naruto's shadow clones, so he destroys them with Chidori current punches, and the team continues on. Naruto figures out where Sasuke is, so Naruto's team goes in pursuit. Unfortunately, Naruto's team encounters Tobi. Naruto attempts two Big Ball Rasengan with shadow clones, but the attacks are absorbed. Naruto's team then prepares to finish Tobi off. Meanwhile, Sasuke encounters Kisame, who asks Sasuke to continue on by himself, since Itachi doesn't want interferences. Sasuke had no argument, and his team left with Kisame. Suigetsu and Kisame then prepared to fight for Samehada. Sasuke then went to the hideout and prepared to battle Itachi. The tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Jiraiya told Tsunade that he was going to personally gather information regarding the Akatsuki in the most probable place, Amegakure. Seconds after Jiraiya successfully entered the village, he was detected by Pain. Wandering around, Jiraiya speaks to the inhabitants about their leader. Unsuccessful in gathering information, he captures two ninja of the village, who tell him about their mysterious new leader Pain, who single-handedly defeated Hanzo, the former leader of Ame. Before acting further, Jiraiya summoned Garatora and instructed him to store himself in Naruto should anything happen to him, speculating that Madara Uchiha was responsible for the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha in the past. Meanwhile, Pain, knowing that an intruder had infiltrated the village, orders Konan to search for the intruder. She then transforms into multiple origami papers to seek the intruder out. Konan locates Jiraiya, informs Pain, who then changes bodies in a secret chamber. Konan went ahead and attacked Jiraiya, who fought evenly matched with her for a short while. Jiraiya then spoke about his history with Yahiko and Nagato. When Pain arrives, they discuss Pain's personal ideology and Akatsuki's goals. Pain, who is convinced Jiraiya is to die anyway, reveals his entire reasoning behind collecting the tailed beasts, which was to create a kinjutsu which could wipe away entire nations, so that the world would mature and develop a version for war. Finishing their talk, Pain summons a crustacean to attack Jiraiya, who defeats it and summons Gamaken. Having no other choice left, Jiraiya and Gamaken begin their battle against Pain. Camouflaging himself, Pain summons multiple creatures to defeat Jiraiya. Realizing he's up against a powerful foe, Jiraiya uses a barrier and prepares to enter Sage Mode. Due to the predicament Gamaken has, he sustains deep wounds from the battle. As Jiraiya has his technique ready to use, Gamaken leaves the battle and enters Sage Mode after summoning Fukasaku and Shima. Jiraiya soon finds Pain, who summons two of his other paths to enter the battle. Jiraiya blinds one of the new Pains with a kick to the face, and Fukasaku suspects that all three Pains share the same eyes and vision after they countered all their attacks, while Jiraiya realizes that each of the bodies has only one specific purpose. Jiraiya stalls for time while Fukasaku and Shima prepare a powerful genjutsu to defeat the bodies and are successful in doing so. Jiraiya had a flashback to when he first met the Toad Sage, who told him he would be a pervert, travel the world, write a book, and would train the destined child who would either save or destroy the world. Leaving the bodies behind, another Pain attacked Jiraiya from behind and severed his arm. Being confronted by the full attendants of the 6 Paths of Pain, Jiraiya was able to discover that all of Pain's bodies belonged to ninja he once knew, amongst them being his old student, Yahiko, functioning as Pain's Diva Path. With this information, Jiraiya was able to discover the truth, but his throat was crushed by the Ashura Path before he was stabbed by the other 6 Paths of Pain. Pinned to the ground, Jiraiya was unable to tell Fukasaku of what he had learned. As Jiraiya lay dying, he remembered a conversation he had with Minato and Kushina about how they wanted to name their son after the character in his book, thereby making him Naruto's godfather. Remembering this forced him back to life with his own willpower, and he writes the message on Fukasaku's back. Thinking to himself, he decides that Naruto was the child of prophecy, and that it was up to him to decide his future. The Ashura Path then shot his fist at Jiraiya and Fukasaku and destroyed the slab of concrete that Jiraiya was lying on. Jiraiya then drifted off into the water to his death while thinking about what he'd name his next book. He then decided he'd name it the Tale of Naruto Uzumaki and said it had a nice ring to it. Meanwhile, Pain deduced that Jiraiya was dead, but Fukasaku had got away. Fated battle between brothers. Sasuke arrived at the Uchiha hideout and confronted Itachi. The battle began with both of them seemingly using taijutsu, soon ending with Sasuke cornering Itachi and deciding to ask him one last question before killing him off. Sasuke asked, "Who is he?" Sasuke recalled when Itachi had said that 3 of the Uchiha clan would have the ability to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, including himself, if Sasuke would be able to awaken his. Itachi explained that the person who had assisted him when he murdered the entire clan was none other than Madara Uchiha, one of the founders of Konoha, and revealed that one of the purposes of the Mangekyo Sharingan was to control the 9-tailed demon fox, which he had done 16 years ago when it attacked. He also revealed that once the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, it would progressively lead to blindness. Itachi referred to Madara as the founder of Akatsuki and his mentor. It then turned out that Sasuke and Itachi's battle so far had been pure genjutsu. Itachi then finally activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and revealed that the only way to stop the blindness was to take the eyes of another Sharingan user. He stated that this was the reason he had left Sasuke alive, and why he had pushed him to become stronger. After a flashback of his childhood, Sasuke stated, "Finally, it all ends here." During their talk, Zetsu watched, hidden in the ceiling, his halves commenting on the battle. After securing him in place with a shadow clone, Itachi then proceeded to rip out Sasuke's eyes. It was revealed that the whole fight so far had still been genjutsu, namely Itachi's Tsukiyomi, which Sasuke had overcome. Sasuke shortly lectured Itachi about the tools of the ninja and how a tool was only as powerful as the ninja who used it. Itachi told Sasuke that he would make his dream of ripping out his eyes a reality and readied the Amaterasu. Itachi and Sasuke both used the Great Fireball technique, and Sasuke held a slight advantage until Itachi used Amaterasu, which burnt out Sasuke's fireball immediately and melted through his remaining Cursed Seal level 2 wing, as well as scorching his body. Itachi prepared to rip the eyes out of the half-burned Sasuke, but the corpse was shown to be an empty shell left behind, with the real Sasuke dropping to the floor below. He used a new ninjutsu named Fire Release Great Dragon Fire technique from down below. Itachi dodged but still burnt his arm. It soon began to rain, and Sasuke said that this new technique was unavoidable. Zetsu continued watching the fight, narrating their movements and adding background to mysterious moves. Sasuke charged his final technique, Kirin. A huge creature made of lightning appeared, fueled by the Great Dragon Fire technique, which had dumped a huge amount of residual heat into the upper atmosphere, and Sasuke's chakra remained suspended in a usable form, changing with the atmosphere from simply fire chakra into a bolt of lightning characterized in the same form as the earlier Great Dragon Fire technique, but cast instead from lightning. Sasuke hit Itachi, who appeared to be dead. Itachi was then shown to be alive somehow and revealed a third Mangekyo technique, Susanoo, which pulled out the legendary Sword of Totsuka. Giant snakes suddenly appeared out of Sasuke. One of them revealed Orochimaru inside its mouth. Sasuke, having used up nearly all of its chakra fighting Itachi, could no longer suppress Orochimaru, who had been inside of Sasuke since his failed attempt at taking over his body. The snakes were all killed, and Orochimaru was stabbed by the Sword of Totsuka, sealing him in an eternal dream state, and the remains were subsequently sucked into the sake jar that the Sword of Totsuka was sheathed in. Itachi then asked Sasuke if that was all he had. Sasuke proceeded to attack Itachi, again ending in a futile attempt as all of his attacks were reflected by another effective Susanoo, the Yara Mirror, which reflected all attacks directed at Itachi. Sasuke was knocked back down by his own attacks and lay on the ground. Itachi seemed to be invincible when Susanoo began to fade. Itachi walked toward his brother, seeking his eyes. When Itachi reached Sasuke, he poked Sasuke's forehead, saying, "I'm sorry, Sasuke, there won't be a next time," a reference to his constant unfulfilled promises to train with Sasuke in their youth. Itachi then died of exhaustion. Zetsu figured that Itachi must have been injured before the battle started, also noting that Itachi was unable to dodge attacks that he normally would be able to. Sasuke then smiled and closed his eyes before collapsing himself as Itachi's Amaterasu continued to burn around them. Meanwhile, Naruto and the other members of the 8-man squad continued to fight Tobi. Shino attacked with his bugs and even managed to completely swarm Tobi with them. Tobi escaped from the swarm unharmed, however. Zetsu arrived to tell him that Sasuke had won the battle and that Itachi was dead. This was no surprise to Tobi. Zetsu also said that Sasuke was probably dying as well. Just before Tobi and Zetsu left, Kakashi noticed Tobi's Sharingan. Kakashi commented on this while Tobi and Zetsu fled to the battle site. Hinata saw storm clouds and the flames of Amaterasu with her Byakugan. Naruto and the group pursued them. Meanwhile, Tobi and Zetsu reached Sasuke. Tobi told Zetsu to take Itachi's corpse. Naruto's team reached the flames, and Yamato used Earth Release Earth Flow Divide to create a path through it. Naruto became angry when he realized they were too late. Sasuke woke up in a large room. Tobi appeared from the shadows and said that he would tell Sasuke the truth about Itachi. He then began to take off his mask. As Tobi's, whose true identity is none other than Madara, Sharingan was shown, Sasuke's Sharingan was turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes bled and Amaterasu appeared around Tobi. Tobi said that Itachi had implanted his abilities into Sasuke and that they would activate as soon as Tobi's Sharingan was shown. Tobi then said that Itachi had done this to kill Tobi and to protect Sasuke. Sasuke didn't believe him and yelled at Tobi to go away. Tobi then began to tell Sasuke in secret about how Itachi had tried to protect the village as well as Sasuke. But for things to make sense, he would have to go back before the founding of Konoha. At the time, there were many clans that existed, and the Uchiha clan was one of the strongest, only rivaled by the Senju clan, whom they constantly battled. Madara was noticed as the leader of the Uchiha clan because of his powerful chakra, but as Itachi said before, Madara plucked out his brother Izuna's eyes so he could gain an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to end their fighting, Hashirama Senju, the leader of the Senju clan, decided to make a peace offering with the Uchiha, which had formed the village of Konoha. Madara became infuriated when Hashirama became the first Hokage because he feared that the Uchiha clan would be put down. But the Uchiha did not believe their leader's warning, so Madara decided to abandon his own clan and defect from Konoha. Madara used the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to take control of the Nine Tails and take his revenge, and battled Hashirama, which tore up the landscape, and this land would eventually be known as the Valley of the End, the same place that Sasuke battled Naruto before he left Konoha. At the end of the battle, Madara lost control of the Nine Tails, and everyone, even the Uchiha and Hashirama, believed that Madara had died. Afterwards, little by little, the Uchiha clan began losing their power as the village recognized the Senju clan more, and everything Madara had warned his clan about was beginning to come true when the final straw occurred. 16 years ago, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, and due to the Uchiha's reputation back when Madara controlled the Nine Tails against his fight against Hashirama, the leaders of Konoha believed the Uchiha were responsible. As punishment, the Uchiha were forced to live in one area. Itachi was ordered by the elders of Konoha to annihilate the Uchiha because they were planning a coup d'etat against Konoha, and Itachi had done this because he detested war and wanted to maintain Konoha's stability. When Itachi was not even 4 years old, he had seen the bloodshed of the Third Shinobi World War, which caused him to develop a pacifist nature. Coincidentally, Tobi was attempting to destroy Konoha when he encountered Itachi, so Itachi made a deal. If he were to help Itachi wipe out their clan, Madara must leave Konoha alone, which Madara accepted. Sasuke began to believe Tobi was the real bad guy because Itachi said that Madara was controlling the Nine Tails' every move. But Madara denies his involvement, and Itachi only said that because he did not want Sasuke to trust Madara. This triggered a flashback to moments before Itachi's death, revealing that he was not seeking his brother's eyes, but in his final stance with Sasuke, had poked him on the forehead as he did in Sasuke's childhood and smiled at him. After this, Sasuke was shown joining back up with Hebi with his new Mangekyo Sharingan. He told the group that they would be called Taka from now on, and their goal was the complete and utter destruction of Konoha. After the failed mission to find Sasuke or Itachi, Naruto remembered his encounter with Itachi. Itachi asked Naruto why he insisted on trying to save Sasuke who didn't want to be saved. Naruto replied that he was more of a brother to him than he ever was. Satisfied with this answer, Itachi departs, but not before performing a technique on Naruto to prepare him for this chance that Sasuke attacks Konoha. Soon after, Naruto is called to the Hokage's office where he's told by Fukasaku that Jiraiya was killed in Amagakure by pain. Naruto, devastated, left to mourn, while Tsunade, who was equally hurt, had the decoders decode Jiraiya's dying message on Fukasaku's back. Devastated and unable to focus even after encouraging words from Irika Umino, Naruto was taken by Shikamaru Nara to the hospital to see a pregnant Kuranai Yuhi, whose child Shikamaru will instruct. Shikamaru reminded Naruto that there will come a time where all their masters will be gone, and they will be the new masters of new students. With this in mind, Naruto opts to help the decoders decode the message, and saw that the message was written in Jiraiya's unique, if somewhat sloppy, katakana script. With this knowledge, they discover Pain's secret, that the real one isn't there. After deciphering the code, Fukasaku asks that Naruto come with him to learn senjutsu like Jiraiya. After a reverse summon sent Naruto and Fukasaku to Mount Myoboku, the two began the difficult senjutsu training. The training required Naruto to be completely still so as to allow himself to mold natural chakra surrounding him. To speed up the process, a special frog oil was smeared on Naruto that would allow him to use natural chakra, but at a higher risk of turning into a toad statue. After several days to weeks, Naruto successfully learned how to remain perfectly still in order to mold enough natural chakra to enter Sage Mode, and even trained himself in secret to master his wind release Rasen Shuriken. However, when time came to learn Sage Art Amphibian technique to allow Shima and Fukasaku to gather the natural chakra while in combat, the nine-tailed demon fox prevented the fusion, requiring Naruto to come up with an alternate method of entering Sage mode in battle. Meanwhile, Sasuke decided not to take Itachi's eyes to awaken his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, opting to restore their clan his own way. Tobi ordered Taka to find the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee of Kumo. They find him at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning and begin to battle. Taka proves to be a challenge to Bee and he proceeds to go all out. Six Tails unleashed. When Hotaru and her guardian, Tonbi, are being attacked at their mountaintop fort, she and Utakata escape with En no Gyoja's secret kinjutsu, while Tonbi tries to hold off the attackers, but was easily defeated. The attackers, the Amagaki group, go after them. Team Yamato are assigned by Tsunade to go and protect Hotaru on her way to Tsuchigumo village. When the team find the fort, they saw Tonbi, who had been viciously attacked by the four-man bandits. Sakura stays and heals Tonbi, while Naruto, Sai, and Yamato follow Utakata and Hotaru. Naruto catches up to Utakata and Hotaru, and Utakata attacks Naruto with some of his soap bubble ninjutsu. After Utakata learned that they're not attackers, he entrusts the protection of Hotaru to them. Utakata's past is explained, including a vision of his master attempting to draw out his tailed beast. Hotaru refuses to let the Konoha ninja escort her to the Tsuchigumo clan's secret village. Sai then tricks her into thinking that giant leeches are falling on her, and she begs Naruto for protection. When they reach the hidden village, Naruto leaves the village with a suspicious feeling because of the way that the villagers looked at Hotaru. Utakata also starts fighting the Magaki group and starts to gain the upper hand easily, but they trap him in a lightning release barrier that implodes. Hotaru's uncle betrays her to the Magaki group, but when they think that they have found the hidden scroll, it turns out to be a bomb. Hotaru escapes, but she meets up with Utakata in the forest. He faces off against the bandits again and quickly flees. After Utakata escaped with Hotaru, the bandits were confronted by their leader, Shiranami. He showed them that Utakata was a missing nin from Kirigankare with a bounty of 50 million ryo. Akaboshi asked their leader what they should do, which he began to muse about. When Hotaru and Utakata were alone, Utakata was about to leave Hotaru again, but Hotaru, trying to convince him not to leave her alone, partially took off her shirt, showing him something on her back that shocked him. All of a sudden, the Kirigakure Anbu found Utakata and wrapped him up with their water release water whip technique and began subduing him with their lightning release electromagnetic murder. The captain revealed to Hotaru, who he was holding hostage, that Utakata was in their bingo book and was wanted for killing his master. Naruto and his team arrived and managed to loosen one of the water whips holding Utakata. Both parties began to fight, but the leader of the Kirigakure Anbu appeared and discussed the situation with Yamato. Due to Hotaru's insistence to be with Utakata, it was agreed that Utakata stayed with Team Yamato and they wouldn't hunt him until she was safe. But afterwards, they'd resume tracking Utakata down. Tsurugi, the leader, asked Utakata to return to Kirigankare, saying that the village changed, no longer earning the nickname Village of the Bloody Mist. Utakata refuses and says that he will keep doing as he pleases. After the groups part ways, Hotaru begins hurting from an injury sustained during the earlier altercation. Utakata has Naruto collect medicinal herbs. When Naruto returns, he witnesses what was done to Hotaru's back, where her clan's kinjutsu was put. Utakata voices his absolute disdain for people who selfishly take advantage of people's loyalty, only to treat them as tools. Everyone is shocked to hear that Hotaru actually requested for the technique to be sealed into her, after she explained that she wanted her grandfather's dream to restore their clan's glory to come true. When Tonbi voiced his sorrow that by now the clan had probably lost too much strength to ever return to such a status, he suggested that they end the potential danger of the kinjutsu by destroying it. Utakata was surprised that Hotaru's grandfather had created a way to safely remove it from Hotaru's body. When Tonbi insisted that no true master would do such horrific things without a way to undo them, Utakata wondered if the same was true for his master. Utakata resolved to find Tsurugi again to learn some answers about his late master. Hotaru initially refused the idea to destroy the kinjutsu, feeling that it would make her grandfather's efforts for nothing. But Utakata made her see that she couldn't restore their clan with such a destructive technique. While willing to accept this decision as a final act, she offered one other possible solution: to search for a man named Shiranami, who is an immensely gifted ninja who studied En no Gyoja's teachings and could be of great help. It was then decided that Naruto would attempt to find the man in 2 days while preparations for removing the kinjutsu were made. When Naruto sought out Shiranami, the Magaki leader, who believed the latter was an ally, the Magaki group ambushed Naruto and used Infinite Embrace to drain his chakra. While Chushin beat Naruto, Ben-10 almost revealed their plan before Akaboshi silenced him. Angered at being deceived, Naruto unleashed the Nine Tails chakra and broke out of the Infinite Embrace. Though shocked at Naruto's strength, the Magaki used their multiple Infinite Embraces to crush Naruto. Much to their shock, however, Naruto was still able to resist, but not for long. Later, to Hotaru's dismay, Utakata suddenly leaves. Not wanting him to leave her, Hotaru goes off to find him. Along the way, she runs into Shiranami himself. He sympathizes with Hotaru's loneliness and desire to restore their clan. After being convinced not to destroy the technique, she decides to write a message to Utakata. However, Shiranami reveals his true colors and knocks out Hotaru, taking her back to Tsuchigumo village. When Utakata is unable to find Tsurugi, he finds Hotaru's messenger bird with a note for him. While it is from Hotaru saying she found Shiranami, Utakata is still at unease, feeling something is wrong. He goes to the location Hotaru wrote and finds that Shiranami is actually the leader of the bandits who trapped Naruto in a Fuinjutsu. Utakata then uses his tailed beast chakra to scare the bandits and make them run. Afterwards, he and Naruto track Shiranami back to Hotaru's village, where it's discovered that Shiranami took control of the villagers with his technique. The villagers attacked Utakata and Naruto and were also confronted by the Magaki group. Just before things got worse, the rest of Team Yamato arrived while hunting for Hotaru. Yamato, Sai, and Sakura were fighting the villagers and the Magaki group, while Naruto and Utakata were trying to save Hotaru from Shiranami. In the end, Naruto and Utakata managed to save Hotaru, and Team Yamato parts ways with Hotaru and Utakata. Hotaru and Utakata decide to leave Hotaru's village and travel around, while Utakata trained Hotaru to make her stronger. Before they begin, Utakata decides that he wants to confront the Kirigakure Anbu unit and tells Hotaru to stay behind. He attempts to make contact but is unable to do so. He soon discovers the mask of one of the Anbu units that was left behind. After discovering the mask, he reaches the conclusion that the Kiri Anbu were killed, and Utakata is confronted by Akatsuki member Pain, who appears to be the one behind the attack. Pain tells him that he's here to capture the Six Tails. Utakata puts up a fight, but in the end is captured by the Akatsuki. Pain's assault. Killer Bee easily disarms Suigetsu Hozuki and defeats Jugo with Suigetsu's own sword. Sasuke challenges him alone, and despite using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Killer Bee is able to fatally injure Sasuke twice. First when he was stabbed multiple times by Killer Bee's swords, from which he was saved by sucking Karin's chakra, and later by a hit from a three-tailed Killer Bee's lightning release lariat, blowing open his chest, which Jugo restored, infusing his own flesh in Sasuke's body. Annoyed, Killer Bee transformed into the Eight Tails. Suigetsu tried to blow Killer Bee away with a giant wave, but was easily repelled by a tailed beast ball. Out of desperation, and seeing Taka resemble his former team, Sasuke used a Materasu to stop the giant ox. Sasuke cut off one of the beast's tentacles when it almost crushed Karin, but she was hit by another one, igniting her with a Materasu. Sasuke managed to put the flames out on her and on Killer Bee. After collecting the injured and their captive, Sasuke and Jugo head back to the Akatsuki base. When Sasuke delivered Killer Bee to Tobi, he informed him that his true intentions were not to destroy Konoha's elders, but the entire village for making the Uchiha destroy themselves, vowing to destroy anyone who got in his way. His task completed, Sasuke departs to a hideout, not knowing that they were being followed by Kumo Nin-J. When he was discovered, he was attacked by Taka before he could retreat. During the sealing of the Eight Tails, which was taking longer due to losing most Akatsuki members, Killer Bee's body turns back into a tentacle. Killer Bee, still at the battlefield, climbs out of a tentacle at the bottom of the lake, relieved that the Akatsuki kidnapped him and allowed him a chance to leave the village. The Eight Tails cautions that Akatsuki will still be pursuing him and asks Bee why he used up nearly all of his energy going all out, to which Bee responds that he got carried away because Sasuke was one of the strongest opponents he'd ever faced. Upon reaching Konoha, Pain discussed the battle plans for the invasion. The Ashura Path, Preta Path, and New Animal Path will act as diversions, while the Diva Path, Naraka Path, Human Path, and Konin interrogated villagers on the whereabouts of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, either through mind reading or threat of death. Once preparations were complete, the Ashura Path threw the Animal Path into the village, where it summoned the other 6 Paths of Pain, and the invasion began. Because Konoha only expected one invader, the multiple points of attack made it difficult for the village to react. The 5th Hokage called for Naruto to return to the village to aid in its defense, but the messenger toad Kosuke was killed by Danzo before he could leave, to prevent Akatsuki a chance at capturing the Nine Tails, as well as in the hope that Tsunade would lose her position in the attack. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained at the Ninja Academy to summon and use Katsuyu to heal any villager who was injured during the attack. Kakashi Hatake engaged the Diva Path, who was quickly backed up by the Ashura Path. Choza and his team of shinobi, along with his son, Choji Akamichi, came to Kakashi's aid and discovered the Diva Path's unique gravity manipulation has a 5-second window. Despite discovering this secret and the Ashura Path defeated, Choza, along with his team, were critically wounded and Kakashi incapacitated, leaving only Choji to deliver the information to Tsunade. Konohamaru Sarutobi engaged and defeated the Naraka Path, while Sume and Kiba Inuzuka engaged the Preta Path. As the invasion continued, Konin interrogated several Konoha shinobi on Naruto's whereabouts. However, by this time, Naruto had earned the respect of every single Konoha shinobi to the point that not one shinobi was willing to give away Naruto's location and would rather be killed. One such shinobi told Konin to go to hell with a smile on his face, despite the hopeless situation. As the Diva Path confronted Tsunade to question her about Naruto, Shizune, Inoichi, and Ino Yamanaka discovered the secret of Pain's 6 paths. The black receivers planted in the body Jiraiya sent back revealed that each body was merely an animated corpse powered by chakra, and that Pain's real body was elsewhere. As Shizune summarized their analysis, the human path found and read her mind, discovering Naruto was at Mount Myoboku. Upon finding out, and angered by Tsunade's perceived lack of pain, the Diva Path recalled Konan and the 5 other paths out of the village, where he detonated a powerful Shinra Tensei, destroying most of the village. Having caught word of Pain's attack, the toads at Mount Myoboku prepared for the counterattack. Shima, who was at Konoha at the time, was told to prepare a reverse summoning to bring Naruto, Fukasaku, Gamabunta, Gamaken, Gamahiro, and Gamakichi to Konoha, moments after the Shinra Tensei leveled the village. After using the Naraka path to repair the destroyed Ashura path, the animal was launched back into the village and resummoned the rest of the paths back to fight the Jinchuriki. Using his newly learned Senjutsu techniques and a perfected wind release Rasen Shuriken, Naruto saved Tsunade and handily defeated the Ashura, human, animal, and Naraka paths before the Diva path regained enough strength to fight on its own again. When he was finally caught and held by the energy-absorbing Preta path, Naruto used the Senjutsu chakra to disrupt the Preta path's chakra flow, turning it into a frog statue before finally facing the Diva path, Pain's last and most often used body. Pain quickly dispatched the giant toads and gained the upper hand, killing Fukasaku in the process. Using another gravity manipulation technique to grab and immobilize Naruto, Pain then pinned him to the ground with his chakra disruption blades in order to take him away. Before departing, Naruto asked Pain why he had done everything, to which Pain replied that the world could never have the peace Jiraiya fought for because the world was too full of hatred, and therefore the only way to create world peace was through force. By using the tailed beasts, Pain planned on making a weapon strong enough to destroy a country, and the fear of that weapon would prevent more fighting. Shikamaru Nara, having survived the destruction of Konoha, met with the Yamanaka group carrying Shizune's body. When they were told what information she knew, Shikamaru concluded that Pain's real body was somewhere close to the village, at a high enough place that he could send his chakra across a large enough distance to control the 6 paths with no difficulty. As Pain was describing his quest for world peace, his true body, Nagato, emaciated and with several chakra blades sticking out of his back, was shown in his and Konan's hiding place, a makeshift tree on a high mountain close to the village. Hinata Hyuga came to his rescue after confessing her love for Naruto, but was quickly struck down and critically wounded. Believing that Pain had killed her, Naruto lost control of his anger and slipped into his 6-tailed transformation. The first Hokage's necklace reacted to this and tried to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, but was removed and destroyed. With the Nine-Tails in control of Naruto's body, it fought and overwhelmed Pain, causing him to retreat from the village in order to get close enough to Nagato to use Chibaku Tensei. With the Nine-Tails controlling Naruto and Pain out of the village, Sakura Haruno ordered all those who could help to tend to the wounded and for a team, including herself, to help the critically wounded Hinata. Team Guy, who was returning from a mission, passed the injured Gamabunta, who informed them that Konoha was in danger. Elsewhere, Yamato, who was with Sai and Anko Mitarashi on a mission hunting Kabuto Yakashi, sensed that Naruto had released 6 tails of the Nine-Tails, and headed back to find and stop him. While still being pursued by the Nine-Tails, Pain, through the great strain of Nagato, used the Chibaku Tensei to create a giant miniature moon in an attempt to capture the Nine-Tails. During this time, Naruto, locked in his own subconscious and lost in despair, called out for help to a response of Pain's visions of peace. In the end, while the apparently evil Pain had a plan to deal with the hatred of the world, Naruto did not. Taking advantage of his pain, the Nine-Tails convinced Naruto to destroy everything in the world by releasing the seal. This caused the seal to distort. Despite the strength of the miniature moon, the distorted seal allowed the 8th tail to grow, partially breaking free of the sphere. In his mind, just as he was about to remove the seal to release the 9th tail, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, appeared and spoke to Naruto. Minato revealed to Naruto that he was his father, and he sealed the Nine-Tails into him because he too felt the Nine-Tails was forced to come to Konoha, and believed a masked being within Akatsuki was behind the attack. After easing Naruto's fears that he couldn't change the world, Minato repaired the seal and sent Naruto back to finish his battle. With the Nine-Tails chakra suppressed, Naruto and Pain resumed their battle, with Naruto tricking Pain into using a Shinra Tensei on dozens of shadow clones, and giving Naruto enough time to strike him with a Rasengan during that 5-second window. The last body of Pain was defeated, and Naruto used its black receivers to track down and confront Nagato himself. Having reached the makeshift tree, Naruto asked Nagato why he hated Konoha, and what had made him the way he was. Nagato, still wanting to know Naruto's reply to his question, answered with 2 stories. The first was how his parents were killed during the Second Shinobi World War, which led to the activation of his Rinnegan. The second he began with how he met his friends Konan and Yahiko, the boy whose body would later become the Diva Path. Yahiko had revealed to the small makeshift family that he wanted to rule the world and to stop the world's wars. After their dog Chibi was killed by an explosive tag as collateral damage from the Sanin's battle with Salamander Hanzo, Yahiko declared that he wouldn't just rule the world, but would become a god, a dream that sparked the same desire in Nagato. Nagato then revealed how Yahiko approached Jiraiya to ask him to train himself, Nagato, and Konan to be ninja. During the training, Nagato had used the Rinnegan to save Yahiko. Seeing this, Jiraiya told Nagato about the time of never-ending wars, when a messiah, the Sage of Six Paths, appeared and spread his religion across the world, which came to be the ninja techniques that shinobi use today. Jiraiya thought the sage had been reborn as Nagato and entrusted him to find the answer and spread peace in the world before leaving the three orphans. Years later, the three formed a gang in Amagakure led by Yahiko to abolish wars and bring peace to the world. Their fame captured the attention of Hanzo, who approached Yahiko to join hands and work together to bring peace among the war-torn countries of Earth, Fire, and Wind. This association turned out to be a trap laid by Hanzo, as he feared that Yahiko's group would take over the leadership of Amagakure. He lured Yahiko and Nagato to an area which was surrounded by many Konoha Anbu route shinobi, with Danzo leading them. Hanzo had kidnapped Konan and proposed for Yahiko to die to save Konan's life. He threw a kunai in Nagato's direction and ordered him to kill Yahiko. Yahiko agreed to die, but Nagato refused to kill him. Seeing this, Yahiko forcibly held Nagato's hand with the kunai and slit his own throat. A dying Yahiko told Nagato that he had to live, as he was the Messiah. Nagato told Naruto that Yahiko's death was the second great source of pain for him. This incident led Nagato to go berserk, and he used his Rinnegan's abilities to subdue and backfire all attacks on him by Hanzo's men. But in the midst of this, Nagato's legs were horribly burnt by Hanzo's fire release technique while he was saving Konan. He ultimately summoned a large animated statue for the battle, which imbued several chakra rods from its body into Nagato's back in order to use the latter's chakra. The statue then released a soul-removing dragon which killed many of Hanzo's men. But as Nagato was about to target Hanzo himself, he fled the scene with the body flicker technique. Nagato told Naruto that he'd become the leader of their gang and had carried on Yahiko's agenda to bring peace to the world. After hearing Nagato's story, Naruto reflected on everything he had heard. Naruto agreed that some of the things Nagato mentioned were true, but he also said that Jiraiya had believed in him, and that he would believe in what Jiraiya had believed in, and that was why he would not kill Nagato. Nagato questioned this, and Naruto pulled out the book that Jiraiya had written. He began reading from it, and told Nagato the main character's name was Naruto. Naruto then said that he would become Hokage, and he promised peace for Amagakure as well. Nagato then stated that Naruto was like him when he was younger. He said that he would believe in Naruto and prepared to use a technique. Upon using this technique, Nagato used his outer path to release all of the souls that had been captured, and used it to also revive those who died, including Kakashi, Fukasaku, and Shizune. At Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage was shown telling Gamabunta that everyone had been revived, and that he found it surprising that it was two of Jiraiya's pupils that would bring about the revolution to the ninja world. Nagato then entrusted his will to Naruto and passed away. Konan decided to leave the Akatsuki and took both Nagato and Yahiko's bodies, telling Naruto that she would believe in him. She then used her paper to create a bouquet of flowers as a sign of peace and gave them to Naruto. Naruto erected a shrine in the forest in honor of his sensei and started to make his way back to the ruins of Konoha. He almost succumbed to exhaustion but was caught by a newly revived Kakashi, who carried Naruto on his back to the border of the village. Awaiting him were his friends and companions. As the villagers congratulated Naruto, Ebisu and Iruka thought about how their opinion of Naruto had undergone an immense change over the years. He was once considered a nuisance and a demon, but as his deeds were recognized, he became a true hero in the eyes of many. Naruto's ultimate dream of acknowledgement had come true at last. In the anime, this takes place during this arc, but in the manga, it takes place during the 5 Kage Summit. Tsunade was left in a comatose state after using all of her chakra to protect the villagers. Meanwhile, during the council meeting after the invasion, Danzo was able to persuade the Fire Daimyo to make him the acting 6th Hokage. Having finally acquired the title, he labeled Sasuke Uchiha a missing nin and ordered his assassination. Team Samui of Kumo arrived in Konoha, with news that Sasuke's team had kidnapped Killer Bee, and was looking for whatever information Konoha had on Sasuke. Meanwhile, on their way to Konoha, Taka, having abandoned Akatsuki after capturing the Eight Tails, was stopped by Tobi. Tobi, angered that Taka had failed to actually capture the Eight Tails, assigned Taka a new mission: kill Danzo, the new Hokage, at the summit. Zetsu's white half left to lead the way. Toby told Black Zetsu that Pain's defeat was a major hindrance to his plans and that Sasuke would be of no use to him if he couldn't be controlled properly. Toby decided to finally step out of the shadows and commence with his Eye of the Moon plan. Past arc. The Locus of Konoha. After Naruto defeated Pain, Iruka, along with Suzume and Daikoku Funeno, approached the ruins of the academy to salvage things for class. They split up and Iruka sees the destroyed academy, remembering when he began as a teacher and the day Hiruzen Sarutobi assigned Naruto Uzumaki to his class. Though he refused at first, due to Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Iruka accepts. The next day, Naruto pulls a prank on Iruka, but instead of scolding him, Iruka tells Naruto to sit in his seat, remembering the advice given to him from Daikoku. When seeing Naruto being bullied by the other students because of his failed attempts to be better than Sasuke, Iruka tells them not to bother a kid like him. The next day, Naruto learns that Sasuke is the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan. After class, Naruto wants to join Hibachi and his friends in their test of courage, although Hibachi tells him not to follow them. Naruto pranks them later in the night by dressing up as a fox demon. Hearing them say that they saw a fox demon, Iruka runs to the Konoha gravesite and learns it's Naruto. Recognizing Iruka's glare as the same one everyone else in the village gives him, Naruto runs off with the intent not to return to the academy again. The next day, Naruto is absent in class and denied to be seen by the third Hokage. Iruka sits in the park where he meets Kakashi Hatake and discusses his issues of being Naruto's teacher. Kakashi remembers when after his mission with him, Iruka decided to become an instructor at the academy to pass the will of fire to the next generation. Hibachi and his friends decide to let Naruto in their group if he would do their test of courage. Hibachi was told by his father that in the hills there are corpses left by enemy ninja. Naruto agrees to get an item from a corpse in the hills. Hibachi tells his friends that there are still enemy ninja in the hills after Naruto left. When Iruka sees that Naruto is absent again, Hibachi says he hasn't seen him, but Shikamaru Nara, having heard of his trick, tells Iruka, who runs out of the classroom to find Naruto. Remembering Suzume telling him of the enemy ninja, Iruka tries to find Naruto before enemy ninja do. Elsewhere, Kakashi hears from Shikamaru and Choji that Iruka went to look for Naruto in the hills. Iruka finds Naruto and tries to get him to go back to the academy, but Naruto refuses and tells him that he doesn't understand him. Naruto uses his sexy technique to escape Iruka before finding a kunai with a paper on it. 3 enemy kunoichi approach Naruto, demanding that he gives them the kunai, but he refuses, having them resort to getting it by force. Finding his sexy technique useless on women, Naruto flees before running into Iruka as he protects the boy while evading the kunoichi until Kakashi arrives and easily defeats them. Itachi gives the third Hokage the paper that was hidden on the kunai that Naruto found. Iruka then thanks Hiruzen for making him Naruto's teacher, which made him remember why he became one. Now being strict with Naruto to keep him from getting into trouble, Iruka's after-class lecture on the Will of Fire gave Naruto his aspirations to become the next Hokage. When Naruto and Sakura go get water for the Comatose Tsunade, Kakashi has a flashback of when he was appointed as the leader of Team 7 after the team's formation. He watches Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, seeing Naruto and Sasuke's constant competition, and remembers what Minato and Obito said to him about teamwork and those abandoning their comrades being worse than scum. Meanwhile, Koharu and Homura discuss with Hiruzen his decision of having Naruto outside the village and being put on the same team as Sasuke. Danzo listens in on their discussion and thinks Hiruzen put Naruto and Sasuke on the same team due to the Uchiha being able to control the nine-tailed demon fox with their Sharingan, which he thinks is a good idea. After noticing Sakura depressed, Naruto tries to pick a fight with Sasuke, though all his techniques are no use. Sasuke easily beats Naruto and the members of Team 7 decide to go meet their squad leader. Kakashi's flashback ends, knowing as the group's leader it's up to him to put a stop to Sasuke's road of hatred. Naruto and Sakura meet up with Tazuna and Inari, who came to help rebuild the village. Naruto has a flashback that takes place after Team 7 finished their mission in the Land of Waves. Naruto remembers he forgotten Ichiraku ramen coupon at Inari's house and runs back to get it. Tazuna finds the coupon and Inari decides to give it to Naruto. On his way, Inari runs into Akane and his friends who try to pick on him with Team 7 gone. Zori and Waraji hear of this and kidnap the kids. Sakura and Sasuke, who were ordered by Kakashi to bring back Naruto, learn from Tazuna that Inari has gone to meet up with them. Meanwhile, the remnants of Gato's thugs decide to take Gato's place and hold Inari and the others for ransom. Naruto finds his coupon and also traces of a struggle. Sasuke also notices cuts on the trees from a sword, which Naruto remembers were from Gato's 2 bodyguards. At the thugs' hideout, Inari and the others escape from the thug. Inari decides to distract them while Akane and his friends escape. Inari is chased into a dead end by the thugs but jumps into the water. While swimming away, Naruto and Sasuke find him and pull him out of the water. The thugs find him and fight Naruto and Sasuke, who are no match against them. When the thugs are about to flee, the villagers surround them, forcing them to give up. Akane and his friends apologize to Inari for bullying him and they all become friends. Then Inari tells Naruto he left his coupon at his house, so Naruto checks his pocket and wonders why it's missing. Sasuke then tells Naruto that it's probably drifted when he was in the river pulling out Inari, much to his dismay. The flashback ends, and Inari decides to make it up to Naruto by building a new, better ramen ichiraku for him. In a flashback of Naruto and Sakura's, Team 7 are on a mission to take an ostrich called Condor to his home. They arrive at a village where they see a swordsman named Tsukado who has a vendetta to carry out on a man named Katazu, who killed his distant relative Shikazo. Tsukado fails to defeat him, so Naruto decides to teach him unusual revenge lessons. When Mr. Ostrich is running wild and about to run over a little girl, Tsukado shows his hidden skills to stop him, shocking Naruto. Tsukado can't seem to use his skills against Katazu as the look he gives him seems to drain him. The next day, a man named Kanabun and his gang bring Katazu to Tsukado, who want to profit off their fight. Tsukado doesn't hold back and manages to get the upper hand, though Naruto notices something is wrong. Naruto suddenly stops the fight, saying Katazu couldn't have killed Shikazo as his sword isn't sharpened, and the look of his eyes. Katazu reveals that his twin brother Kageki accidentally killed Shikazo. Kageki loaned him some money, and after his child's birth, he needed money and asked Shikazo if he could be repaid. Shikazo refused, and they began fighting, resulting in Shikazo falling and hitting his head hard on a stone, killing him. Katazu then took his brother's identity and attracted Shikazo's pursuers, while Kageki and his family went into hiding. Tsukado decides not to kill him and ends their years of fighting, though Kanabun wants them to keep fighting. The swordsmen, Team 7 and Mr. Ostrich chase the Kanabun gang out of town. While going back home, Naruto wonders if it ended alright and Kakashi says it depends on them, and there the flashback ends. At Tsunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari learn of Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha. Kankuro wonders if they'll be able to rebuild, though Gaara knows they will since they have Naruto and he has a flashback. Team 7 are sent on a mission to stop a group of bandits located between Konoha and Suna, resulting in the two villages working together for the first time since Suna's invasion, though Naruto is reluctant. They meet with a team from Suna who are led by Gaara, shocking Team 7. Gaara introduces his subordinates, Yaoki and Korobi, who are scared of Gaara's sand abilities. Kakashi notices a change in Gaara, seeing that he's mellower than he was before and no longer has his bloodlust. Both Kakashi and Gaara decide to split up so they can simultaneously attack the bandit base from different sides located on a mountain. Before they can do, Gaara secretly informs Kakashi that he's being followed by another group from Suna and hopes he won't be a burden. Though Kakashi is completely fine with it, as the more they overcome, the stronger both their villages' bond will be. Hiding in the trees are a group of Suna ninja who plan on killing Gaara. When Gaara's team are heading in their direction, Gaara is ambushed by the group who uses techniques that prevent him from using his sand. Gaara tells Yaoki and Korobi to flee as the ninja are only after him. Team 7 notice another group of Suna ninja who are watching them. When realizing they aim to kill Gaara, Naruto runs off to find Gaara while the rest of Team 7 fight the assassination squad. Naruto finds Yaoki and Korobi and learns Gaara is in danger. He asks them why they abandoned their friend, which leaves Yaoki and Korobi wondering if Gaara is their friend. Naruto rescues Gaara from the assassination squad with multiple shadow clones who fight them off with the help of Yaoki and Korobi, who tell Gaara they're his friends. Gaara then easily takes out the rest of the ninja. Team 7 and Gaara's team continue and finish their mission as they bid each other farewell. After Team 7 leaves, Gaara asks Yaoki and Korobi what they said to him, and they happily say they're his friends, which brings a smile to Gaara. The flashback ends and Gaara thanks Naruto for helping him form his first bond with Konoha. Choji and Naruto bring lunch to Sakura and Shizune, with Naruto leaving to assist in rebuilding Ichiraku. Upon hearing Choji quote the saying, "Fools never catch a cold," Sakura gets a flashback of catching Naruto's cold. Sakura sees Tsunade at her office where she collapses. Tsunade then speculates the cause to be the chakra virus. The illness, which turns chakra into a terrible flu, was found long ago in another village where Naruto has recently gone for a mission. Tsunade, not wanting to contaminate the village, orders Shizune and a team of medical ninja to capture Naruto. The medical nin try to capture Naruto, who thinks they're after him for overeating ramen, but fail as he escapes every time. The next morning, Naruto finds the village deserted and gets shot at from a distance from one of the medical ninja. Naruto finds the ninja and learns that the villagers were evacuated to a safe shelter and that Tsunade has ordered Naruto's capture without explaining the reason. Shizune and a team of medical ninja then arrive and chase after Naruto, who tries to locate Tsunade. Naruto finds Tsunade, who tries to corner him with tall walls. Choji, Kiba, and Tenten, who were also ordered to capture Naruto, each stand on different sides. Though they defeat many groups of shadow clones, they're unable to capture the real Naruto. The real Naruto flees to Konoha Hospital, distracting Shino with another shadow clone as he hides in one of the rooms. Naruto then discovers the room to be where Sasuke was recuperating in after their mission to the Land of Tea. Learning Naruto was the source of the ruckus occurring outside, Sasuke kicks Naruto out of his room, allowing the medical ninja to grab him. After getting results from Naruto, Shizune tells Tsunade that he does not have the chakra virus but had sneezed due to the pepper he had in his pocket, with Sakura just having an allergic reaction from said sneeze. After his release, Naruto demands an apology from Tsunade for her mistake. However, she covers it up by claiming the entire event as an emergency drill. Tenten and Neji Hyuga arrive at a Konoha tool research lab for more tools due to the weakened military power after Pain's invasion. In a flashback, Might Guy has Naruto join Team Guy on a mission with Rock Lee in the hospital. For the mission, Guy assigns Tenten as captain of the team. Team Tenten arrives at the lab and asks for the toolmaker Ayo for more tools. He shows them some of his latest tools, though they are all completely useless. The impatient Tenten then demands for the tools they need from them. The team checked on Ayo's progress but went missing. Neji uses his Byakugan and finds Ayo hidden deep under the lab. They get past all the traps placed with Tenten's help and find a stash of Ayo's tools. Ayo is impressed with Tenten's skills and decides to test her with his latest invention when suddenly one of the traps outside is triggered. They all run outside to see two ninja named Gamaru and Kusune who demand more tools from Ayo, who refuses. Naruto and Neji decide to fight them as they summon two prototype tools of Ayo's, Dako and Surukame. Ayo's apprentice, Shosaki, confesses that he sold them the tools. With Naruto and Neji struggling with the two ninja, Ayo has Tenten use his latest invention, Jidanda. Tenten uses exploding tags to lift the giant iron ball into the air with the recoils of the explosions and throws Jidanda at Gamaru and Kusune. Though the attack was blocked by Surukame, the Jidanda reveals exploding tags inside and explodes on Gamaru and Kusune. After the fight, Ayo takes Jidanda back from Tenten, who is hoping to keep it to make more adjustments. Naruto and Neji cheer her up with complimenting on how great she was in the fight. The flashback ends and Tenten hopes that Ayo finish the adjustments. In the ruins of Konoha, Mr. Ostrich decides to tell the story of his rivalry with Naruto to his young and how Naruto would interfere with his freedom. Tsunade assigns Naruto to capture Mr. Ostrich, who escaped again into Training Ground Zero. Unlike last time, Mr. Ostrich trained himself into becoming a nindacho. Tsunade has Kotetsu Hagane captain the team of Naruto, Shino, and Lee. Izumo Kamizuki learns of Kotetsu's mission and whines about not being with Kotetsu, which annoys Tsunade. Kotetsu has Shino locate Mr. Ostrich with his Kikaichu, and the team manages to find him, who laughs at Naruto. Shino has Naruto try and distract him while he would surprise him with his bugs. Naruto says an insult about Mr. Ostrich's father, but makes a fool of himself instead. Shino's bugs get eaten by fly traps, and the ostrich makes an escape. Lee runs after him, but runs into a boxing kangaroo. Mr. Ostrich runs to Naruto and surprises him with his ability to speak. Naruto, Kotetsu, and Lee all struggle fighting against the powerful animals and decide to retreat. Kotetsu decides for the team to no longer hold back against them when suddenly Mr. Ostrich and the kangaroo find them. Mr. Ostrich, who now names himself Condor, is tired of humans domesticating animals and formed a team of ninja animals. Shino tries to sneak his bugs to Condor again, but they're eaten yet again by an anteater who is part of Condor's team. The team battles against the animals, who prove to be a handful. Kotetsu decides to use his conch shell mace to fight Condor, who is knocked down by his powerful kicks. Izumo arrives and yells at Kotetsu to run from Condor's attack. Izumo uses his water release, starch syrup capturing field to trap Condor, and Kotetsu manages to strike him down. The rest of the team manages to defeat the other animals they were fighting. Izumo arrived to help out Kotetsu, but resulted in leaving a stack of Tsunade's paperwork unfinished. Kotetsu decides to make it up for him by finishing the work. The flashback ends, and Naruto finds Condor, who is surprised to see he escaped yet again and chases after him. Lee arrives at Tsunade's tent and asks Sakura how she's feeling, though Sakura nods her head no. Lee brought a bottle of medicine Guy made for him to get well, and has a flashback of when Tsunade told him he could no longer become a ninja. Naruto and Sakura find Ino Yamanaka at the hospital, who tells them they have a mission together. They say their hellos to Lee in his room. Lee accidentally drops his youth drink bottle that Guy made for him, but Naruto catches it and drinks it all, putting Lee in dismay. Lee explains that with the drink he'd be able to recover a little faster. Naruto decides to go see Guy to have him make another drink. Guy appoints Naruto to a mission to go to Mount Jofuku to retrieve the Jofuku flower, a medicinal herb said to cure any illness, which is the missing ingredient in the medicine he is making. Before setting off, Naruto puts on the green jumpsuit that Guy gave him. Naruto meets Sakura and Ino at the village gate, who are waiting to leave with Naruto on their mission. Naruto tells them of his mission at Mount Jofuku, which is also the place of this team's mission. The team takes a break at a small tea shop where the old lady there warns them of Jofuku Forest that has ghosts of dead ninja wandering about. The team head to Jofuku Forest, where they find a large sign blocking a path. Naruto decides to go through it with Sakura and Ino following him, having no choice. Naruto finds the Jofuku flowers, but upon pulling them causes some sand appearing that forms into Gaara after the mentioning of him from Ino. The team is shocked to see Gaara and decide to retreat, but suddenly the Gaara imposter starts attacking Naruto, having the same abilities as the real Gaara. Ino tries her mind-body switch technique on the imposter but cannot sense a consciousness in it. Naruto destroys the Gaara imposter with the Naruto Uzumaki combo and a Rasengan. Suddenly, they're approached by an old medical ninja from Konoha named Furofuki, who is doing research in the forest. Sakura asks Furofuki who or what was the Gaara imposter. They're given the answer that it was a Jofuku flower, which assumes the form of the nemesis of whoever pulls it. They give Furofuki the letter that they were assigned to do, and are given another mission by her to take loads of Jofuku flowers back to Konoha. With the final ingredient in hand, Guy is able to finish the medicine and makes a bowl full of medicine balls for Lee. Lee is shocked to hear that Sakura and her team did this and decides to recover as soon as possible. When Lee starts devouring the horrible tasting medicine balls, Guy does 1,000 push-ups, not wanting Lee to be the only one to suffer, and the flashback ends. After leaving for his 2-year training with Jiraiya, Naruto begins training to prepare to counter Genjutsu when he meets Sasuke again. Jiraiya summons Gamariki to help train Naruto to cancel Genjutsu by putting him under a weird Genjutsu by kissing him. Naruto finds Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Sakura all with the appearance of Gamariki in the weird Genjutsu world. Naruto tries to cancel it by disrupting his inner chakra flow but ends up knocking Gamariki into a river, having Jiraiya release Naruto from Genjutsu. Outside the village they were in, Naruto and Jiraiya disrupt this chakra flow on a lake, which he keeps failing at. At the end of the day, Jiraiya remembers why he chose to teach Naruto. He sees his student, Minato Namikaze, as a son, which makes Naruto like a grandson to him. The next day, Naruto successfully manages to disrupt his inner chakra without falling into the lake, completing the first part of his Genjutsu training. To complete the final part of his Genjutsu training, Jiraiya takes Naruto to a village he once visited on his journeys that is surrounded by a forest that gives off something to someone's chakra flow to the brain similar to Genjutsu. Jiraiya finds a wall around the village and he and Naruto are shot by chili pepper bombs. The boy who shot them, named Tanishi, whose parents once gave Jiraiya a place to stay during his journey. Tanishi demands that they leave when he hears other villagers coming. Jiraiya and Naruto sneak in the village and demand Tanishi the situation. Tanishi tells about a group of missing nin from Amagakure led by a ninja named Kandachi, who were hiding in the village and wanted to take over. He threatened the women and children would be killed if word comes out of their presence. Tanishi's father, Sukune, stood up against a ninja by freeing them from their Genjutsu and shooting a chili pepper bomb at them. Kandachi brutally murdered Sukune, who died to protect his village. To that day, Tanishi thought of his father as a fool for getting himself killed. Jiraiya knocks out Tanishi after being told to leave the village. Jiraiya, pretending to be caught by Naruto disguised as Tanishi, takes him to Kandachi, who remembers Jiraiya. Jiraiya wonders why the right-hand man of Hanzo ran from his village, which Kandachi states no longer has a leader and is no longer their village. The real Tanishi arrives, exposing Naruto and Jiraiya's plan. Keeping his promise, Kandachi summons the Conch King and decides to have the hostage villagers killed. Tanishi begs Kandachi to spare the villagers, but does not hear him out. While Jiraiya saves the villagers, Naruto decides to take on Kandachi and the Conch King, but his Rasengan does no damage to the creature. The two beat Naruto down constantly, and Tanishi wonders why Naruto is being such a fool that doesn't give up. Naruto tells Tanishi to take the villagers to safety while he fights Kandachi and the Conch King. With the help of a fellow villager and Jiraiya, Tanishi takes the villagers to safety. Jiraiya joins Naruto to fight Kandachi, and the two are put under the water-release Genjutsu Mystic Frog Prison by the Conch King. With the arrival of Tanishi, who has decided to be a fool like Naruto and his father, Naruto and Jiraiya are released from the Genjutsu with the chili pepper bomb. Jiraiya and Naruto turn out to be shadow clones, and the real Jiraiya tells Naruto to create a more powerful Rasengan similar to the one that knocked out Gamariki. Naruto works on creating the Rasengan while Jiraiya held onto the Conch King with Wild Lion's main technique. After Naruto finished creating his first Big Ball Rasengan, he uses it to defeat Kandachi and the Conch King. After the battle, Naruto asks Kandachi why he couldn't have asked the village to hide him and his group, and he tells him he is no fool, which Naruto responds to by punching him, saying that if he has, things would have gone better. After the battle, Naruto asks Kandachi why he couldn't have just asked the village to hide him and his group, and he tells him that he's no fool, and Naruto responds to this by punching him and saying that if he was, things would have gone better. With the Ame ninja gone, Naruto and Jiraiya, along with the villagers, mourn for Sukune, telling him that they're finally free. Naruto and Jiraiya leave the village, with Jiraiya seeing Naruto as a grandson to him, which seemed to freak out Naruto. A group of ninja cats led by a giant cat visit Nekoba's shop who want to buy tools from her. While finding an old book of hers, a picture of Team 7 with a giant paw print falls, which the cat leader picks up and has a flashback. Team 7 is hired by Nekoba to get the paw print of the boss of the ninja cat underworld, Nekomata, to put in her paw encyclopedia, which was a game played by Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke when they were younger. The mention of Itachi angers Sasuke, and he leaves to prepare for the mission. Nekoba explains to Naruto and Sakura of the Uchiha brothers' game where Itachi would assign Sasuke to collect paw prints from fast cats to large lions. Sometime Sasuke stopped playing the game and 2 paw prints remained. Nekoba collected one of the 2 paw prints from Yugito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, and asks Team 7 to collect the last one from Nekomata, who has hidden himself in a fortress. Outside the shop, Sasuke prepares for the mission, hoping to pass the boundary his brothers set. Nekoba gives Team 7 cat ears to infiltrate Nekomata's fortress. After being guided by Hina and Denka, Team 7 head to the fortress. At first, they manage to fool the guards, but after Naruto blows his cover, the cats alert the other cats of intruders. Sasuke and Sakura sneak in without Naruto and split up to find Nekomata. They both manage to find Nekomata's location from other cats and head to his location, but run into cats they're forced to fight, though they defeat in the end. Sasuke finds Nekomata, who is surprised Sasuke got by all his guards. Nekomata begins the fight by placing Sasuke under Genjutsu, but Sasuke breaks it with the Sharingan. For the rest of the fight, Nekomata relies on brute force. When Sasuke was about to be killed, Naruto and Sakura arrive to save him. Naruto decides to take on Nekomata, though Sasuke decides to beat him himself with a bunch of kunai with exploding tags hanging above him, which Sasuke had thrown during the fight. The ceiling collapses on Nekomata, defeating him, and Sasuke collects the last paw print. Thus ends the flashback. Nekomata remembers 7 years before his fight with Sasuke that he fought and lost to Itachi, who told him that Sasuke would fight him in 7 years and not to hold back. Nekoba states that it's unfortunate that the two brothers who loved each other eventually began to have hatred towards each other. An elderly ninja named Kosuke Marubashi has a flashback of a mission he had with Naruto years before Konoha's destruction. Kosuke is a ninja of Konoha who has been genin for 50 years. Naruto is tasked with patrolling areas near the village after the invasion, so other countries won't try invading them. Surprised to learn that Kosuke is a ninja who's on the same team as him for this mission, and also about the famous Konoha ninja he served under. Naruto and the other members come to enjoy his presence, finding him very useful to have around. During the mission, Kosuke shares a bit of his history, including missions under the 2nd and 3rd Hokage. When Iwa Nin start to attack, the Jonin of the group stay behind to allow Naruto and Kosuke to alert the village. The Iwa Nin eventually reach them, but they're able to shrug them off. Naruto questions Kosuke about a high-level technique he used. The Kunoichi captain of the Iwa Nin reaches them and gets angry when she learns so many of her genin troop were defeated by a few genin. Kosuke tells Naruto to go on without him and starts fighting her, using techniques he learned from previous Hokage. Naruto comes back and Kosuke defeats the Kunoichi. At the present, Kosuke sees Naruto from afar and remembers serving under the 4th Hokage, and muses to himself that the 4th left behind a fine son, meaning he's one of the few people who is aware of Naruto's lineage. After seeing a traveling musician visiting Konohagakure while the citizens are rebuilding, Kakashi Hatake remembers his and Team 7's incident with Hanare of the Jomai village. After returning from a mission, Team 7 sees Anbu members taking a captured spy in for questioning. When she resists Ibiki's interrogation, they decide to have Inoichi Yamanaka read her mind. He learns that she didn't find anything about Konoha, but finds it curious that she knows nothing about her own village, and is surprised to see a young Kakashi in her memories. Kakashi has no memory of Hanare, and Inoichi suggests he spend time with her, hoping he can use the Sharingan to learn more. Kakashi and Hanare walk around the village. Ino lets Sakura know Kakashi is with someone and rushes to see for herself, meeting Naruto and Sasuke on the way, who already know and are also interested. Hanare tells Kakashi that she met him years ago when she was lost, and how he helped her find her way back. They try to eavesdrop on the two, but end up falling on top of them, knocking Kakashi directly on top of Hanare, uncovering his Sharingan. The three cover up by saying they approve Kakashi and Hanare's supposed relationship. Konoha learns that Hanare's village has a Konoha Jonin in custody and agree to a hostage exchange. Kakashi objects to the trade. During the trade, Kakashi explodes the bridge on which the trade occurred, intending to take Hanare back. The Jomai village head tells her to rush back to the village with the information she collected. When Team 7 corners him, the village head commits suicide to prevent information leaking. Hanare reaches a cliff and Kakashi reaches her. He tells her that he knows about her special information gathering technique, which allows her to look inside her own mind and read the mind of those probing her, because he accidentally copied it with the Sharingan when he was knocked on top of her. Hanare tells him that she has erased all the information she had on Konoha, because for the first time she felt like she was home and belonged somewhere, when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura accepted her, having never known her parents and being raised out of her village. By the time the others reach him, Kakashi is alone, claiming Hanare jumped off the cliff when she was cornered. Hanare lived and is seen walking where she met Kakashi as a kid. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi asked to interview Neji about Naruto for a report they're doing for Academy students who want to know more about Naruto. Neji hesitates but agrees to talk with them. He tells them about what happened after he lost his fight to Naruto in the Chunin exams. After Hiyashi revealed the circumstances of Hisashi's death, Tenten spoke with Neji. They're interrupted by the invasion, with fights breaking out throughout Konoha. Neji finds his grandfather, a Hyuga clan elder, defeated. He learns that 2 Kumo spectators took the invasion as a chance and kidnapped Hinata to take her Byakugan. The elder urges him to rescue Hinata no matter what. They find Kiba and Akamaru and set out to rescue Hinata. On the way, they run into a trap, but Tenten stays behind to take care of it and lets the others go ahead. They close in on the two Kumonin who notice the trap has been triggered and begin to leave. Hinata, having awakened, strikes one of her captors. Kiba charges in. Smoke bombs explode and he leaves with Hinata. One of the captors tries to attack Kiba, who strikes back with a gentle fist maneuver, defeating them. Neji disguised himself as Kiba and fled the smoke bomb site, leaving Kiba and the real Hinata behind. The remaining kidnapper begins fighting using long-range earth release techniques and almost defeats Neji, but Hiyashi appears and defeats him when he tries to escape. Neji asks why Hiyashi would leave Konoha during the invasion, learning that Hiyashi cares about his daughter, and that Hiyashi sees Neji as a memento from his younger brother, Hizashi. Konohamaru complains that the story had nothing to do with Naruto, and Neji tells him that Naruto was the most important thing about the story. Without him, it might not have ever happened. He remembers how Hinata apologized for the trouble she caused Neji, but he told her that he did it because he wanted to, his battle with Naruto having changed him. When Naruto was asked by Shikamaru and Shiho to see if he recognizes anyone in the photos they were able to recover, Naruto grabs one and leaves. He then thinks back to how he met the man in the photo. He remembers a time when he found a tag with the name Kisuke written on it. We then see Naruto sitting on his bed. He sees a man sitting on the other side, and after realizing he is a ghost, he starts screaming. Naruto asks him who he is, but the man does not remember. After the man sees a tulip in Konoha, he suddenly remembers who he is and how he became a ghost. His name was Kisuke Mabaroshi, an Anbu operative investigating infiltration of spies into Konoha. When he was alive, he was investigating a suspect named Sabiru. After following him around, he was discovered and the two clashed. The battle ended with Sabiru sealing away Kisuke's soul. Naruto, disguised as Kisuke, breaks into a meeting involving Konoha's security system and accuses Sabiru of being a spy. When Sabiru says that the real Kisuke is dead, Naruto escapes with Kakashi and Sabiru on his trail. At some point during the chase, Kakashi caught Naruto and gave Naruto a chance to prove Sabiru guilty of the murders of Kisuke and his wife. When Sabiru confessed to Naruto that he did kill the two, Kakashi appeared, ready to arrest him, but Sabiru was promptly taken out by Kabuto Yakashi, who was hidden in the trees. Near the end of the day, Kisuke's soul is ready to depart and says goodbye to Naruto. Back in the present, Naruto places a bouquet of tulips on the gravestone of Kisuke, just as he promised he would do every time he remembered him. While Kiba, Inuzuka, and Akamaru are delivering some items, Sakura, Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki were watching. Sakura commented on how Naruto and Sasuke were inseparable those days, and Naruto has a flashback to a mission where Team Kakashi had to retrieve a golden statue, which was stolen by a band of thieves from a feudal princess. As Naruto and Sasuke retrieve the statue, Sasuke gets taken hostage. At first, Sasuke insists on continuing the mission, but Naruto tells him that those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. When they finally find Sakura and the bandits, it was at first hard for them because their hands got stuck together. However, one by one, through teamwork, the two quickly defeated the bandits and their leader, Jako. Although their mission was a success, the statue itself was very damaged, but Kakashi Hatake said that it could be melted down and recast. While Naruto complained about his hand being stuck to Sasuke, Sakura said that it'll naturally fall apart within 2 or 3 days, much to the disappointment of Naruto and Sasuke. Team Asuma tries to round up some hogs for the villagers to eat. Noticing their teamwork, Shikamaru remembers a time when the team also worked closely together in order to complete a mission. After a village headman's granddaughter was kidnapped by Baji, he hired Konoha's Team 7 and Team 10 for assistance. When the teams accepted the mission to stop Baji and rescue the girl, an ex-bandit named Tofu acted as their guide. Shikamaru then instructed Asuma and Kakashi to find an alternate route to the Baji's fortress. Tofu later gets captured and is revealed to be a double agent working for the gang leader. When the 6 genin infiltrate the forest, Shikamaru agreed to a hostage exchange between him and Tofu in order to find out the location of the headman's granddaughter. Ino and Choji managed to find the tower where the hostages were held and later helped defeat Baji. The mission ended with a success, the bandit group was captured, and the headman's granddaughter was rescued. The scene then shifts back to present time, where Ino and Shikamaru leave Choji the arduous task of carrying all the hogs back to the village. While on the way to Konoha, Taka briefly stops by a construction Sasuke recognizes. He thinks back to when he first came across it. During a training session near the location, Sasuke remembers how he was falling behind Naruto after he defeated Gaara. He punches a tree and uses Chidori to take some of them out. A girl named Naho almost falls from a cliff nearby and Sasuke saves her. Later, Sasuke and Kakashi have been sent to investigate National Wanted List criminals, and Naruto and Sakura have been sent to escort Naho, a relative of the Fire Daimyo, to Shizume village. Naho wants Sasuke to escort her, but he was with Kakashi in another mission. Naruto disguises himself as Sasuke, so Naho agrees to go with them. After Sasuke and Kakashi noted that the fortress was empty, Naho's group was intercepted by Sadai and his associates. Naruto, Sakura, and Naho come across the criminal and his associates. Naruto defeats them but can't take down their leader. They're all captured. Kakashi uses his Ninken to track the criminal. Sasuke appears and the leader mocks him, mentioning he alone and his clan wasn't worth killing, mirroring Itachi's words. Sasuke takes on the leader, who reveals an Earth Release armor, the reason why he's able to take so many attacks. Sasuke defeats him with Chidori and proceeds to keep punching. Kakashi stops him and Sasuke goes back to Konoha by himself. Naho comments that Sasuke is scary, but Naruto assures her that Sasuke just has a lot going on at the moment, and promises to take her to see him once he's better. 5 Kage Summit. When Karui revealed her intention of killing Sasuke to avenge her fallen master, Killer Bee, Naruto offered to be beaten in order to relieve Karui of her pain. Karui brutally beat Naruto until Sai stepped in to protect his teammate. Omoi remarked that Naruto would never betray Sasuke. Though unsatisfied with what they gathered, Team Samui had to leave Konoha to report to the 4th Raikage. When they left, they unknowingly stepped on Yamato's tracking seeds, which allowed Yamato, Kakashi, and Naruto to follow them into the Land of Iron. After receiving medical care, Naruto recounted his conversation with his late father, the 4th Hokage, when he was on the verge of fully transforming into the Nine-Tails. He convinces Kakashi and Yamato to accompany him to the Land of Iron to ask A's pardon for Sasuke's actions. Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, Onoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and Mei Tarumi, the 5th Mizukage, departed from their villages with 2 guards each, as requested by the 4th Raikage, to the location of the summit, the Land of Iron. Before leaving for the Land of Iron, Danzo ordered root members Dajimu and Terai to find Kabuto before Anko did, believing Kabuto's information may be useful for restoring his right arm and eye. On their way to the summit, Danzo and his bodyguards, Fu Yamanaka and Torune, were attacked by assassins. Danzo uncovered the bandages over his right eye, revealing a bloodshot Sharingan, and quickly dispatched the attackers. Kakashi put 2 root members watching Naruto under Genjutsu and told Sai to report to Danzo that Naruto had not left Konoha. Yamato planted tracking devices on Team Samui and followed them to the Raikage in the Land of Iron. Despite Naruto's desperate pleas, even with Kakashi and Yamato's assistance, A refused to call off the hunt for Sasuke, and scolded Naruto for being weak in defending a criminal. Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, started the 5 Kage summit with each Kage's bodyguards looking on. The Kage quickly began to argue due to ideological differences. Danzo mentioned Killer Bee, sending A into a rage and prompting all of the Kage's bodyguards to assume a ready stance. A claimed that each of the other Kage was in some way responsible for Akatsuki's rise to power. The 4th Kazekage may have used Akatsuki to facilitate the Konoha crush, the Tsuchikage hired Akatsuki to avoid sending inexperienced ninja from his village into battle, and the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was probably manipulated by the Akatsuki. When Danzo stated that the Akatsuki's leader is almost certainly Madara Uchiha, Mifune proposed that the 5 countries unite to eliminate Akatsuki, and that Danzo lead the alliance. Ao, Tarumi's bodyguard, with his Byakugan, discovered Danzo's secret use of Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan to manipulate Mifune's decision. Suddenly, White Zetsu appeared before the Kage, announcing that Sasuke Uchiha was near. In Konoha, the Konoha 11 discussed the turn of events, and came to the conclusion that they had to hunt down Sasuke before his actions or death from other ninjas sparked an all-out war between the countries. Shikamaru asked Team 7 for consent. Sakura, left guilt-ridden and distraught after being talked to by Sai and Shikamaru, decided to find Naruto in the Land of Iron and talk to him herself. She left Konoha with Kiba, Lee, and Sai. While resting at an inn after speaking to A, Naruto was greeted by Tobi, who proceeded to tell the Konoha nin about how Itachi had sacrificed for Konoha and for his little brother. Tobi stated that while Naruto inherited the Senju clan's will of fire, Sasuke had embraced the Uchiha clan's hatred, and the battle between the two would be inevitable. Enraged, A choked Zetsu, snapping his neck when he failed to answer his inquiries about Sasuke before storming out of the meeting room with his guards. Outside, Sasuke had already defeated all of the Land of Iron's guards. However, the Kage proved to be stronger than Sasuke had imagined. A's immense physical strength allowed him to snap Suigetsu's sword in half and fend off a fully transformed Jugo. Against A's superior lightning-based technique, which is capable of nullifying even the Chidori, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used an incomplete Susanoo wrapped in his inextinguishable black flames to defend himself. A smashed through Sasuke's defense at the cost of an arm. Before A could injure himself further, Gaara intervened, wishing to talk to Sasuke. Gaara tried to persuade Sasuke to abandon the path in darkness, but failed. Using Susanoo, Sasuke stood immune to simultaneous attacks from Gaara, Kankuro, Tamari, and Darui, A's bodyguard. After collapsing the structures outside the meeting room, forcing his opponents to recede, Sasuke ordered Karin to lead him to Danzo, abandoning Suigetsu and Jugo to their fate. Upon seeing Sasuke, Danzo escaped with his bodyguards, with Ao, Tarumi's bodyguard, in pursuit. Sasuke was about to give chase when Tarumi sealed off the exit with her lava release. Even though the Zetsu's spore technique transferred the chakra of everyone in the building to Sasuke, he suffered from Tarumi's acidic mist, and would have been pulverized by Onoki, the Tsuchikage, had it not been for the timely arrival of Tobi. After teleporting Sasuke and Karin to safety, Tobi said he sent Sasuke to the summit to train the Mangekyo Sharingan and to weaken the Kage for easy capture, but admitted he was pushing his luck. According to Toby, the Sage of Six Paths was worshipped as a god throughout the old ninja world because he managed to subdue the Ten Tails, sealing it within his own body and becoming the very first Jinchuriki. The sage knew once he died, the Ten Tails would be unleashed and would once again lay waste to the world. So in his final moments, he split his chakra into 9 parts, which would become the Nine-Tailed Beasts, and sealed its empty body in a massive Chibaku Tensei, which would become the moon. Toby's plan was to use the combined power of the Nine-Tailed Beasts to awaken the Ten Tails and seal it within himself, attaining godlike power. With that power, he would project an infinite Tsukiyomi onto the moon, effectively conquering the planet. Toby forces the Kage to make a choice between handing over Killer Bee and Naruto, the hosts of the 8 and 9 tails, or facing war with the Akatsuki and their 7-tailed beasts. When they refused, Toby declared the 4th Shinobi World War and departed. As the threat of Akatsuki had become too great for any one nation to handle, the Kage and the leader of the Land of Iron, for the first time in ninja history, agreed to form a 5-country alliance. Because Danzo fled the summit earlier, Gaara offered to relay the information to Konoha through Kakashi Hatake instead. The Kage decided it would be best to hide the 2 remaining hosts from the front line, as both are unpredictable on the battlefield and Toby would expect them to turn up. With his composure regained, A was voted the leader of the alliance. Killer Bee, having faked his capture at the hands of Taka, takes the opportunity to escape his duty as guardian of his village. At an unknown location, while he was practicing singing with the leader of the Enka ninja Sabu, Kisame Hoshigaki arrived. After quickly dispatching Sabu's companion Panta, a tanuki, Kisame went on to battle both Killer Bee and Sabu, feeding his sword, Samehada, with enough of Bee's chakra to reveal its true form. Killer Bee was at a great disadvantage because even though he was low on chakra, he was unwilling to fully release the 8 tails out of fear for Sabu and Panta's safety. The longer the battle went on, the more exhausted Bee became, and the more likely Kisame would win, as with the help of his chakra-stealing sword Samehada, Kisame could heal himself and stay at peak condition. Having trapped his opponents in a giant dome of water that moved along with him, Kisame absorbed Samehada into his own body, taking on an even more shark-like form. Bee stalled Kisame at the cost of his 8 tails chakra cloak, allowing Sabu and Panta the chance to escape the water dome before drowning. Deprived of chakra and suffocated, Bee was rendered unconscious. Kisame released the technique and was about to cut off Bee's legs when Samehada turned on him and attempted to heal Bee, having grown attached to Bee's chakra. Kisame got rid of the rebellious blade, picked one of Bee's swords, and prepared to deal the finishing blow. Fortunately, Bee was saved by the timely arrival of the Raikage and his guards. B and A performed the lightning release double lariat, decapitating Kisame in the blink of an eye. After the summit, the Kage left the Land of Iron to return to their respective villages. As A and his guards went to aid Killer Bee, Ao of Kirigakure followed Danzo and his guards, only to be trapped by Fu. Fu, sensing Mei and Chojuro coming, and unable to steal the Byakugan due to its protective seal, attempted to trick Mei into dispelling the seal for him. However, because his mannerisms were so different from the real Ao, Mei saw through the trick and forced Fu to dispel the technique himself. Meanwhile, Kakashi advised that Naruto and Yamato not mention what Toby had said about the Uchiha clan and Sasuke until they knew more, as they did not know if what he was saying was true. While Naruto contemplated Toby's words, he attempted to find Sasuke via Sage Mode, but was interrupted by the arrival of Sakura Haruno's group. Sakura gave a false confession of love to Naruto and asked him to give up his search for Sasuke, telling him he was a criminal and that with her love he would not have to burden himself with his promise. Naruto questioned the confession, got into an argument over Sakura over how he hated people who lie to themselves, and that he knows all too well that she's still in love with Sasuke, stating that how chasing after Sasuke was still something he must do for himself, without being able to explain why or what he learned earlier. Failing to convince Naruto to give up, an angered Sakura left with Sai, Kiba, and Rock Lee to find Sasuke on their own. As they left, Sai, feeling responsible for inadvertently sending Sakura on a suicide mission, left a clone behind to tell Naruto what Sakura could not. Sai revealed that the rest of the Konoha 11 have decided that they themselves must kill Sasuke to avoid an even greater conflict. They concluded that Sasuke, being allied with Akatsuki and almost causing an international incident in Taka's attempted abduction of Killer Bee, is not worth saving if it causes the world to go to war. Because of this and what Sai had talked to her about, how he believed Sasuke and Naruto's promise to her is causing him nothing but pain, Sakura has decided to kill Sasuke herself because she still loves him so much that she would rather end him than allow him to follow his path into the darkness and risk Naruto in the process. Naruto, realizing that his dream of bringing Sasuke back to Konoha was ruined, began to silently grieve as the Kazekage, Kankuro, and Temari arrived. They updated the Konoha Nin on the results of the summit, about the foundation of the allied shinobi forces, the declaration of war, and their decision to promote Kakashi as Hokage after Danzo's deceitful actions at the summit and his subsequent flight after Sasuke's attack. Seeing no other choice, Kakashi stated that it would be best to return to Konoha and relay the news of the war. Gaara, knowing Naruto's reluctance in having to fight Sasuke, reminded him that his dream was to be Hokage, and as Hokage, he must do what needs to be done. Naruto stays silent, shoving Gaara's hand off his shoulder, yet despite the circumstances, Gaara tells him that he considers Naruto a friend, and asks him to contemplate the meaning of that word in his own way, and to do what he thinks is the best thing for Sasuke for himself, before leaving with Temari and Kankuro. Reflecting upon all that has happened and unable to process his thoughts, Naruto started hyperventilating before passing out. Tobi appeared before Danzo and prepared to engage him in battle, but Danzo ordered his men to back him up as he prepared to release the seal on Shisui's arm. Despite their strength, Tobi eventually captures Fu Yamanaka and Torune just before teleporting into his pocket dimension to retrieve Karin and Sasuke. When they returned, Danzo finishes releasing his arm, which is revealed to have 10 Sharingan eyes implanted into it. Sasuke then attacked Danzo using Susanoo and demanded to know if he had forced Itachi into killing his clan. Danzo confirmed this and insulted Itachi's honor, resulting in Sasuke forcing his incomplete Susanoo into completion. With the upper hand, Sasuke attacked and almost killed Danzo, but the attack was redirected by a tree Danzo sprouted using his wood release, the result of an experiment to allow him to use the forbidden Uchiha technique Izanagi. However, using the 60-second time limit to his advantage, Sasuke managed to trick Danzo into believing he hadn't used all of his Sharingan eyes to severely injure him. Desperate, Danzo attempted to use Karin as a hostage, but Sasuke merely stabbed through her to pierce Danzo's heart. Just before death, Danzo tried to seal Sasuke and Tobi into his own body and sequentially crushed Shisui's eye, preventing Tobi from using it to his advantage. With Danzo dead, Tobi claimed his body and told Sasuke to kill Karin if he had no use for her before leaving. Sasuke moved to finish her off as Sakura Haruno arrived after knocking out her group and declaring she would defect from Konoha to follow him. Back at the inn, Naruto awakened and was told by Yamato that they are to return to Konoha while Kakashi handles Sakura. Naruto, however, tricked the fatigued Yamato into letting him rest while he snuck through the floor to follow Kakashi using Sage Mode. Kakashi found Kiba and the others, and after finding out where Sakura went, he rushed toward her. As Sakura tried to join Sasuke, he asked her if she really would betray Konoha. Sasuke then ordered her to kill Karin to take her place in his group as evidence of her loyalty, but a moment of hesitation in her told him she was lying, so he attempted to kill her. Kakashi suddenly arrived to stop Sasuke's attack, and prepared to fight his former student after seeing how far he had fallen and feeling responsible for all it had led to. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. As Sasuke and Kakashi fight, the former's vision starts to fade away from overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura takes the chance and tries to kill Sasuke, but is unable to bring herself to do it. Sasuke then tried to kill her once again, but Naruto appeared and saved her. Naruto attempted to reason with Sasuke, who declared his way of reviving his clan by destroying every possible link to it, thus regaining their honor. Seeing Sasuke as a lost cause, Kakashi tried to send Sakura and Naruto away, but Naruto charged Sasuke, both attacking with their signature techniques. In a moment of understanding after their collision, a similar effect seen after their battle at the Valley of the End, Sasuke gave Naruto a choice: be one of his victims or a hero for killing him. Naruto told him he would do neither. The blast sends Naruto and Sasuke backwards. Kakashi catches Naruto while Sasuke is caught by Zetsu. Tobi teleports to Sasuke, all while White Zetsu makes clones of himself to capture Naruto. Tobi tells Zetsu not to battle him and to go find Kisame. Naruto announces that he saw into Sasuke's heart and that they would both die if they fight again and be rid of the Uchiha and Nine-Tailed Fox. After hearing Naruto's choice, Sasuke merely says he will not go back on the path he walks and that he will kill Naruto first. Naruto answers back saying that Sasuke still hasn't accepted him as an equal, and Sasuke tells Tobi that they must talk. Tobi and Sasuke teleport back to Akatsuki's hideout, where Sasuke asks Tobi for Itachi's eyes to be transplanted into him. Meanwhile, back at the bridge, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi get ready to leave after retrieving Karin. But Naruto passes out from the poison from Sakura's kunai that he got cut with from saving Sakura from Sasuke. Sakura gives Naruto the antidote and they set off back to Konoha. Meanwhile, it's revealed that the Kisame who was killed during the fight with Killer Bee was actually a clone of Zetsu, and that the real Kisame was alive and well. Back in Kumo, Killer Bee and Team Samui return. Killer Bee has taken Samehara with Kisame inside the sword, planning on infiltrating Kumogakure to retrieve the Eight Tails. In an unspecified location, Kabuto is shown using Orochimaru's snake abilities to subdue a couple of ninjas, saying that he's getting used to his new powers and it's time to get things moving. Returning to Kiba, Lee, Akamaru, and Sai, Sakura and Naruto all go back to the village along with Kakashi and a weakened Karin. Upon return, the others tell Naruto that they want to fight Sasuke too and that he can't fight him alone. Naruto disagrees and says that he is the only one who is able to fight Sasuke and the only one that will. The others question him on what happened when he confronted Sasuke. Naruto says he will tell them when the time is right and walks off to Ramen Ichiraku. With Danzo dead, the village leaders now have to decide on a new 6th Hokage and vote Kakashi for the position, saying that they think Suna will agree as well. The Fire Daimyo says, "Kakashi Hatake, I will now appoint you as," but is cut off by an unknown shinobi running into the room and telling the Fire Daimyo that he has urgent news. This shinobi is Guy in the anime. Shizune then breaks out in tears as she sees Tsunade has survived and hugs her, thus removing the need for a 6th Hokage. At the same time, in their hideout, Sasuke is shown regaining consciousness again after the operation in which Itachi's eyes were implanted in him. Sasuke states he can feel Itachi's power flowing into him. Tsunade, who has regained consciousness, is eating a tremendous amount of food to rebuild her chakra reserves. She's then greeted by Kakashi, who's relieved that she's alright, as it would have meant him becoming Hokage and he feels he isn't cut out for it. Tsunade orders a meeting to make preparations for the coming war. Elsewhere, at the makeshift headquarters for the interrogation unit, Ibiki Marino prepares to interrogate Karin on information about Sasuke and Kabuto. While on Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage, Garatora, Shima, and Fukasaku are having a meeting about whether or not Jiraiya's request that Garatora store himself within Naruto be honored. The Great Sage says he has a vision of Naruto's future and requests to see him before he decides whether or not he should receive the key to his seal. Naruto is enjoying some ramen when Sakura informs him of Tsunade's recovery. This leads to the next meal being declared on the house. As he's about to eat, he's reverse summoned to Mount Myoboku to receive the premonition. The sage sees an animal island paradise, octopus tentacles, and tells Naruto that he would meet a young man with powerful eyes. Naruto listens to what he has to say and ultimately accepts whatever lies ahead of him. Anko and her team have located a number of bodies, evidently victims of Kabuto. The fact that he just left them there and made no attempt to hide them leads the team to suspect a trap. Meanwhile, Kabuto has located Tobi, briefly shows off his new abilities, reincarnating Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Nagato, and offers an alliance with Tobi. Kabuto asks for Sasuke to test out his ninjutsu. Tobi asks if he refuses, and Kabuto summons another casket with an unseen body that shocks Tobi. Tobi then accepts the offer under the condition that Kabuto cannot be anywhere near Sasuke until the end of the war. Nearby, Anko and her team discover Kabuto has joined with Tobi, and she wonders what his motives are and reports the news to Konoha. Back at Mount Myoboku, Naruto signs the contract to the key, believing he is ready to control the Nine Tails, and Garatora stores himself inside of Naruto. Naruto asks the Great Toad Sage about where to find the octopus, but only tells him he sees an island paradise. Fukasaku sends Naruto back to Ichiraku, where 2 Konoha ninja ask for his autograph. In Kumo, the 4th Raikage calls a short meeting with the other Kage. 3 days later, the Kage discuss the enemy's power and confining the Jinchuriki. Tsunade is outraged by confining Naruto and B, saying they would greatly help in the war, though Gaara and Onoki talk her down, telling her it was already decided and her sole opinion won't change anything. A says Naruto and B will be confined on an island in Kumogakure that he and B train at. In the anime, Tsunade privately meets with the Raikage, requesting that B trains Naruto to control the Nine Tails, as she still believed that there may be a chance that the two will have to join the war and have them both ready should that happen, which A approved, which is also why he chose the island. As Naruto, Yamato, and other Konoha and Kumo ninja arrive at the island, a giant squid, who Naruto thinks is the octopus that the Great Toad Sage spoke of, appears and grabs Naruto, until he's saved by B in his full 8-tailed transformation. One Kumo ninja, Motoi, greets them and guides them through the island. While guiding them through the island, they're confronted by King, a large gorilla that B has tamed. Motoi tells Naruto not only can he control the beasts on the island, but he can also control the 8 tails, learning B is also a Jinchuriki. Later, Naruto asks B if he can help him control the Nine Tails, and B refuses. Naruto tries a rap, but messes it up by unintentionally insulting B and tries to fix it with the harem technique, though B slams the door on him. Naruto goes to Motoi to ask him how B trained to control the 8 tails and shows him to the Falls of Truth, the first step to how B learned to control his tailed beast. At the Falls of Truth, Motoi tells Naruto to sit in front of the waterfall and close his eyes when an evil version of Naruto appears from the waterfall. Dark Naruto begins to insult the real Naruto, stating that he's an imposter and insults him over the choices he's made, which angers Naruto. They fight, but Naruto realizes that they're both evenly matched, so the battle ends in a tie. When he wakes up and tells Motoi about his encounter with the Dark Naruto, Motoi tells him that he has to defeat Dark Naruto to control the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Killer Bee is fighting with some bears in a competition. The 8 Tails tries to persuade him into helping Naruto, but fails. Also, Motoi reveals something from his past. He once tried to kill B himself, but failed. When Naruto and Yamato ask why, he begins to reveal about the 8 Tails' bloody history. Long ago, 8 Tails had several hosts, and each failed to control it. After each host lost control, the 8 Tails had rampaged through Kumo several times. Each time it rampaged, the third Raikage and the other elite shinobi came to stop it and sealed it inside of a sealing jar. Each time the beast was resealed, many shinobi would lose their lives, one of those being Motoi's father. Almost immediately after Killer Bee was chosen to be the new host, Motoi thought it was pointless and that the beast would go on a rampage again. Because of his father's death, his hate of the Eight Tails grew out of control and Motoi attempted to kill Killer Bee. He was quickly dispatched and Killer Bee stuck out his hand for his customary fist bump, after which Motoi ran away, not speaking to Killer Bee again. After Motoi's story, Naruto goes off to think if all the villagers and his friends trust him. Suddenly, Naruto hears Motoi being attacked by the giant squid, which he mistakes for Bee again. Naruto and Yamato begin to assault the squid until Bee arrives and again this time punches a hole through the squid. After being saved by Bee, Motoi tells Bee he tried to kill him years ago, and Bee easily forgives him, which brings tears to Motoi's eyes, and they bump fists, which causes Naruto to smile. Later on, Bee thanks Naruto for helping Motoi and they become friends. Bee then becomes willing to teach Naruto how to control the Nine Tails. They return to the Falls of Truth, where Dark Naruto surfaces again, noticing a change. Naruto states he has faith in himself and hugs Dark Naruto, which causes him to disappear into Naruto. With the darkness eliminated inside of him, Bee takes Naruto to a sacred place behind the waterfall where he will fight the Nine Tails. They approach an entry box where Naruto activates a switch and opens a door to a large empty room. Naruto approaches the Nine Tails within his subconscious and removes the seal, thus releasing the beast. Naruto tries to use his chakra with the help of Bee to pull the Nine Tails chakra, but it slices the Eight Tails' tentacles and pulls away. It then realizes Naruto is trying to take control of it. Naruto and the Nine Tails begin their battle where the Nine Tails fires a tailed beast ball at Naruto. Bee uses the last of the Eight Tails' power to block the attack, and Naruto in Sage mode uses the Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan on the Nine Tails, though it blows it away with a roar. Naruto flips the Nine Tails over and slams Wind Release Rasen Shuriken on it, giving him a chance to drain its chakra. While taking its chakra, some of the Nine Tails' hatred is pulled in, causing Dark Naruto to re-emerge. Bee notices the Nine Tails' hatred is larger than expected, and Yamato tries to tame Naruto from the outside. The Nine Tails tells Naruto to disappear when suddenly Kushina appears and tells him he belongs here, with her hand on her chest. Kushina has Naruto guess who she is, with Naruto guessing her to be the Nine Tails' true form, causing Kushina to clubber him on the head. Kushina apologizes to Naruto and he realizes she is his mother and hugs her, causing Dark Naruto to disappear again. Outside Naruto, the transformation stops, which surprises Bee and Yamato. Before Naruto begins asking his mother about her, Kushina chains up the Nine Tails where it notices it's Kushina's chakra. Naruto asks Kushina how she and Minato fell in love, which embarrasses her, though she tells him anyway. When she first met Minato, she thought he looked like a wimp and wanted to be the first female Hokage. Other kids laughed at her because of this, and also her face and hair features, with the kids calling her Tomato. She eventually got back at the kids, giving her the nickname the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. Kushina had special chakra and was once kidnapped by Kumo because of it. She left a trail of her hair that only Minato noticed. Naruto compliments Kushina's hair, which she states is the second time someone has complimented it, the first time being Minato. Being the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash and the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, Naruto gives himself the nickname Konoha's Orange Hokage. Hearing his mother saying that she loves him, Naruto releases himself from the Nine Tails' hatred and resumes his battle, with Kushina holding the Nine Tails with their adamantine sealing chains. Naruto attacks the Nine Tails with his Ultra Many Spiraling Serial Spheres and Sage Art Many Ultra Big Ball Spiraling Serial Spheres and slams it with one more Rasen Shuriken and successfully pulls out the Nine Tails chakra. Once its chakra was pulled away by Naruto, the Nine Tails gathers chakra for one last attack but is stopped by Naruto, whose seal, the Nine Tails noted, reminded it of the Sage of Six Paths. As Naruto resealed the Nine Tails into a new seal, the Nine Tails warned Naruto that it would not forget this. After the Nine Tails' defeat, Kushina says to Naruto that she can see Minato again. Before going, she decides to tell Naruto the truth about the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack 16 years ago, how, on the day of Naruto's birth, she and Minato gave their lives to make Naruto the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in order to stop the masked man. After the story, Kushina apologizes to Naruto for forcing him to be the host of the Nine Tails, and for not being there to love him. Naruto expresses no bitterness, accepting the apology and says that he never blamed either of them, now finally understanding the love of a parent toward their child, and is glad that he's their son. Kushina starts fading away, but before that hugs Naruto and thanks him for allowing her to be his mother, and for allowing Minato to be his father. With that, Naruto promises to eat, sleep, and bathe well, and that he will be cooler and stronger than his parents. As Naruto returns to the outside, Bee and Yamato learn of his success, and Naruto demonstrates his new power to them. Naruto's new form gives him the ability to sense an evil presence around him, which blows Kisame's cover. Bee is shocked to see Kisame alive as he explains how he survived. With Kisame outnumbered, he attempts to flee but is suddenly hit by a high-speed punch from Naruto, who gets himself stuck in the wall in the process. While Yamato helps Naruto, B chases after Kisame. At B's house, Guy, having heard of Naruto's training, decided to go cheer him on, along with Motoi and Aoba Yamashiro. They arrive at the Falls of Truth, and Guy confronts his darkness due to a bet by Aoba, saying Guy is afraid of his true self, which mocks him. Suddenly, Kisame bursts from the waterfall, and Guy mistakes him for being an insect and his true self. Guy then elbows Kisame into the side of the waterfall. Guy and Aoba mistake Kisame for a blowfish, but B tells him he's from the Akatsuki. Samehada separates from Kisame, who is in weak condition, and runs to B. It bites onto B, which restores Kisame's strength. Kisame continues to escape, and Guy uses the 8 gates and opens the 6th gate to pursue Kisame. B does a partial transformation with his arm to launch Guy towards Kisame's direction, though he becomes tired afterward. Guy summons Ningame in midair while losing momentum after being thrown by B, and uses his shell as a platform to jump towards Kisame. After, Kisame summons a shark and puts a scroll containing the information he gathered in its mouth. Kisame hides the summoned shark by creating a wave of sharks that confuses Guy. Guy uses Morning Peacock on the wave of sharks but gets wiped out. Guy then opens the 7th gate and uses his Daytime Tiger against Kisame's water release Great Shark Bullet technique. Instead of the tiger being absorbed by the shark, it bursts through and creates a huge explosion. Guy approaches the beaten Kisame with his scroll and explains to him why his technique wasn't absorbed. Daytime Tiger is a taijutsu technique made of the air pressure concentrated on a single point instead of chakra. Guy tells Kisame not to move. However, Kisame moves a single finger, prompting Guy to knock him unconscious with a punch to the stomach. Guy returns to the others with Kisame, where Aoba decides he must extract intel from him. In a flashback of Kisame's, Kisame is sent on a mission where he must protect the intelligence squad, but most importantly, protect Kirigakare's secret code from Konoha ninja. Kisame and his group are attacked by a group of Konoha ninja led by Ibiki. Kisame kills his comrades, knowing that they would reveal the code to the enemy. He returns to his village and kills his master, who is communicating with the enemy, and claims Samehada. Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, approaches Kisame, noticing his loyalty to his village. For killing fellow Kiri ninja, Kisame thinks his life is nothing but lies. From the shadows appears Tobi, who is shown to be controlling Yagura. Tobi introduces himself and explains his Eye of the Moon plan to Kisame, where he wants to make a world of truth. Not wanting Aoba to get any information from him, Kisame wakes himself up, biting his tongue, and breaks free of his restraints. Kisame puts himself inside the water prison technique and summons 3 sharks. Remembering the time he first partnered with Itachi and what he said to him, Kisame makes his sharks eat him, and he knows what he is at the time of his death. The others are shocked to see Kisame's surprising suicide. Despite being the enemy, Guy said he lived and died as a ninja and promises to never forget Kisame. Guy opens Kisame's scroll, which activates a booby trap, trapping everyone in a dome of water with sharks while a shark with the scroll swims into the ocean. Elsewhere in Amegakure, Tobi confronts Konin, looking for Nagato's body to obtain his Rinnegan. Konin states she's been waiting for a chance to kill him, and Tobi says he won't go easy on a former Akatsuki member. Tobi asks why she decided to betray Akatsuki despite still wearing the uniform. Konin states that Akatsuki was created by Yahiko, and that its justice is not his, nor is Nagato's Rinnegan. Tobi simply mocks Konin, stating she's wrong as he inspired Yahiko to create Akatsuki and gave Nagato the Rinnegan. Konin turns into paper and rushes at Tobi. Tobi then attempts to absorb her when he realizes that in her paper many explosive tags are mixed in, creating a large explosion. Tobi survives but loses his right arm and a part of his mask. Konin, realizing her suicide plan did not work, quickly calls on the massive amount of paper around the battlefield for another attack. Konin uses her ultimate technique, the Paper Person of God technique, to create an abyss and attempts to kill Tobi by placing 600 billion explosive tags in it, which will continue to detonate for 10 minutes. Since Tobi can only remain immaterial for 5 minutes, she believes this would be enough time to affect him. Using Izanagi, however, Tobi is able to survive the blasts and impales Konin from behind with a pipe. He explains how he survived, and Konin frees herself from the pipe. Amegakure's endless rain stops and produces a rainbow, shocking Tobi to see the endless rain stop. This also spurs Konin on, who believes it to be a sign of Nagato and Yahiko's will. Though Konin tries to attack again with her paper, Tobi, having become fed up with the delay in retrieving the Rinnegan, grabs her by the throat. He then places her under a genjutsu in an attempt to learn the whereabouts of the Rinnegan, stating that when the illusion ended, so would her life. Afterwards, Tobi arrives at the gravesite of Yahiko and Nagato, the latter of whom is teleported into Tobi's separate dimension. Meanwhile, Konin's body lays in the water. The flashback that follows demonstrates a system Jiraiya used to verify the presence of intruders in the house where he lived with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin. By flipping a card on the wall, a person could indicate whether or not they were at home. The red side indicates that the person is home, and the white side with a frog head states that the person is away. Even after Jiraiya left, the three kept up with the hop-in card system. Eventually, the group became too large and they had to prepare to leave the house for good. Konan flips her card to the away side, but before Yahiko and Nagato get the opportunity to do so, they're ambushed by a group of enemy ninja and forced to flee through a secret escape route. Presently, the house is overgrown with vines and flowers on the inside. With the exception of Konan, all of the other frog cards, including Jiraiya's, which growing vines had flipped, are still flipped to the red side, stating they are at home. As a bloodied sheet of paper flies off Konan's corpse, it lands on her hop-in card and covers it red. Tobi appears before Kabuto, his arm restored, wearing a new mask resembling the Eye of the Ten Tails, his old Uchiha robes replacing his Akatsuki uniform, and wielding a war fan. Kabuto mentions that Tobi went through a lot of trouble to obtain his new eye, to which Tobi replies that they were his to begin with. Zetsu informs him that Kisame succeeded in delivering the information he had obtained. After hearing this, Tobi slams his war fan on the ground and states that it's time to go after the Nine Tails. Kabuto decides to get Naruto and B instead in order to gain Tobi's trust, and that Yamato is the interest of his experiments. Kabuto says he also knows Zetsu's secrets and says he could make him stronger. Tobi tells him he'll give him one Zetsu if he captures the Nine Tails. He then takes Kabuto to the chamber that holds the demonic statue of the Outer Path and shows him a mindless copy of Hashirama that Tobi created from his cells. He also shows him his army that is made of roughly 100,000 white Zetsu, though at the cost of using the collected tailed beast's chakra. Back on the island, B was unable to chase after Kisame's shark and returns to the others. Motoi summons an owl to notify the Raikage that Akatsuki knows of their location. All the Kage receive the info and decide to send backup to the island that is actually a giant tortoise, which Onoki volunteers to be the backup. Kabuto leaves along with the undead Deidara on his clay owl to get the remaining Jinchuriki. Onoki, Akatsuki, and Kurotsuchi fly off to be the island's reinforcements, while Kabuto sets off to the island as well. Kabuto inserts a tag in Deidara's head, which gives him most of his will back. Kabuto is suddenly punched by Onoki, which turns out to be a clay clone made by Deidara. The real Kabuto and Deidara are hiding in the clouds, and Deidara sets off an explosion. On the island, Naruto lines up with all the animals in a cave for his ecology survey mission, still unaware of the war. The Onoki that Deidara blew up was actually a rock clone made by Akatsuki. They're surprised that Deidara is still alive, with Onoki being ashamed that Deidara is causing trouble even in death, and that he lost his Sasuke. Deidara responds to this saying he killed Sasuke, unaware that he survived his suicide explosion. In the ocean, a giant snake of Kabuto's, his clone of Manda he calls Manda 2, bites the island turtle's tail, which reveals its location with its screams of pain. Kabuto and Deidara head to the island with Onoki on their tail. Manda 2 flips over the island turtle, which Naruto thinks is an earthquake, and Kabuto and Deidara land on the turtle. Kabuto leaves Deidara to handle Onoki while he finds Naruto and B. Onoki arrives, enraged and preparing a dust-release detachment of the primitive world technique. He is, however, stopped by Akatsuki, who states that the power of the technique can blow up the island turtle. Deidara suddenly sends a clay bird towards them and sets it off, but Akatsuki protects him and Onoki with his rock golem. Kabuto learns from Manda 2 of Naruto's location and asks where inside the turtle. Naruto decides to check what is causing the earthquakes, but Yamato tells him only he can complete his mission, which Naruto believes. Kurotsuchi notices Kabuto controlling Manda 2 and tries to stop him with lava release quicklime congealing technique, which Kabuto dodges. Yamato, Motoi, and Aoba arrive to see the situation outside, and both Yamato and Aoba are shocked to see Kabuto and how much he changed. They all work with Kurotsuchi to capture Kabuto and gather intel from him, but Kabuto sheds into a snake-like form, similar to Orochimaru's true form, and swallows Yamato and makes his getaway into Manda 2's nostril. Manda 2 is desummoned along with Deidara, saying that it was starting to get fun just as he vanishes. Kabuto returns to Tobi's lair with Yamato, planning to use Yamato's wood release to strengthen the Zetsu army. Tobi tells him to hurry as his new left Rinnegan eye craves battle. Meanwhile, as Onoki, Akatsuki, and Kurotsuchi relocate the island turtle to Kumogakure, Killer Bee keeps Naruto from leaving by having him undergo training to control his Nine Tails chakra. Anko's scouting team sends information about Tobi's lair, known as Mountain's Graveyard, and the size of his army to the allied shinobi forces. They ready their troops for battle, as does Tobi and Kabuto, who use Yamato to strengthen the Zetsu. Kabuto increases the army's size by reincarnating the former Akatsuki members, previous Jinchuriki, Kage, and famous shinobi. Hizashi Hyuga, Don Kato, Asuma Saratobi, Hanzo, Chiyo, Kimimaro, Zabuza Momochi, Haku, Gari, Pakura, Chukichi, Shin, and Toroi as they march off to begin the war. Fourth Shinobi World War, Confrontation. The first battle to happen in the war began when Kankuro and the Surprise Attack Division found Muta Aburame, a member of Anko's search team. However, what the division did not know is that Muta was captured by Kabuto's Surprise Attack and Diversion Platoon and had been placed under Sasori's control with his insect jar filled with Deidara's explosive clay. Though Zaji almost got himself killed to save who he thought was an injured comrade despite Muta pleading him not to come closer, Kankuro quickly saved Zaji. Itan then got them to safety by lowering the ground before Deidara detonated the explosive clay and killed Muta. In response, Sasori sends Muta's fellow enslaved teammates Ranka and Tokuma Hyuga to attack as Shin and Deidara emerge from hiding, with Kankuro correctly deducing that Sasori was with them and behind the initial attacks. Vowing to make the Akatsuki pay for pitting them against their friends, Omoi launches himself to Deidara, but the attack is revealed as a feint as his intended target was the chakra strings controlling Ranka and Tokuma. Kankuro then quickly attached his own chakra strings with Sasori's to pull him down, while telling Itan to raise the ground. Now exposed, Sasori uses Shin as a puppet as the allied ninja realize the deceased root ninja is stuffed with explosives, with Kankuro and Omoi managing to contain the explosion. Furious that his brother was used as a bomb, Sai knocked down Sasori and Deidara, who were captured by Kankuro. After seeing the picture finished in Sai's picture book, Shin's ties to the worlds were severed and he could pass on, breaking the summoning bind. Chukichi was returning to reinforce Deidara and Sasori. Sasori then released from the summoning thanks to Kankuro telling him he was immortalized by the puppets he created. With the newfound information about the release and reincarnated ninja by freeing the soul, Kankuro prepares his team to launch their ambush. Elsewhere, Tobi meets up with Kabuto, who managed to defeat and capture Anko Mitarashi. Though sensing Sasori and Shin's release from his technique, Kabuto still has a good feeling about how things are going according to plan, as he tells Tobi to go ahead to the front lines while he stays hidden and focuses on his technique. Gazing at Anko, Tobi realizes that Kabuto led her near his location in the hopes that he and the allied shinobi forces would take each other out. However, though Kabuto believes he's using him, Tobi quietly states that it's vice versa. Killer Bee attempts to teach Naruto how to use the tailed beast ball, but Naruto cannot turn into the Nine Tails because his bond with it is weak. The Eight Tails then explain to Naruto that whenever he uses the Nine Tails chakra, he stocks his own and the Nine Tails can steal it. In the end, Naruto could lose it all and die if he uses the chakra constantly, and using Shadow Clones speeds up the process, making them useless. The Eight Tails explained that he and Bee were able to compromise on how much chakra each could take from the other, eliminating the risk. Naruto decides to focus on his own skills with the Nine Tails chakra, trying to perform the Rasengan using the Fox's chakra shroud to make extra hands on lieu of Shadow Clones. Killer Bee notices the technique is similar to the tailed beast ball, and upon learning it was created by the 4th Hokage, he tells Naruto to keep working on it. While the surprise attack division were waiting for the incoming enemy force, they encountered Zabuza Momochi, Haku, and 2 other ninja, Gari of Iwagakure's Explosion Corps and Pakura from Sunagakure. Haku was able to defend against the first attack, and then attacks once he and the other reincarnated shinobi quickly realized their invincibility. When he and his 3rd division arrived to stop them from killing, Kakashi engages Zabuza and Haku in a brief chat over the 2 ninjas' impact on Naruto, until Kabuto renders Zabuza's group into mindless killing machines to begin the attack. Though Kakashi said he got an idea of how to counter, Kabuto does not give him time to enact it, as he has Gari and Pakura summon Zabuza's reincarnated teammates from his days as a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Though only most of them have their traditional blades, Zabuza's hiding and miss technique enables them to slaughter a dozen more allied shinobi. Kakashi developed a plan involving Ensui Nara, Santa Yamanaka, and Maki to trap Zabuza, and to end his hiding and miss technique. However, Haku once more acts as a human shield for Zabuza, holding Kakashi in place so Zabuza can slash through them both. Kakashi survived being slashed and immediately countered, allowing Maki to immobilize the recovering Haku and Zabuza. Though the hiding and miss technique ended as he planned, Kakashi expresses his rage about how impure world reincarnation is used in such an unforgivable matter. In the Land of Lightning, Gaara picks up the presence of 2nd Tsuchikage Mu with concealed sand picture cat. Kabuto decides to have Mu summon the reincarnated 2nd Mizukage, 3rd Raikage, and 4th Kazekage, the 4 curious of how they're even alive. The 4th Kazekage explains to his fellow Kage that they were brought back by impure world reincarnation, detailing the technique's history while speculating their reincarnation to be Orochimaru's doing, before noticing that they were all being watched by his son. Ao informs the Kage of the reincarnations of both their predecessors and famed powerful shinobi such as the Gold and Silver brothers of Kumo. Enraged upon hearing of his father and his village's 2 infamous traitors being among the reincarnated, A decides to enter the battlefield, but Tsunade keeps him from doing so. Shikaku Nara formulates battle plans with portions of the 2nd, 4th, and 5th divisions to assist the 1st division, which the Raikage approves. Elsewhere, arriving to what appears to be the hideaway of the country's daimyo, Black Zetsu makes his move to take them, but ends up alerting the guarding shinobi with the daimyo revealed to be hidden elsewhere. Black Zetsu escapes from the guards and continues his objective. Mei Tarumi and Chojuro accompany the Frost daimyo while he is escorted to the safe house, while putting him at ease that the repeated moving of the daimyo from one safe house to another to hinder the enemy's search for them. At the Land of Lightning's coast, Choza Akamichi confronts Dan and Asuma Saratobi, while Hiyashi Hyuga confronts his reincarnated brother Hizashi Hyuga. Darui reluctantly decides to take on Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the treacherous gold and silver brothers who betrayed Kumogakure in life, with Samui and her brother Atsui aiding him. However, the brothers unveil the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. A informs Tsunade that Kinkaku and Ginkaku are able to use Sage of Six Paths tools as they ingested some Nine-Tails chakra during a failed attempt to capture the unsealed-tailed beast long ago. When Kinkaku tackles Atsui and Samui with the Kokinjo, Ginkaku severs their pulled word souls with his Shichi Saiken and placed them in the Benihisago. The siblings tried to keep themselves quiet so not to use their most spoken word to get sucked into the Benihisago, but Atsui gets sealed once tricked into saying hot by Kinkaku, creating a wave of fire with the Bashosen. Ginkaku holds Samui hostage to have Darui drop his weapon, only to slice Kinkaku's arm and aims his storm-release laser circus on Ginkaku to free Samui. But as Kinkaku kicks his sliced arm wrapped with Kokinjo at him to pull out his soul word, Darui is horrified to find Samui sealed despite her silence, and that he will suffer her fate if silent for too long. Though he knew not to say it, his attempt to defend against the brother's notion that he is a pawn of the Raikage forced Darui to say a word that has a similar pronunciation to dull. Luckily, he manages to escape the sealing when his apology habit changed his most spoken from dull to sorry. Knocking Ginkaku into the Kokinjo while commandeering both the Shichisaiken and the Benihisago, Darui used Ginkaku's most used word, Kinkaku, to seal him away. This causes Kinkaku to assume a six-tailed pseudo-Jinchuriki form to demolish the First Division, with A seeing the only way to stop the rampaging monster is to seal him in the only item of the Sage of Six Paths Kumo managed to keep from the brothers, the Kohaku no Johei. Uses her heavenly transfer technique to send Darui the sealing pot while receiving aid from Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, as they use their formation Ino Shikacho to restrain Kinkaku long enough for Darui to seal him in the Kohaku no Johei. At the Land of Hot Water, Chukichi receives backup from a team consisting of Hanzo, Chiyo, and Kimimaro to fight the Surprise Attack Division. Hearing their arrival, with Datara demanding his allies save him, Konkoro's team attempt to fall back when Hanzo summons his Salamander Ibuse to paralyze the Surprise Attack Division. Hanzo is stopped from killing Konkoro by the arrival of his old enemy Mifune and his division. Mifune fights Hanzo, impeding him of using ninjutsu by attacking when he stops to weave hand seals. He remembers having fought Hanzo in his youth, and the two discuss their ideals during the fight. Hanzo decides to have faith in Mifune and injures himself, creating an opening and allowing Mifune's division to seal him. Back on the Land of Lightning's coast, Darui, Izumo, and Kotetsu go against Kakazu and his heart monsters while Team Asuma fights their reincarnated teacher. However, while noting his student's growth, Asuma uses his wind-release dust cloud technique on a hesitant Choji before Ino saves him. Despite Asuma's words for him to fight back, Choji could not attack his mentor, as Ino takes control of his body to fight in her teammate's place. After being saved by his father and reminded of the oath forged among the Ino Shikacho groups, he's encouraged to fight without holding back, so Choji creates butterfly wings without the assistance of his clan's pills to the others' amazement. Ino controls white Zetsu clones to hold Asuma long enough for Choji and Shikamaru to hit and immobilize him. Before being sealed, Asuma thanks them and compliments them on their great teamwork. Choji asks his teammates to help him finish the war once and for all, to which they happily agree. Back at the Island Turtle, while training, Naruto suddenly sensed the Nine-Tails chakra within the rampaging six-tailed Kinkaku far away from the temple. Wanting to investigate, Naruto is able to trick Killer Bee into letting him out, but is confronted by Shibi Aburame and a team of Konoha ninja, who try to persuade him to go back inside the temple. Despite Irika Umino's attempted lie, Naruto assumes Sage Mode to force his way out of the Falls of Truth, getting caught in a Nara clan ninja's shadow imitation technique before sensing the chakra of his friends and other ninja fighting. Having no choice, Irika tells Naruto the truth that Tobi has declared war, and reveals that they've been instructed to protect Naruto and Killer Bee from Tobi. After remembering his talk with Nagato, Naruto tells Irika that his role is to stop the war and that he will endure the pain on his own. Despite Irika's insistence, Naruto reminds his mentor that he was the first to recognize him for more than a Jinchuriki and gave him his first forehead protector. Irika stares down at the forehead protector and hands it to Naruto before using a barrier technique that is countered with his former student's Nine-Tails chakra. As Naruto puts his forehead protector back on, he finds a hidden note slipped in from Irika, telling him to come back alive. Emerging from the Falls of Truth, Bee follows Naruto to keep him safe. Black Zetsu manages to find the location of the daimyo, but finds himself fighting Mei Tarumi and Daimyo Protection Squad. However, sensing Naruto and Killer Bee breaking out of the self-repairing barrier covering the Island Turtle, Black Zetsu informs White Zetsu of the Jinchuriki's escape. With this new info, Tobi deems the need to have the daimyo as bargaining chips for the Jinchuriki no longer needed, and decides to enter the front lines while giving Black Zetsu new orders to use guerrilla tactics on Mei's group. Arriving to the Land of Lightning's coast, as Darui and Kitsuchi's divisions have defeated all the White Zetsu and sealed most of the reincarnated ninja, Kakuzu included, Tobi summons the demonic statue of the Outer Path. As the statue fights Choza, Choji, and the other allied shinobi, Tobi uses the opportunity to obtain the Benihisago and Kohaku no Johei, containing the sealed gold and silver brothers. Shikamaru realizes Tobi actually set the event of the brothers' sealing, Tobi taking his prize as Shikamaru and Darui are saved from the statue by Choji and Kitsuchi before it vanished. Learning of Tobi and the demonic statue's appearances on the battlefield, along with Naruto and B leaving the island turtle, A leaves Shikaku in charge, while he and Tsunade leave to stop the Jinchuriki. As night approaches, Tobi states that his Eye of the Moon plan will be commenced the next day. As night falls, while he's heading to the battlefield, Naruto is dragged into his subconscious by the Nine Tails as it chides Naruto for thinking he can handle both the war and Sasuke's hatred. However, Naruto is confident that he can shoulder both of them and shocks the Nine Tails with the intent to someday help the tailed beast with its own hatred. At Kiba's insistence, due to his overuse of his Byakugan, Neji is sent from 5th Division Camp to Logistical Support and Medical Division Compound where Sakura Haruno tends to his injuries. At this time, word has spread that ninja are being killed off in the compound despite these sensors not detecting an enemy presence, and everyone reaches the conclusion that there is a spy among them. Sakura exposes the real spy as a White Zetsu posing as Neji. Interrogating the White Zetsu clone about how he was able to copy Neji right down to his chakra, Sakura realizes that the clones can siphon a person's chakra and assume their form with no one able to tell the real ninja from a White Zetsu. As other ninja arrive to assist Sakura while she reports the information to headquarters, the real Neji is revealed to have never left the 5th Division camp. At HQ, Shikaku receives the information and Ao informs him of chakras disappearing all over the divisions. Shikaku then begins to formulate a countermeasure against this imminent threat to find the imposters. By that time, A and Tsunade appear before the Jinchuriki, with the former having no intention to let Naruto go any further and resolving to kill him if they need to delay Tobi's plans. However, B halts his brother's attacks as he reminds him of how they formed the A-B combo and everything they've been through, including their time with their cousin and their confrontation with Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. Though Tsunade decides that Naruto can enter the war, A refuses to allow it before being taken down by B's lightning release lariat, defeating his brother. B tells A that he and Naruto's powers didn't come from them being Jinchuriki, and that his brother's words, saying he's important to him, has made B surpass him. B also tells him that as long as he has people he cares about, he can overcome the tailed beast in him. B calls A his son, the person he cares about, and Naruto calls his parents his sons. Naruto tells A how he met both Minato and Kushina, and that they believed he could control the Nine Tails. Tsunade states she will fight A if he continues to attempt to kill Naruto, but A charges toward Naruto, who manages to successfully dodge A's top speed punch, saying he will not fail. A reveals he was just testing Naruto to see if he could avoid his punch and tells Naruto to get going. Back at HQ, Shikaku learns the only way to discover who the White Zetsu clones are is to have Naruto scatter his shadow clones at the locations, as Nine Tails chakra can sense malice. But knowing A will disapprove, Mabui doubts it'll happen. A Katsuyu clone informs them of A letting Naruto enter the war. The sun rises, marking the second day of the 4th Shinobi World War. Tobi makes his move, having his own 6 paths of pain composed of the reincarnated Jinchuriki who have eyes that mirror Tobi's. Knowing Naruto can sense malice in the Nine Tails form, Tobi knows that Naruto will be taking out the White Zetsu, saying that it's going along perfectly. Back at the Logistical Support and Medical Division compound, Shizune and Sakura learn the secrets of the White Zetsu, using the clone that Sakura captured. Shizune reveals that the White Zetsu have the same DNA as Yamato, meaning they are altered plant clones of the first Hokage. A and Tsunade return to HQ and learn about the White Zetsu clones being created from the first Hokage's cells. Believing that Madara developed a technique with her grandfather's cells to extend his life, Tsunade states there is no clue how to defeat someone who is truly immortal. As Naruto and B head towards the battlefield, Shikaku contacts them telepathically through Inoichi's technique, telling them to search for the White Zetsu and explaining about Tobi, Kabuto, and the reincarnated shinobi. Naruto and B come across a group of ninja heading back to defend HQ, but were revealed by Naruto to actually be a small force of White Zetsu. Naruto takes out a majority of them and summons Gamahiro to squish a merged White Zetsu and to look out for more White Zetsu with B, while he sends his shadow clones to the other battlefields. When Nagato and Itachi Uchiha encounter Naruto and Killer B, Kabuto plan to capture and use them to further blackmail Tobi. The battle reveals some truth on Itachi's mission, and much to his chagrin, Itachi learns that Sasuke has turned to Tobi instead of returning to Konoha. With this, the battle begins with Nagato forcefully summoning his bird and multi-headed dog monsters to battle Naruto. Joining in the fight, Itachi eventually activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. This causes the crow Itachi had placed inside of Naruto to come out using Koro Amatsukami on Itachi, freeing him from Kabuto's control as he uses Amaterasu on Nagato in his summons. However, Kabuto responds by removing Nagato's personality to make him a more ideal weapon. When B enters his version 2 form to attack with lightning release lariat, Nagato uses the Predapath's ability to absorb B's chakra. Regaining his vibrant appearance, Nagato grabs Naruto and begins to remove his soul. Naruto tries to escape by attacking Nagato with a Rasengan, but he absorbs it as well. B tries to cut Nagato to save Naruto, but he stops them using the Ashura Path ability, and almost succeeds in removing Naruto's soul and destroying B until Itachi intercepts with his Susanoo and attacks the summoning's eyes, making them disappear. Nagato proceeds to use Chibaku Tensei to trap the three, but is stopped by the combined efforts of Itachi's Yasuka Magatama, B's Tailed Beast Ball, and Naruto's Wind Release Rasen Shuriken to destroy the sphere at the center of the attack. As the smoke clears, Nagato finds himself impaled by the Susanoo's Sword of Totsuka, and his personality returns. Itachi then seals him, but not before Nagato gives his last words to Naruto, telling him that he was part of a trilogy that included Jiraiya and himself, and to correct the wrongs that he had done during his lifetime. Once done sealing Nagato, Itachi then takes his leave to find Kabuto in order to undo the impure world reincarnation. Seeing the youth weakened from his using the Nine-Tails chakra mode, Itachi advises him not to overburden himself like he himself did, and to remember those that are helping him as B tells the youth of the promise he made to Irika. Itachi then incinerates the crow as Shisui's eye cannot be used for another decade, and to ensure that it would not fall into enemy hands. Itachi then departs. Frustrated by losing Nagato and Itachi, Kabuto considers bringing out his trump card to compensate for the turn of events. Using Dustless Bewildering Cover, Mu was able to infiltrate the Land of Lightning undetected until Gaara was able to locate him on the first day. Mu then summoned the 2nd Mizukage, the 3rd Raikage, and the 4th Kazekage, with the 4th Division drawing the reincarnated Kage further into the Land of Lightning, while part of the division under Shikamaru broke off to aid Darui in his fight against Kinkaku in the Land of Lightning's coast. Once the battle on the coast was won, with the 1st Division boxing their opponents from the rear, Gaara and Onoki engaged the Kage with their attacks countered by their respective predecessors. As Gaara comes into sight, his father is shocked to see that Gaara is no longer a Jinchuriki as the two engage with their attacks cancelling each other out. However, by attempting to protect 2 of the other Kage from an aerial barrage, Gaara restrains his father, and his counters continue to fail in the face of Gaara's shield of sand. After Gaara learns the truth about his mother, he seals his father, turning his attention to the 3rd Raikage and 2nd Mizukage with new determination as the 2 Kage evade him and divulge their abilities. Meanwhile, Onoki follows Mu, who becomes invisible and states that Onoki is going to die if he doesn't call Gaara over. Onoki tells Mu not to underestimate him as he makes several clones. As the Mizukage overwhelms the forces with his clam's mirage, Gaara spots Mu as he's about to attack Onoki from behind, before noticing a Rasengan behind the reincarnated Tsuchikage. Naruto's planetary Rasengan misses at first, but then he manages to hit Mu with a 2nd attack thanks to Gaara. Just as he is sealed by Gaara, Mu utters a warning, yet is silenced once the seal is complete. After learning of Naruto's resolve to fight with them, Gaara and Onoki part ways with the youth as he goes to where Temari uses the wind release cast net technique to seemingly incapacitate the Raikage, offering his assistance as wind chakra users are effective against their opponent. After 2 missed Rasen Shuriken, Naruto finally manages to hit the Raikage with the technique, but the Raikage recovers fast as the allied shinobi prepare multiple earth walls, supported by Dodai's lava release rubber wall to defend against the Raikage's strongest ninjutsu, Hell Stab. But seeing him break through all their defenses, Dodai explains that the 3rd was very resilient and was only injured when he fought the 8-Tails. Despite attempting the Tailed Beast Rasengan, Naruto fails to form it fully and is forced out of Nine-Tails chakra mode. Naruto tells Dodai that he needs to contact B and the 8-Tails. Kabuto focuses all of the 3rd Raikage's attacks on Naruto, but Dodai forms a rubber ball as a decoy to buy Naruto some time. Naruto then asks the 8-Tails how he defeated the 3rd Raikage. When he learned that they both fought each other to a standstill and the 3rd Raikage had only been injured after he fell, Naruto suspected what happened. He entered Sage mode and created a Rasengan, and he planned to use Frog Kata to sense the Raikage's attack faster. The Raikage attacks with a 1-finger Nukite, but Naruto dodges it and hits the Raikage's arm with a Rasengan, knocking his attack into his own chest. The sealing team immediately seals the Raikage. Elsewhere, Gaara faces the 2nd Mizukage alone and notices how his opponent's oil is nullifying his sand as he uses his concealed sand picture cat to find the giant clam. After locating it, Onoki uses Earth Release Fist Rock technique combined with Earth Release Super Added Weight Rock technique to destroy it, revealing the Mizukage's real body. Onoki throws out his back, rendering him immobile, as the Mizukage uses the water gun technique to shoot what he learns was a sand clone as it envelops him. The 2nd starts to wash away the sand with oil, but Gaara layers the sand into his desert-layered Imperial funeral before it explodes. As hail begins to fall, Onoki explains to Gaara that this is the 2nd's steaming danger tyranny as his clone reconstitutes. The explosive clone wreaks havoc, with Gaara protecting his division before fighting the clone and managing to incapacitate it with a sand clone, with his father's gold dust mixed into it. With the sand clone, along with the clone's heat, to fuse the gold to its body. The clone then finds the real Gaara and tries to attack him, only to be stopped by Gaara's sand and stopped from exploding. Greatly impressed by this feat, the second Mizukage beams at Gaara before being sealed. Earlier, at the mountain's graveyard, Sasuke recovers from his surgery yet is told by White Zetsu to keep the bandages on for the time being. However, as Naruto and Gaara fought the third Raikage and second Mizukage, Sasuke attacks White Zetsu with his Susanoo and sets him ablaze with the Materasu. Saying that his eyes could see just fine in the dark and that he should try them outside, Sasuke removes his bandages to see his newly evolved Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the rubble of a smashed pillar, a damaged Mu stands up. He reveals that he split his body in two and that only half of him was sealed. He tries to remove the tags from his other half, but the seal is too strong in his weakened state. Mu then, eventually due to his weakened state, performs a summoning of the reincarnated ninja who was Kabuto's ultimate weapon. The figure, whose power is so intense that the coffin's lid burst open, is revealed to be Madara Uchiha. Fourth Shinobi World War. Climax. After emerging from his coffin, Madara believed he'd been brought back by Nagato using Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, until Mu reveals the technique to be Impure World Reincarnation. When Madara questions Mu about the user of the technique's identity, Kabuto takes full control of the Tsuchikage to explain to the reincarnated Uchiha that he brought him back and had made enhancements that have given him greater power than he had in the prime of his life. News of this turn of events reaches the 4th Division's location, with Gaara leading the attack as Madara counters with a widespread fire technique, which is countered by the combined usage of water formation wall by several shinobi. Moving on to general melee attacks, given free rein by Kabuto, Madara wreaks havoc on the 4th Division, prompting Onoki to raise the ground below him to force him into Naruto's Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Madara responds by activating his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and blocking the attack with his Susanoo, and goes on to continue decimating the division's forces. As Naruto enters Sage Mode and creates his attack, Onoki lightens Gaara's sand, allowing him to manipulate it more easily, which he uses to pull Madara out of Susanoo into the path of Naruto's Sage Mode enhanced Rasen Shuriken. Claiming the attack to be too much, Madara surprisingly activates his Rinnegan and uses the Predapath's Chakra Absorption technique to dispel the technique, to which Kabuto rejoices that the hypothesis that he came up with based on the data gathered by he and Orochimaru was validated, as he improved Madara's body beyond what it was in his prime. Madara replies that his power is not of Kabuto's creation, but his own. Using his twin-bodied Susanoo to weave two souls at once in conjunction with his own, pulling a giant asteroid earthbound toward the 4th Division, stunning everyone, leading Gaara to question whether this was the power of a god. As the giant meteorite descends, Onoki tells the allied shinobi not to give up before even trying. He flies toward the meteorite, intending to lighten it. Gaara orders everyone to retreat as he stays behind to help Onoki. Kabuto, speaking through Mu, surmises that Madara intends to destroy everything with the meteor, and Madara states that he is correct as they will simply regenerate. Onoki successfully lightens the meteorite as Gaara catches it with his sand. Madara asks what they will do about the second one as it collides with the first. At the Allied HQ, discussing their masked foe's reason for calling himself Madara Uchiha with A and Shikaku, Tsunade believes it was to play on the fear of the name itself, and how their opponent used Madara's name to get the world's attention and drag it into a war. The shock from the second meteorite's impact reaches HQ. They receive intel about what happened and they determine that it must be Madara's attack. Tsunade states that she will be heading to the front. Back at the battlefield, there are barely any survivors left. Dodai protected Naruto's clone due to him being a valuable asset. Onoki was severely injured by the attack. Madara and Mu regenerate and speak about Madara's plans. They notice survivors and Madara attempts to summon the Nine Tails, but fails due to it being sealed. Kabuto points out that the Jinchuriki is Naruto Uzumaki. Madara uses Hashirama's wood-release secret technique, Nativity of a World of Trees, to attack the remaining allied forces. The Nine Tails gives Naruto some of its chakra without any of its will, preferring to help Naruto over being controlled by Madara again. Naruto rushes toward the approaching forest and creates many shadow clones. The clones create multiple Big Ball Rasengan and destroy the advancing forest. Naruto says that he used up all of the Nine Tails chakra and that he feels like he could disappear at any moment. Onoki tells Naruto to rest while they finish the battle. He proclaims that it's finally time to pick himself up off the ground and that there's no opponent more worthy than Madara Uchiha. Onoki decides to take on both Madara and Mu with the assistance of the remaining 4th Division. Tsunade and A decide to head to Madara's location through Mabui's Heavenly Transfer technique, a technique that only transports objects, as transporting a living being would surely tear them apart. However, Tsunade decides to take the gamble using her Yin Seal release. Shikaku telepathically communicates to Genma to have him, Raido, and other Konoha shinobi perform the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Mei to Madara's location as well, after Chojuro incapacitates Black Zetsu with a single slash. The three Kage arrive at the battlefield and prepare to fight Madara. Mei and A battle Madara while Tsunade heals Gaara and Onoki. Gaara and Onoki protect the group when Madara goes onto the offensive. The five Kage tell Naruto's clone that he isn't needed in that battlefield anymore and urge him to beat the other Madara. The clone disperses. Naruto and B encounter Tobi and Naruto headbutts him head on, sending them both reeling. Tobi's mask doesn't even get a scratch on it. B catches Naruto and advises him to calm down. Naruto comments on Tobi's new mask's appearance and strength, which Tobi replies is due to the mask being made of materials suitable for war. Then Naruto and B start fighting Tobi's 6 paths of pain. Roshi begins the assault by launching lava boulders at his opponents, which B and Naruto respond to by attacking head-on. Yagura, however, manages to counter the attacks, causing B and Naruto to fall into Utakata's trap. B and Naruto manage to escape it, but find themselves being blinded by Fu, which were followed by fast attacks from Yugito and Han, and though the assault was successfully blocked, Naruto and B were still driven back. Tobi finds out that Madara was reincarnated, with the youth demanding who he truly is, and tells Naruto he's a nobody and that the only thing that truly matters is him completing the Eye of the Moon plan. When Naruto and B state their own goal of tearing his mask off to find out who he truly is, Tobi ends the conversation by proclaiming that he will capture the both of them and complete his plans. Naruto states they won't hand over the 8 tails and the 9 tails. B questions if the Jinchuriki had their tailed beasts removed, and the 8 tails concludes that they must have been resealed, as it can sense them in their hosts, though different. B begins attacking despite Naruto's call to wait. B attacks Fu with Samehada, but she dodges it by flying. B launches his swords coated in lightning chakra from her blind spot, but she dodges it as the other Jinchuriki watch the two. B wonders how she could dodge from a blind spot, so Naruto tells him about the Rinnegan's shared field of vision. Roshi coats himself in lava and attacks Naruto, who narrowly evades it, the heat burning his cheek. Yugito launches her guided attack and clashes with B, cutting his scarf. B and Naruto take cover, and B is surprised by her speed, and the 8 tails points out that the Sharingan allows them to react faster, while the Rinnegan coordinates attacks. Naruto tells B and the 8 tails about the Paths of Pain and the Black Receivers. B points out one in Yugito's chest from a hit he landed earlier. Naruto goes into the open and tries destroying a receiver in Roshi while being attacked, but is stopped by Han. The 8 tails says the forest will hinder their field of vision, so B transforms into the 8 tails to level the forest. B devastates the forest, also knocking down the other Jinchuriki. At the allied Shinobi HQ, Ao detects that B has transformed into the 8 tails. Inoichi receives updates on the Kage holding Madara back. Shikaku requests other division statuses and learns that the 1st and 2nd divisions are almost done with their enemies. The 3rd only has one more reincarnated shinobi to seal, and the 5th has the advantage on their fight. Shikaku orders that as soon as they're done, they go back to back up B and Naruto and asks their coordinates. Naruto notes that the Jinchuriki are down, and the 8 tails urges B to seal them. B spits out ink clones, which proceed to lock them in place. Before the clones finish sealing them, Tobi appears from underground, and the Jinchuriki advance in their transformations and resume attacking. Fu and Yugito tag team Naruto, followed by Yagura, who impairs Naruto's movements. Meanwhile, Utakata frees himself from B's hold and Roshi's attacks. The 8 tails is concerned and thinks they should retreat, but B is rammed by Han, who has fully transformed into the 5 tails. Tobi moves in to warp Naruto away, stating that 6 against 2 puts the odds in his favor. However, this was thwarted as Kakashi and Guy attack Tobi with his violent Leaf Adamantine Strength Whirlwind technique and causes Tobi to become intangible and slip through Naruto while Kakashi retrieves Naruto. Naruto is happy to see them, while Tobi states that 2 more shinobi doesn't make a difference against the power of his eyes and tailed beasts. Kakashi then states that they too have a Sharingan, followed by Guy, who states that not to underestimate him as he was Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. At the mountain's graveyard, Sasuke breaks out of the hideout, while elsewhere, having escaped the samurai, Jugo and Suigetsu discuss Sasuke and Karin, as well as Suigetsu's goal to collect swords as they head to one of Orochimaru's hideouts. On the battlefield, Naruto warns Guy and Kakashi about Tobi's abilities. As the 5 tails attacks, Guy frees Naruto from the coral before seeing the beast turn on Tobi, who chains and suppresses it. The 5 tails is dismayed at being controlled in that manner. The 8 tails tries crushing Tobi, but he simply slips through it. Tobi returns Han back to his version 2 form. Guy and Kakashi speculate that Tobi doesn't have full control over the tailed beasts. The 8 and 9 tails speak to each other telepathically about the treatment of the tailed beasts, and the 9 tails says that as the 2nd strongest beast going by tails, the 8 tails should just finish the battle already and feign sleep. The Eight Tails snaps back, saying that his belief about their powers being defined by their number of tails is exactly why Shukaku hated the Nine Tails so much. Guy and Kakashi charge at the Jinchuriki, intent on figuring out which of the 6 paths of pain techniques each one used, only to conclude that Toby isn't making them use 6 paths techniques because they already have strategies against those. Toby praises them for figuring that out and proceeds to make Roshi and Udakata transform completely into their respective beasts. Naruto falls out of Nine-Tails chakra mode and considers creating more shadow clones with the Nine-Tails chakra as diversions. B thinks that creating more clones would surely kill him, but the Eight-Tails points out that Naruto should already be on the brink of death, and thinks that the Nine-Tails has stopped taking Naruto's chakra for a while. The Six-Tails attacks Kakashi and Guy, who dodge. The Four-Tails tosses the Eight-Tails, and Naruto almost falls into its mouth, but resists being eaten. Now back in Nine-Tails chakra mode, as the Nine-Tails opens one eye watching on. The Four-Tails tosses the Eight-Tails on the ground and keeps forcing its mouth shut with Naruto in it while the Nine-Tails watches on. Guy wants to save Naruto, but Kakashi points out their own unfortunate situation between 2 attack fronts. The Six-Tails is corrosive gas and the other Jinchuriki's chakra arms. Kakashi creates a shadow clone and slices through the arms while Guy punches and burns the gas away. The Eight-Tails wraps its tentacles around the Four-Tails, telling it to let go of Naruto. The Eight-Tails tells the Nine-Tails it heard that it helped Naruto against Madara, the Nine-Tails saying it won't wag its tails to help its Jinchuriki as easily as the Eight-Tails. The Eight-Tails questions if it doesn't care at all about what happens to Naruto. The Nine-Tails recalls how many Shinobi in the past have restrained it and denied it an identity. The Four-Tails closes its mouth. Naruto meets the Four-Tails, bound by chains. It asks if Naruto is there to take its power and demands to be called by its proper name, making a boisterous introduction. Naruto apologizes for not listening to Son Goku, which impresses it. Naruto and Son Goku discuss issues of recognition, identity, and existence. The Four-Tails laughs when Naruto says he's jealous of how B and the Eight-Tails are with each other, before seeing Naruto is serious about it. Considering Naruto to be a better sight than Toby, Son Goku offers to help Naruto if he can undo the chains that bind it. Son Goku tells Naruto that it won't become his ally even if he saves it, unless it can trust Naruto, who is okay with that. Kurama ponders that it knows Naruto and that nothing he can say will reach a tailed beast. Toby pulls Son towards himself with chains, intent on absorbing them both. B's still trying to make Son open its mouth and release Naruto. Naruto fails to make Son open its mouth and decides using the multiple shadow clone technique to make Son puke him out, which it does. B celebrates. Son tells Naruto that the black receiver in him slid from its chest to its neck because of the full-tailed beast transformation. Naruto spots it, enters in his Nine-Tails chakra mode, and sets out to remove it, apologizing to Son in advance if he needs to get rough. Naruto pulls himself towards the receiver. Toby tries binding Naruto with the chains. Kurama recalls Naruto's past achievements, and thinks that if Naruto truly wants to help the tailed beasts, that he should do so like he always has and act. Naruto tries pulling out the black receiver while a clone he left inside Son enters Sage mode and tries pushing it from the inside. Naruto successfully removes the black receiver. Toby instantly summons the demonic statue of the Outer Path and reseals Son Goku, but not before it leaves Naruto with a parting gift. With a declaration that he intends to go all out from this point on because they had something that belonged to him, Toby forces the remaining 5 Jinchuriki into their respective full-tailed beast forms. As Kakashi and Guy watch on in shock, Kurama tells Naruto that he's willing to lend him more of his power. Somewhat taken aback by this, Naruto then proceeds to thank the beast for helping him during his brief battle with Madara Uchiha, which Kurama rebuffs. Naruto then chastises the beast for the manner in which he took gratitude before the beast, offering him his fist, tells Naruto to meld his chakra with its own. Bumping fists with the beast, Naruto stands and tells B and the Eight-Tails that he was ready to go again. They, however, tell him that they would take the front lines, while Naruto acted as support since he was unable to transform into the full Nine-Tails. Naruto, however, declines this maneuver, leading the Eight-Tails to wonder if Kurama had finally come around. As Naruto places his hand on the seals on his stomach and opens the gates that held Kurama back, he states that it was no longer the nine-tailed demon fox, but Kurama, a comrade from Konohagakure. As the seal opens up, the 5 opposing tailed beasts each create a tailed beast ball to fire at Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi planned on countering using Kamui, while Guy considers opening up his 8th gate. But Naruto, after undergoing a transformation from releasing his seal, was able to deflect all the attacks. Frustrated, Toby made all the tailed beasts attack, but they were all pushed away by the Nine-Tails' roar. Kakashi and Guy found themselves within Kurama's chakra, while Naruto created a clone which entered Sage mode to locate the rods on the tailed beasts. Kurama warned Naruto that since their union wasn't perfect, they could remain in this form for only 5 minutes, which Naruto states was plenty of time. Using the chakra, Naruto grabbed the 7 tails, planning on pile driving it into the 3 tails, but the giant turtle managed to curl up and roll away. Intent on finishing off the Seven Tails, Kodama raised its fist, but was swallowed by the Six Tails, trapping them while the Three Tails rolled straight at them. Just before it could reach the giant fox, the Eight Tails managed to grab the turtle with its tentacles. The Five Tails then tried to ram into the bull again, but B managed to knock it away. The Two Tails then attempted to pounce on Kodama, but Naruto swung the Six Tails into its path, sending them both flying. Naruto's Sage Mode clone managed to figure out the location of the black receivers while Kakashi and Guy watch on in disbelief. Toby, realizing he wouldn't be able to defeat the two Jinchuriki unless he aimed to kill them, made his tailed beasts regroup to perform one massive tailed beast ball, which Naruto responded to by firing his own. As Naruto's tailed beast ball collided with those of the opposing tailed beasts, both attacks fly upwards and explode. Using the opportunity to grab the beasts by the throat, Naruto sends clones of himself all in the initial Nine Tails chakra mode to grab hold of the black receivers. As they do so, the original enters the consciousnesses of the tailed beasts who have all been waiting there with their respective Jinchuriki, and is greeted by Yugito, who is pleased he had made it to this level. Welcoming him, Naruto and Yagata, whom the former starts pitying, believing the former Mizukage to be a child who looked even weaker than himself, have a brief conversation. After learning of Son Goku and Roshi's fate from Fu, he's summoned before the tailed beast and told to stretch out his hand. After Urakata and Han thank Naruto, one by one, Tailed Beast and Jinchuriki alike introduce themselves to Naruto and then bump fists with him. Here, Kodama remembers the parting words of the Sage of Six Paths, and then, as the stakes are removed, asks his fellow Tailed Beasts if they too believed, as Son did, that Naruto was the one the sage had spoken of so long ago. They all affirm them as a shocked Toby reseals them into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Though stating that nothing has changed because of his worn-out condition after the Tailed Beast mode had ended, Naruto refutes Toby's claim, stating that he had just learned a bunch of difficult names all at once. Toby is confused by Naruto's claim of learning difficult names, which Naruto teases him for. Guy remarks how Naruto's progress is making him feel old, to which Kakashi tries to make him feel better, only to fail. Toby feels a moisture on his wrist, at first thinking it was sweat, but eventually convinces himself that it's the rain that was starting to fall. Toby has a strange feeling about Naruto and perceives an aura about him. However, he snaps out of his shaken state and asserts that the war will make everything irrelevant, including Naruto. At the Allied Shinobi HQ, Naruto's use of Kodama's chakra was felt, although they also feel something else. Al relays events to Shikaku, who wants to use it to raise the army's morale all at once, despite the strain it would cause to him. Naruto's friends from Konoha all rush in his direction, intent on supporting him. Elsewhere, Sasuke also walks toward the battlefield as a thunderstorm ensues. In the Konoha Intelligence Division, Karin feigns mental instability to lessen the guards' attention to her, and begins plotting her escape with a lockpick set hidden in her glasses and under a portrait of Sasuke she made. Jugo and Suigetsu learn about the war near one of Orochimaru's hideouts. Jugo questions Suigetsu's reasons to be a part of Taka, and while the two argue, Jugo's killing intent kicks in and he attacks Suigetsu. Suigetsu simply reforms and begins drowning Jugo to subdue him. He notices that the attack revealed a secret room caused by Jugo's attack, where Suigetsu discovers a scroll detailing secrets to winning the war. Sasuke runs into a small platoon of the White Zetsu army who question his presence outside, and realize he's killed the original White Zetsu before attacking. Sasuke uses Susanoo and incinerates several of them. He interrogates one of the White Zetsu using Genjutsu and learns about the war and its purpose. Sasuke finishes the White Zetsu and decides to go kill Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke is pleased with Itachi's eyes and reminisces about him. Elsewhere, Itachi is on the move. Onoki attacks Madara Uchiha with a giant rock golem, which Madara destroys, creating several flowers. Tsunade recognizes the technique as her grandfather's. Gaara suspends the Kage above the attack, Onoki levitating A. The flowers begin releasing a toxic pollen. Kabuto Yakashi muses on how people who heard of Hashirama Senju's strength consider it a myth, just like the Sage of Six Paths, and he'll show everyone that it's real. Dodai, Genma, and Raido give chase to Mu. Having steered the Kage's attention towards the flowers, Madara uses Susanoo to knock them down from behind, throwing them at the flowers, and proceeds to set the forest ablaze. Mei tries putting out the fire but collapses due to the pollen, as do the other Kage. Onoki thinks back to his youth, talking to the first Tsuchikage about the strong will of Iwa Shinobi. Onoki musters enough strength to destroy the flowers and injure Madara. The other Kage regain consciousness just in time to see the face formed from the DNA of the first Hokage's face in Madara's chest. Kabuto gushes on how Orochimaru's creation allowed him to create the ultimate trump card. Elsewhere, Sasuke Uchiha detects someone in the woods nearby. Taking out his sword, he goes to investigate, only to be shocked at seeing Itachi Uchiha. After Sasuke spots Itachi, he chases his brother down. Itachi refuses to be swayed from his mission, so Sasuke attempts to use Susanoo to stop him, but Itachi counters with his own. As Sasuke chases his brother, the two have a conversation. Elsewhere, a regenerating Madara decides to target Tsunade after realizing she was a Senju. Deeming her a weak woman who had seemingly inherited nothing from Hashirama, who he claimed was even more skilled in medical ninjutsu than she was, he goes on to say that even more so than a weak person, he detested a weak Senju. Tsunade, however, rebuffs him, telling him that though she had not inherited the wood-release Kekai Genkai her grandfather possessed, and that he may have been more skilled than her with medical ninjutsu since he did not require the use of hand seals to use it, Madara made two mistakes. One was assuming she was a weak woman, and the other was that she had inherited nothing from her ancestor. She states that she inherited something more than simple power, the will of fire, something Madara should not take so lightly. Madara doubts Tsunade can defeat him with the will of fire, stating power has nothing to do with will. Tsunade disagrees, saying that the will she inherited made her strong, crediting it for her revolution of medical ninjutsu, building an entire system and making its 3 rules, which she lists to him as she releases her seal. She then reveals another rule, that only those who have mastered the ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique are allowed to break the other 3 rules. The other Kage are stunned to learn about this, while Madara is unfazed, having never heard of the technique. Tsunade explains it's a kinjutsu that only she knows how to use. Madara says that getting rid of the pollen and adding a medical nin won't help their odds. Tsunade says all of them will go at it at once if it comes down to it, and that she's not just a medical nin. Madara covers himself with the Susanoo's ribcage, which Tsunade cracks with her attack. Madara notes her to be slower than the Raikage, but stronger than him. Madara tries immolating Tsunade, but is stopped by Mei, who also attacks. A and Onoki deal a heavy blow just as Tsunade lands a powerful kick, sending Madara crashing down. Madara concedes that Tsunade isn't as weak as he thought. Madara reminds her that she'll get herself killed if she simply rushes into battle, the Kage's source of treatment and recovery. Madara wonders what Hashirama left them, saying they're nothing compared to Hashirama, and that if he had known how weak they'd be, he would have taught Hashirama how to rise from the dead. He says the only power Hashirama left is clinging to him, and that his own brother only left him his eyes and their power. Tsunade asks him if he heard nothing of what she said. Madara says that the only thing that can be passed to them is hatred. At the same time, Don Kato and Choza Akamichi have a conversation where Choza informs him that Madara had been reincarnated and that Tsunade, as Hokage, and the other Kage were battling him, which shocks Don. Despite Choza's confidence in Tsunade, Don tells him that he should use his time finding the caster of the technique instead of guarding the barrier that held him, as Madara was not to be taken lightly, expressing his belief that only Hashirama could possibly defeat Madara. Back at the battle with Madara, Tsunade manages to land a devastating blow on him, and as he regenerates, Gaara binds and seals him. This, however, is revealed to be nothing more than a wood clone, as Tsunade is impaled by a Susanoo's sword, and Madara emerges from a root, telling them that when he fought Hashirama in the past, only his dojutsu could see through the clone. To keep Sasuke from following him, Itachi summons a flock of crows which stall Sasuke. Itachi finds Kabuto Yakashi, saying that he felt where his chakra came from while he was being controlled earlier, citing it as a weakness of the technique. Kabuto isn't concerned, as he's the only one who can stop the technique. After seeing Sasuke close behind Itachi, Kabuto gets excited, exclaiming his luck has turned for the better, which prompted an exasperated Itachi to remark that things turned out worse than he expected. Having arrived at Kabuto's hideout, Sasuke identifies Kabuto. Kabuto attempts to manipulate him into attacking Itachi, but Sasuke explains his goal was to talk with his brother, and that Kabuto, who has now taken Orochimaru's mantle, is his enemy. Meanwhile, Tsunade reveals her new technique's power, which allows nearly instant regeneration without the usage of hand seals, and throws the sword that impales her back at Madara. While he absorbs it into his Susanoo, Onoki tries to blast Madara with dust release from behind, but Madara simply absorbs it, claiming he could have done it earlier but instead took it as a chance to demoralize them with Hashirama's visage. Tsunade questions his confidence, stating the Kage forced him into using a wood clone. Instead of rebuffing her, Madara admits 5 versus 1 is a good matchup number and creates 25 wood clones, 5 for each Kage. Sasuke attempts to kill Kabuto, but Itachi stops him, explaining the need to discover the counter to the impure world reincarnation beforehand. Sasuke agrees to cooperate on the terms that Itachi will answer his questions once they're done, and Itachi accepts, as both brothers and Kabuto ready themselves for battle. Closing his hood and stating that he was an introverted person, and as such it was unsettling to be stared at by so many people, Kabuto sends his snakes charging towards Sasuke and Itachi. The brothers are able to fend this attack off by activating their Susanoo. However, Kabuto uses this opportunity to hide one of his snakes. Here, Kabuto reveals the abilities that he had gained from experimenting with Sasuke's former teammates, Karin's healing abilities, a similar ability to Suigetsu's hydrification technique, as well as Jugo's ability to absorb natural energy. After revealing that he had found and trained at the Ryuchi cave, much to Itachi's shock, he narrowly dodges Sasuke's arrow. Emerging from the snake's mouth, he reveals that he had finally surpassed Orochimaru and was able to become a sage, and declares that he was now a dragon after Sasuke mistakes him for an imperfect snake like Orochimaru was. Kabuto launches a dragon at the brothers. As Itachi rushes over, a blinding light and violent air vibrations erupt. Sasuke and Itachi are paralyzed by the air vibrations, but Kabuto is still able to move because of his liquefied body. Kabuto goes after Sasuke first. Itachi protects him with Susanoo. Itachi explains that he already knows where Kabuto is going to attack so he can guard properly. Sasuke attempts to impale Kabuto with his Chidori sharp spear, but Kabuto jumps into the ceiling. Itachi tells Sasuke to remember the plan they used when they went on mission together. Sasuke remembers hunting a huge boar as he puts the plan into action with his brother. While Itachi launched Yasuka Magatama as a distraction, Sasuke fired another arrow at Kabuto and managed to pin him to the ceiling. Sasuke thinks he has Kabuto, but then is shocked to see Kabuto off to the side stabbing Itachi. Itachi's body is revealed to be a crow clone, and the real Itachi counterattacks, cutting off a piece of Kabuto's horn. Itachi and Sasuke remember their time together and prepare to catch the snake. Amused at the fact that he thought Sasuke should hate Itachi, the two seem to be getting along well. Kabuto states that he understands that something might have happened during the brothers' battle, and he could not understand what Sasuke could want from a dead person. After hearing Sasuke declare that he wanted to know the truth, Kabuto surmises that Sasuke was suspicious of his brother, having already heard the truth and as such never returning to Konoha because of his intent to destroy it for making his brother suffer. Calling Itachi a liar and stating that he went as far as to eradicate his entire clan in order to protect the village, he asks Sasuke whether or not what he was doing was more akin to his own goals of wanting to continue what Orochimaru started and destroy Konoha. Attempting to get him onto his side once again, Sasuke has a flashback of a conversation he overheard with a group of Konoha nin bad-mouthing Itachi, after which he declares that he was nothing like Kabuto and that crushing Konoha was his own ambition. Recalling his life in Konoha, Kabuto begins to renounce the village and tells Sasuke that he would be his new brother. Telling his brother not to listen to Kabuto, Itachi commences his plan of action, telling his brother that he would use one of the clan's ultimate dojutsu. Believing it to be Izanagi, Sasuke questions his brother. Itachi, however, corrects his brother as he clashes with Kabuto while wielding Sasuke's sword, telling him that this is another technique, able to deny destiny, Izanami. Kabuto attacks the Uchiha brothers with his Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation, causing the cave formations to attack them. Having used his Susanoo to protect Sasuke, Itachi is incapacitated between the rocks. As Kabuto retrieves a talisman from his snake, intent on rewriting Itachi's mind, Sasuke creates a ring of Amaterasu flames to prevent Kabuto from taking any further action. Commending Sasuke's strategy, Kabuto tells him nonetheless that they were not capable of defeating him. Continuing to brag about his accomplishments, he states that of anyone currently alive, he had come the closest to the Sage of Six Paths, and that compared to him, the Uchiha were nothing. This prompts Sasuke to lash out, but he's stopped by a fully regenerated Itachi. Itachi tells Kabuto that he reminded him of his former self, that the two of them are very different. He then tells him that because he did not understand his own limitations, the value of comrades, and who he really was, he was doomed to fail as he did when he was alive. With this, Kabuto retorts that they were the ones that knew nothing about him, and that for his whole life he had tried to find out who he really was. With this, Kabuto has a flashback to his earliest memory of being found by Nono and Urushi. He then states that for his whole life, he had nothing. Kabuto then remembers his first meeting with Orochimaru while aiding the wounds of several Konoha shinobi, declining the offer of being a shinobi. Nono is later approached by Danzo Shimura, Orochimaru, and an Aburame shinobi, who blackmail her into undertaking an intelligence-gathering mission based on the intel they'd received that Iwa was planning a big attack. Taking Kabuto along with them to replace a dead root member, the young man was sent on several spy missions in different hidden villages inclusive of the 5 great shinobi countries. On a mission in Iwa, his cover was blown, and as he attempted to escape, he was confronted by an Iwa nin. Kabuto attacked the ninja with his chakra scalpel, severely wounding his would-be assassin, revealed to be Nono to his horror. When Nono did not remember him as he attempted to heal her, a shocked Kabuto ran off and left her as Kitsuchi and another Iwa nin approached them. Devastated that she did not remember him and wondering who he was, Kabuto is once again approached by Orochimaru, who states that Kabuto had become quite the shinobi. Kabuto is startled by Orochimaru's approach. Orochimaru says he's been watching Kabuto and Nono for a long time, and invites him to come with him, promising to reveal to him the reason Nono attacked him and didn't recognize him. Orochimaru takes Kabuto to his medically equipped hideout, telling Kabuto he's the first person he's brought here. Kabuto questions Orochimaru on why he brought him here, and Orochimaru is pleased with his inquiring nature. Orochimaru reveals that Root set up Kabuto and Nono to kill each other as their skilled abilities as spies with vast knowledge have made them too dangerous to be kept alive. Orochimaru then explains that Danzo told Nono the reason Kabuto joined Root, accepting her pleas to relieve him of duty if she kills one man, Kabuto, who she would believe to be someone else, having been given photos of a different child over the years. Kabuto figures Orochimaru was sent to kill whoever survived, Orochimaru confirming this fact to a mortified Kabuto while telling him they're no different. He explains to Kabuto that he's found value in Kabuto's skill and wants his services within the newly created Otogakure with the promise of a new identity. Accepting the offer, Kabuto becomes Orochimaru's spy, pretending to be a spy for Sasori in order to learn about Akatsuki, and aids his new employer in his experiments through the years. After Orochimaru's defeat at Sasuke's hand, Kabuto injects himself with blood from the remains of Orochimaru's true form to achieve an identity of his own making. Having finished reminiscing about his childhood, Kabuto tells the brothers that he assimilated more than just Orochimaru's DNA, that his pawns were a show of his power, and refuses to have Itachi oppose him any longer. Even though Itachi rejects what Kabuto says, Kabuto presses on with his attack. A construct of Sakon emerges from the base of his navel snake, and Kabuto uses his attack of the Twin Demons technique, as he has the construct transform into Chirobo, who then uses the Earth Release Earth Shore Return technique to part the circle of flames that the Uchiha brothers had created around themselves. Giving them no time to react, he then brings forth Kidomaru and has him use his spiderweb unrolling technique to trap the brothers, who use Amaterasu to incinerate the uncuttable web. Moving behind the brothers and producing Kimimaro next, he has him use the Dance of the Seedling Fern technique to block the area behind them while also creating another web in front, effectively caging the brothers in. After they manage to escape, Kabuto uses Toyuya and her demonic flute, Phantom Sound Chains technique, to attack the siblings with an auditory genjutsu, effectively incapacitating them. Bringing forth Orochimaru himself, finally, Kabuto has him transform into his white snake form to attack the brothers. The Uchiha manage to escape the genjutsu and fend the snake off by casting genjutsu on each other. Kabuto, however, appears from the mouth of the snake with a surprise attack and bisects Itachi, stating that a genius that has had everything would not understand him wanting to find his true self, and then declared that no one would stand in his way with this. Regenerating, Itachi called out to Sasuke as Kabuto moved to implant his talisman to rewrite Itachi's mind. Responding, Sasuke threw his sword at Kabuto. Kabuto caught the sword with his navel snake and dodged the grasp of Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke launched a fireball at Kabuto, who countered it with a large torrent of water which swept Sasuke off his feet. Through the mist created from the two clashing techniques, Kabuto noticed that Itachi, who Kabuto stabbed with the sword for him, disappeared into a flurry of crows and attacks Kabuto with the sword he took from him. Chastising him for using the same attack pattern he had used before to cut his horn off, to which Itachi rebuffs that he cannot be harmed, also refuting Kabuto's claims that genjutsu cannot affect him, stating that it already had. This sequence of events repeats itself once again until Kabuto begins to notice the deja vu, regardless of what he did differently. It was ultimately revealed that the entire new sequence of the battle was taking place within Kabuto's head, as he was trapped within Izanami. Using this time, Sasuke questions his brother about Izanami. Itachi explains the mechanisms behind the technique, the history of their clan, their use of Izanagi, and why Izanami was created. He then tells his brother that Kabuto would be freed from Izanami once he accepted his fate. Somewhat angered that Itachi would use a technique that the victim could escape, Sasuke questions his brother, who tells him that he wanted to give Kabuto the opportunity to accept his fate, something he himself could not do during his lifetime. This explanation only served to irritate Sasuke more, who believed his brother to be perfect, but Itachi refutes this claim. All throughout this, Kabuto continues to battle on in his mind, refusing to give up. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a grown-up Urushi tells one of his comrades about his home, and hopes that by the time he got back, his brother Kabuto would be there. Meanwhile, at the cave, Itachi prepares to end the summoning impure world reincarnation. As Kabuto remains incapacitated by Izanami, Sasuke questions whether undoing the impure world reincarnation would mean Itachi would disappear as well. Declaring that he no longer had any attachment to the world of the living, Itachi notes that he was proud to be able to protect Konoha once more. Enraged to hear Itachi's motives, Sasuke states that while he could forgive his brother, he could never forgive the village for what they had done. This leads Itachi to tell his little brother that he won't be the one to change him, and that he was doing this to aid Naruto Uzumaki, whom he had entrusted that task to. Itachi then proceeds to raise the brill over Kabuto's eyes and uses genjutsu to order Kabuto to teach them the hand seals needed to stop the impure world reincarnation. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage struggle to hold their own against Madara's 75 Susanoo-clad wood clones. Amidst the struggles, Onoki rallies them to fight on, having been entrusted with a great task which they could not fail. Madara notes that he needed to break Onoki's will as it was the most troublesome of all. Rallying to each other's side, Tsunade transfers chakra to Onoki, who uses a large-scale dust-release detachment of the primitive world technique, which succeeds in obliterating the 25 clones and a part of the real Madara in one fell swoop. Splitting the clone down the middle, Mei Terumi unleashes a water-release water dragon bullet technique, which charges with lightning. This makes contact with Madara, effectively slowing down his response time. As Madara prepares to counter, it's revealed that sand was also concealed in the dragon, which Gaara uses to bind Madara's movements further, in order to create an opening for Onoki to use another dust release, thus giving time to seal him due to the regeneration process. After they declared that this was the power of the 5 Kage, Madara compliments them, stating that he would respond with his full power as well. He then unleashes the complete version of his Susanoo, stating that it would help them realize just how futile their efforts have been, regardless of being Kage. The 5 Kage look on in shock as Madara unleashes his Susanoo. After stabilizing the construct, Tsunade questions whether her grandfather really fought against someone who was so much stronger than the 5 Kage put together. Madara responds by saying that Hashirama was the only one who could defeat him, and then states that it was a good thing that he wasn't here as the extent of damage to the surrounding landscape would be on a much smaller scale, as he sends the Kage flying with one swing of his sword, destroying the mountain range behind him in the process. Realizing his full power, Onoki questions whether or not Madara had gone easy on him and Mu in the past, to which Madara states why he should fight seriously against children. As the Kage stand to face Madara nonetheless, Onoki then states that they would not back down now, causing Madara to resolve himself to crushing their beliefs. Elsewhere, Itachi then commands Kabuto to use the hand seals he had just stated to end the impure world reincarnation. Sasuke uses this time to state his resolve to Itachi and that he will destroy the village because of what it did to him before bidding farewell. As the technique is released, the reincarnated shinobi from all over the battlefield begin to deconstruct. Upon seeing this, a battered Naruto and Bee thank Itachi and uses this as motivation to wrap things up with Tobi as well. Before being completely decommissioned, Itachi heads toward his little brother with his hand outstretched, stating that he could still make it. With the impure world reincarnation released, all the reincarnated shinobi began to fade into pillars of light. As the battle between Tobi and Naruto ensues, Naruto charges at him, stating that his opponents were in front of him as Tobi contemplates the fact that Kabuto had seemingly been defeated. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage struggle to combat Madara as he's about to deal another blow with his sword. Madara's Susanoo suddenly dissipates and he's enveloped in a beam of light, causing him to wonder what happened to the summoner. Back at the cave, Itachi uses the last of his consciousness to show Sasuke his memories of the Uchiha clan downfall, showing him when he came into possession of Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan, Konoha leadership's decision to move against the Uchiha clan's coup d'etat, his meeting with Tobi, and ending with Fugaku and Mikoto's last words to Itachi. With the full truth of the massacre revealed, Itachi told Sasuke that even if Sasuke never forgave him, and no matter what he decided to do from that point on, he would always love him. After imparting his final words to Sasuke, Itachi's soul is released from the impure world reincarnation, after which Kabuto seems to have been released from Izanami. On different battlefields, all the other reincarnated shinobi souls are being released. As the 5 Kage realize what's happening, they wonder who has released the technique, with Onoki noting that whomever it was, he was a hero to the shinobi world. Regaining dominion over his movements, Don asks Choza to have him remove the barrier which sealed him. When the barrier is released, Choza notes the hand seals Don used, realizes his intentions, and tells him to hurry and go to Tsunade. Using his spirit transformation technique to take control of his then ascending soul, Don flies to Tsunade's location in time to take over her body and save her from Madara, who, though was being released from the impure world reincarnation, was still making a desperate attempt to kill the Kage. Speaking with Tsunade in her subconscious before disappearing, Don tells Tsunade that he would wait for her in the afterlife, but not to follow him just yet, and leaves her with the remainder of his chakra, thus restoring her strength of 100 seal. After returning to the real world, Tsunade and the other Kage watch in some confusion, wondering why Madara hasn't stopped moving as of yet. He then explains that if the reincarnated know the seal to end the summoning contract of the impure world reincarnation, they could sever ties from the summoner. With this, Madara performs the seal to sever the contract and tells them to tell his summoner that he shouldn't use Kinjutsu so arbitrarily. Reminiscing about Itachi's last words, Sasuke is tormented by questions about important aspects of a shinobi's life, his clan, his friends, and about his existence. Just as the roof of Kabuto's place caves in, Sasuke manages to dodge the falling stones and rocks. Suigetsu and Jugo appear, claiming at last to have found Sasuke. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, as the 5 Kage are still amazed to find Madara among themselves even after the Impure World reincarnation had been released, Madara exclaims that after fighting him, they might have realized he was not the type of shinobi to be under someone else's control, and that it would be a disgrace to again summon his complete Susanoo when it's said that anyone who has seen it has died. Onoki exclaims that they must fight and defeat Madara themselves when Mei gives up. Meanwhile, while Naruto and Killer Bee are still fighting Tobi and his demonic statue of the Outer Path, Naruto provokes Tobi to show his real face. Angered by Naruto's provocations, Tobi decides to revive the demonic statue to its full form as he starts weaving the hand signs. At Kabuto's place, Jugo declares Anko Mitarashi to still be alive and exclaims that Madara is still in the living world, surprising Sasuke. As Sasuke questions why they were still after him, Suigetsu tells him that they had found a cool thing and hands Sasuke the scroll which they found at one of Orochimaru's hideouts. Rendered speechless for a moment by the contents, Sasuke decides to meet with Orochimaru, explaining to a shocked Suigetsu that Orochimaru is too tough to die easily, deciding he is going to meet the one who knows everything. Despite Suigetsu giving several vehement and somewhat manic reasons why not to revive Orochimaru, Sasuke is resigned to his decision. Moving to execute Sasuke's orders, Jugo retrieves some of Kabuto's DNA using his Sage Transformation abilities, much to Suigetsu's disgust. After Jugo places DNA on Anko's Cursed Seal of Heaven, Sasuke uses the evil releasing method to revive Orochimaru, as his conscious remnants exit Anko and regenerate his body from the sample. Retreating behind Kabuto as Orochimaru emerges, Suigetsu sheepishly greets his former captor, who notes he was abreast of the situation, having been able to observe everything from within Anko, further shocking them when he tells him he has no interest in the war that was currently going on. Instead, he still had his sights set on Sasuke's body, but was unable to steal it in his current state. Showing him the scroll he was given, Sasuke tells Orochimaru that he wants to hear everything from the source, leading Orochimaru to question him if he has wavered from his path of revenge, to which Sasuke denies. Moving over to the immobile Kabuto, which prompts Suigetsu to run to the other side of the cave, Orochimaru drains Kabuto of his chakra, causing Kabuto to revert to his original self. Noting to himself that Sasuke has changed since he last saw him, Orochimaru beckons him to follow him to a place he knows himself very well. While analyzing the situation before them, Naruto, Killer Bee, Guy, and Kakashi are told by Tobi to bear witness to the beginning of the end once the Ten Tails is fully revived. Confused that Tobi would be able to do this, Kakashi notes that the war was all for the sake of preventing the Akatsuki from attaining the 8 and 9 tails, and since they still had the beasts, wonders whether Tobi was lying. Remembering what Tobi had said, and then the fact that they had used a clone made from its chakra to evade Taka, Gyuki reminds Bee of this, who then notifies his comrades. Speaking to Naruto directly, Kurama notes that its chakra was also present in the Benihisago and Kohaku no Johei, which the demonic statue of the Outer Path had consumed, and asks Naruto to let him speak through the boy to personally reveal what it knows to the others. The fox explains the story behind the 2 treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths, the Gold and Silver Brothers, and how they had come to attain its chakra, after which Kakashi corroborates his story with the intel received from HQ. With this, Kakashi declares that he would like them to do something before the beast is revived, leading Tobi to retort that because Kakashi always spoke so easily, it had led him to live a life full of regret, shocking both Kakashi and leading Guy to question Tobi once again on who he was. Rebuffing this, Tobi told Guy that it would make no sense to tell him because he didn't remember faces. Interjecting, Kurama tells him that as Kakashi said, now was the only time to do something about the situation, as the Sage of Six Paths had told them that the revival of the Ten Tails signaled the end of the world. Answering Naruto's questions of the Ten Tails' power, Kurama tells him of the beast's might, and the fact that among all the names it was known by, it was also seen as the progenitor of all that existed in the world. The beast then goes on to state that though even it alone would stand no chance against the beast, it may be possible since Tobi did not possess all of the 8 tails and its own chakra. Tobi, however, rebuffs this, stating that he only needed the beast to cast the infinite Tsukiyomi on the world. Switching back with Kurama, Naruto declares his dreams to Tobi with Guy, Kakashi, and even Bee, who disclaims female attributes he values, much to the 8 tails' shock, rally behind him. As Tobi launches into another speech, Naruto enters his 9 tails chakra mode and attempts to land a high-speed Rasengan attack on the statue, but Tobi blocks it with his gunbai, prompting Naruto to state that it seems as though he would really have to bash Tobi's mask. Tobi responds, noting that there was one thing that he could not part with, and then declares that he would not let them touch the statue. Formulating their strategy, as Naruto produces a shadow clone, the shinobi agree that the use of feint attacks would be crucial in this battle because of Tobi's abilities. Moving directly toward Tobi, Naruto would use the super mini-tailed beast ball while Kakashi asks Bee to hoist him into the air as he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Deciding that it was best to avoid direct contact, Guy takes out his pair of Soshuga. Toby, wielding his gunbai, is able to stave off Naruto's attacks, but ultimately has a harder time at things once Guy joins the fray. Using his nunchaku to counter Toby's gunbai, Guy is able to send the masked man throttling towards Naruto in his super mini-tailed beast ball. Using that opportunity, Kakashi activates Kamui with the intention of ripping the demonic statue of the Outer Path's neck off. However, the statue, which by this time was bleeding from the eyes and metamorphosing, is seemingly able to nullify the attack, which confused Kakashi greatly. As Naruto's attack is about to make contact, Toby teleports, prompting Naruto to sense his intent to anticipate Toby emerging from the ground in a surprise attack. Dodging the initial attack, Naruto, now separated from the others, has a harder time blocking Toby's gunbai. Kakashi imbues a kunai with the lightning release and once again calls out to B. Launching him across the battlefield, Kakashi easily cuts through a rock that separated him from Naruto and then launches the kunai at Toby. Forced to become intangible, but not one to give up easily, Toby changed the trajectory of the kunai and sends it hurtling toward Naruto. Telling him to ignore the kunai, Kakashi uses Kamui once again to warp the kunai away. Regrouping as the last attack seemingly fails to land, the shinobi wonder how they were going to defeat Toby. Just then, a tiny crack appears on Toby's mask. Noticing a slight crack on the mask, Guy and Naruto thought that Naruto's last attack had actually hit. However, Kakashi disagrees, noting that the type of crack was by a sharper object as he remembered the kunai he warped away with Kamui. As Kakashi came up with a hypothesis on Toby's ability, Toby erects a barrier to thwart B's chance to strike the demonic statue of the Outer Path in the midst of his transformation into the Ten Tails. Once finally figuring out a possible way to attack Toby, Kakashi details his plans to the others. With B launching them directly at Toby, Guy starts off unleashing his Soshiga only for Toby to avoid it using his dematerialization ability, predicting Guy's moves with his Sharingan. As a result, Guy loses the Soshiga and steps away from Toby's front. Naruto then follows up quickly by launching a Rasengan, which is easily avoided by Toby, who keeps insisting on the futility of the strategy. However, the Rasengan seemingly disperses before reaching Toby, followed by a sudden explosion that hits his right shoulder. After being hurled away, the masked man uses his gunbai to stand back up. Toby then realized that the attack was transported to his right arm, using Kamui just as he was about to materialize. Realizing Toby's ability now, Kakashi notes that Toby was not using two separate techniques to dematerialize and warp things away, but a single technique. Urging Kakashi to explain it in the simplest possible way so they could readjust their strategy, Guy and the others listen on as Kakashi explains that Toby's ability to become intangible and absorb things were one and the same. He then explains that when he makes himself intangible, what Toby actually does is warp away the part of his body that was being attacked to the other dimension, so while it existed there, all attacks would simply phase through his body. However, since Kamui shares the same dimension, the lightning-enhanced kunai that Kakashi warped away passed through the intangible part of Toby's body and ended up in the other dimension, scratching the part of his body that was sent there in order to make him appear intangible. When questioned by B how their two techniques were linked to the same dimension, a hesitant Guy began to question Kakashi, but the latter cuts across him to ask Toby directly where he got the Sharingan from. Responding, Toby reveals that he obtained his right Sharingan eye during the previous war at Kanabi Bridge, the moment that Kakashi became recognized as the hero of the Sharingan. With Kakashi left speechless by the revelation, Toby belittles him while perpetrating the Eye of the Moon plan as the right move for humanity. However, Naruto still refuses to accept Toby's goal with the intent of not giving up on his dreams. Having its Jinchuriki let it speak through him to chastise their opponent as well, Kodama tells Toby that it was entrusted to Naruto, who had befriended him, for the express reason to stop Toby. Spurred onward, Naruto enters his tailed beast mode and charges at Toby. Charging forward, Naruto attacks Toby using a giant chakra arm, which Toby simply phases through, chiding the boy of thinking he could defeat him on his own. As Guy tries to snap Kakashi out of the shock brought on from Toby's revelation, they see the masked man send 3 giant shuriken hurtling toward Naruto from the other dimension. Catching 2 of them on his tentacles, one of B and Gyuki's tentacles is cut by the third but is stopped by Naruto, who retorts Toby's earlier remark by telling him he's never truly alone as he has Kurama and the others supporting him. Now motivated by Guy to act, Kakashi notes that he had to time the next use of his Kamui perfectly, despite Toby chastising his borrowed power and stated intentions of showing him Kamui's true potential. Acting immediately, Toby jumps into the air and sends out a number of black receivers which pierce B and Gyuki. Warning Naruto not to let them touch him as it sealed off the tailed beast's power, Naruto creates a shadow clone while being protected by Gyuki. While a clone charged forward with the Rasengan, the original prepared the tailed beast ball. As the clone prepares to attack, Kakashi seemingly warps away the Rasengan again, while Toby, seeing the same attack pattern, decides to attack the clone with one of the stakes, rather than having him go through him. With the clone seemingly dispelled, Toby phases through the tailed beast ball and fully enters the other dimension. There, Toby is shocked to see Naruto and realizes that Kakashi has warped the clone there to wait for him. Declaring that he has nowhere to run, Naruto slams the Rasengan into Tobi's face, shattering the mask, with Naruto asking his enemy who he is. With memories of their old friend from their days at the academy to Chunin exams and later to the former's promotion to Jonin, Kakashi and Guy recognize the face of the unmasked ninja to be that of their old comrade, Obito Uchiha. Shocked by this revelation, Kakashi and Guy started asking the once masked man whether he truly was Obito, but upon seeing his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi noted that there was now no doubt about it. However, Obito reiterated his point that it was insignificant what they called him, and all that mattered to him was his Eye of the Moon plan. Kakashi had a flashback to the time that Obito died, and then asked whether he had survived the cave-in. This led Naruto to ask them who the person in front of them was. Guy answered that he was a former classmate of theirs who supposedly died during the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi, still in shock, asked Obito that if he had survived, then why he had not made the fact known until now. Obito retorts that whether he survived or not was unimportant. However, if Kakashi really had to have an answer as to why Obito had not returned, it was simply because Kakashi had let Rin die, an answer that had an amused Obito chortle over Kakashi's reaction. Even more devastated by this response, Kakashi asked him if he was really going to blame him for it. Obito answered that he did not see any point in blaming this useless reality which would disappear soon enough. Naruto tried to rally his sensei, telling him that right now Obito's plan needed to be stopped and that he would listen to the story later. Obito used the Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance technique, sending a giant vortex of flames towards his opponent. Kakashi, unable to register what was happening, simply stood there despite Guy calling out to him. Naruto, however, intercepted the attacks with Kurama's tails. Before any side could act further, they were interrupted by Madara's appearance on the battlefield. Standing beside the younger Uchiha, the legendary shinobi remarked that Obito seemed to be having fun, much to the onlookers' surprise as they wonder what had happened to the Kage. Madara casually replies that the Kage are not doing so well, each having been critically wounded in their attempts to stop him. Obito returns the gunbai to Madara, which he uses to block a volley of black receivers Naruto sends flying at them and repel Naruto's super mini-tailed beast ball. All the while, he lectures Obito, both for initiating the Ten Tails revival before capturing the 8 and 9 Tails, and for reincarnating him through the Impure World reincarnation instead of using Nagato's Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique as planned. He decides to make the best of the situation and moves to capture the 8 and 9 Tails and hopes to seal them in the demonic statue of the Outer Path with the time they have left, leaving Kakashi and Guy to Obito. Kakashi takes this opportunity to question Obito about what happened to him. Obito has a flashback of being found and rescued by an aging Madara after the events of the Kanobi Bridge. Madara tended to his injuries, and though he had to amputate Obito's arm, he restored it and the damaged half of his body with parts from a Zetsu. Obito was grateful for Madara's help, but was adamant about returning to his teammates, Kakashi and Rin. Time passed as he recovered, and he began to rehabilitate under the watch of 2 Zetsus, White Zetsu and a Spiral-Face Zetsu. One day, White Zetsu returned to the hideout and alerted Obito that his comrades were in danger, surrounded by Kirigakure shinobi. With the help of the Spiral-Faced Zetsu forming a suit to reduce his physical limitations, Obito rushed to help. Upon arrival, he found Kakashi's hand running through Rin's chest. As Rin died, it caused Obito's Sharingan and the one he gave to Kakashi to become Mangekyo Sharingan. While Kakashi passed out, an enraged Obito slaughtered the Kirigakure ninja. He looked upon Rin's dead body and, devastated by her death, concluded he must be in hell. These events changed Obito and gave him resolve to change fate by destroying the world and creating a new one, where Rin still lives. Remembering the Zetsu's discussion over Madara's plans to create just such a world, Obito decides to become Madara's apprentice to achieve that goal. Over time, Madara imparted Obito with all that he knew, the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, the Eye of the Moon plan, and all of the necessary steps to bring it to fruition. He then infused White Zetsu with a part of his mind, completing his creation with the Black Zetsu persona. Madara then took himself off of life support, dying so that he may be brought back at the planned juncture. Left with Madara's name to take as his own, with Zetsu by his side, Obito spent the following decade setting the pieces in place with his meeting with Nagato, who was vital to Madara's resurrection. Inspired to cause the nine-tailed demon fox's attack after overhearing Kakashi, Obito fully embraces his new ideals when he confronted his former mentor, Minato Namikaze. In present time, when Madara attempts to have him see things his way, Naruto declares that he is Minato's son and would not be persuaded by him. Noting that he was being lenient because Naruto was a true Jinchuriki, declares he will no longer hold back. Creating an enormous wooden dragon, he notes that it had been used by Hashirama Senju in the past to bind the Nine Tails, which prompts Naruto to manifest Kurama's body in Tailed Beast mode to fight it. Asking Obito why he chose to follow someone like Madara, the Uchiha notes that all that was left was for him and Kakashi to have their final battle, as he had nothing left to say to him. Obito and Kakashi continue their battle, with the former unleashing a barrage of shuriken only to be stopped by Kakashi's wall of earth. As Obito slips through the wall, Kakashi continues to ask him why, and to ask him if it's related to Rin, which Obito tells him to shut up. Obito then warps Kakashi to the other dimension, but his victory is short-lived, as Kakashi returns using Kamui. In the meantime, Madara's wood dragon begins absorbing Kurama's chakra, causing Naruto's tailed beast mode to falter. Obito begins to overwhelm Kakashi, bringing him to his knees. Madara uses wood release to bind Killer Bee and Might Guy, and then begins to activate his Susanoo to finish things up on the battlefield. Resolved, Naruto notes that the Uchiha's ideals annoyed him to no end, and creating a shadow clone, he's able to stop both Obito's shuriken and Madara's Susanoo's sword from making killing blows on Kakashi and Guy. Hearing Naruto's words that he would protect his friends, Kakashi and Guy both spring into action, with the former using Lightning Cutter to destroy Obito's other shuriken, and Guy using Daytime Tiger to attack Madara. Turning to his former friend, Kakashi tells Obito that he still remembered what he had taught him in the past, and what he could do now was protect Naruto. As Obito questions Kakashi's resolve, the copy ninja's sentiments are echoed by Guy, who is severely weakened. Seeing this, Gyuki notes that all Konoha nin like to act tough before taking advantage of the loosened grip of its wooden restraints, and warning Naruto that the wood release binding could suppress a tailed beast's power. Obito uses his own wood technique to attempt to restrain Naruto while he attacked Kakashi, but is sent reeling by Naruto's intercepting headbutt. Gyuki then decides to attack the demonic statue of the Outer Path before its transformation into the Ten Tails is complete, leaving Obito to Naruto. Naruto declares that he can see Obito's suffering face, though Obito counters by saying it is Kakashi who's truly suffering. As Naruto notes that he had to do something for Kakashi, who is worn out, Kurama switches places with Naruto and throws the copy ninja at Obito. Though he warps Kakashi to another dimension, Obito learns too late that Kurama revitalized Kakashi with its chakra, so he can attack Obito in the other dimension whenever he uses Kamui to dodge Naruto's attacks. With Obito wounded, as Kakashi returns to the real world, Naruto joins Killer Bee in combining their tailed beast balls to create a massive sphere to fire it on the barrier containing the demonic statue. After the explosion, they note that the statue's chakra vanishes, causing Kakashi to question whether this is the end. However, the revived Ten Tails appears from the clearing smoke, prompting Obito to declare that it was indeed the end of this world. Elsewhere though, disappointed that the 8 and 9 Tails were not captured in time, a recovered Madara notes that they should begin their plan. Shocked to see the Ten Tails before them, Naruto surmises that they must have been tricked, as he was unable to sense the demonic statue of the Outer Path's malevolent chakra. However, Kurama tells Naruto that it was impossible to sense the beast in the tailed beast mode, as the beast neither had feelings nor ideals, and was akin to natural energy, and that using Sage mode to sense how powerful it was would be a different matter. Meanwhile, Obito and Madara relocate atop the beast as it attaches its tendrils onto them. Obito notes that he would like to commence the plan immediately, but Madara is more in favor of testing out the beast's power. As Naruto's attempt to gauge the Ten Tails' power in Sage mode ends in Naruto realizing that it was indeed truly immeasurable, Kurama asks Gyuki to hand him Might Guy and Kakashi so he could restore their chakra. Taking command, Kurama devises a battle strategy to face the beast, launching a continuous stream of tailed beast balls, which culminates with Gyuki seemingly being decimated by the Ten Tails' tailed beast ball. But it was later revealed that Kakashi had warped it away while being launched by Naruto along with the latter's clone overhead the Ten Tails, where Kakashi released Gyuki to aim a tailed beast ball. The attack was flicked back at him, leaving Naruto's shadow clone and Kakashi open for an attack. After the clone successfully pushes Kakashi out of the way, Obito reflects on how much Naruto was like himself before the Ten Tails attack disperses the shadow clone and sends Gyuki flying. At their limit, Kurama and Gyuki tell Naruto and Bee to buy them some time while they generate more chakra. As the opposition notices this, and with his teammates already somewhat incapacitated, Naruto prepares to create more shadow clones, which Madara chides him for, calling him incompetent. Kakashi also echoes these sentiments, and Obito goes on to explain to Naruto that numbers will not change anything, as he laments that all shinobi like the youth are powerless and would eventually become like him one day. This causes Naruto to lash out at Obito once again, stating his dream to become Hokage, which leads Obito to tell him that he would make him the Hokage inside the infinite Tsukiyomi, as he has the Ten Tails prepare to fire a tailed beast ball to obliterate Naruto and his allies in one blow. However, when the Ten Tails fires its tailed beast ball at them, the shinobi are shocked to realize that the beast has missed. Just then, from above, Ino, Hinata, Hiyashi, and a few others arrive, and it's revealed that Ino was able to shift the blast after taking control of Obito for a split second. Immediately, the Aburame use the insect jamming technique, and the Kirigakure nin shroud the battlefield in mist to stop them from being sensed. Shortly after this, the entire allied shinobi forces arrive, causing the sensing water sphere to distort. Naruto announces that they were no longer a disorderly crowd before announcing a new technique, the Ninja Alliance technique, which is the strongest technique that ever existed in the shinobi world and could win against the infinite Tsukiyomi. Despite the swell in numbers of their opponents, Madara and Obito note that their efforts were still futile, and that even after this war, history would only repeat itself and they would end up in this very same predicament. Naruto chastises them both, noting that when there was a difference of opinion in a group, the majority vote beats all. Accepting his premise, Obito simply notes that they would make their decision after exterminating the majority, the alliance itself. Using this time, Shikaku, through Inoichi's telepathic ability, is able to relay the strategy he had formulated with the entire alliance. With this, the alliance launched their strategy, the first attempt to slow down their targets by blinding them, which was executed by the Kumonin with C and a few others using the lightning illusion flash of lightning pillar technique, followed by Darui and other storm release bearers using the storm release laser circus technique. Secondly, the Sunanin used the wind release air current wild dance to manipulate the dust from the previous attack to obscure their opponent's vision once again, adding to it what remains of the insect jamming technique and hiding and miss technique from earlier to completely impair the opponent's sensory skills. Following this, Kitsuchi and a group of Iwanin sink the beast into a hole, allowing his daughter and other lava release bearers to cover the beast in quicklime, which was mixed with water by the Kirinin. Finishing off, members of the Konoha Sarutobi clan hardened the mixture using fire release. This leads Madara to state how surprised he was that shinobi from different countries were able to pull off such a perfect combination. Shikaku informs them that they have to defeat Madara and Obito while the Ten Tails was still restrained, recommending the logistical support and medical division to coordinate with Naruto to exploit Obito's weakness, and telling all shinobi who are skilled in taijutsu to deal with Madara. As various shinobi as well as techniques bear down on the two Uchiha, Madara realizes that they are being targeted this time. He notes, however, that in order to do that, the alliance would have to stop the Ten Tails first. With this, a powerful blast sends the incoming shinobi flying away, and the fully matured Ten Tails emerges from the pit. While the medical teams move out to tend to the injured, Shikaku, Inoichi, Ao, and the others discuss what was happening on the battlefield. Now finding it even harder to control the beast, Obito and Madara use Hashirama's cells in order to fortify their control over it, as the former agrees with the legendary Uchiha that it was time they showed the allied shinobi forces true despair. As the beast fires off a tailed beast ball, Kitsuchi is able to deflect its course using earth release underfoot the beast. A second tailed beast ball is launched, which detonates in a nearby lake, and a third, which Hiyashi notes, destroys an entire town in an instant. Initially believing that the towns where civilians were now unsafe, the fourth tailed beast ball, which is launched, is noted to be heading straight for HQ, as Shikaku surmised. As Inoichi asks for directives, Shikaku tells him that the only thing that they could do was what they were assigned to do until the very end. And for what appears to be the final time, Inoichi patches Shikaku through to the entire alliance, as the genius Nara passes on his final strategy to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Madara exclaims that they were finally able to get them with the tailed beast ball, justifying the deaths of the alliance's head as a simple war tactic. Though Choji tries to console him over his father's death, Shikamaru reminds him and Ino that they are in the middle of a war and must focus on carrying out Shikaku's final strategy. Only Naruto was unaware of Inoichi and Shikaku's deaths, with the others' attempts to explain interrupted by the Ten Tails resuming its attack. Leaping into action, Neji and Hiyashi are able to deflect the beast's attack, with everyone beginning to praise the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi tells Naruto that he must focus in this fight, while explaining to him that death is a possibility in war, adding that Shikaku and Inoichi were willing to die for their children. Neji echoes his uncle's sentiments, referring to his own father's sacrifice, before he, Hiyashi, and Hinata state their intent to protect Naruto to their last breath. Meanwhile, atop the Ten Tails, which is slowly resisting their control, Madara and Obito discuss how to proceed with their plan. However, as he is only a reanimated corpse and cannot become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara needs Obito to sacrifice himself to become a living being once more. Taking advantage of his ancestor's dilemma and wanting to put the allied shinobi forces in further despair, Obito has the Ten Tails attack again. As the attacks are being deflected by the Hyuga, Kitsuchi builds his chakra in preparation to use his signature technique. With the beast's hand itself bearing down upon the group, Hiyashi uses the 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm to deflect it. The beast then uses a pinpoint attack, which Hiyashi realizes they could not deflect in time. As Hinata throws out her arms to protect Naruto, Neji actually intercepts the attack. Naruto calls for medics. Neji notes that it was already too late and that he will die within minutes. As Hiyashi looks on in horror and Hinata cries openly, Naruto questions why a genius from the Hyuga clan would throw away his life for him. And Neji, who notes that he finally understood his father's feelings, states that it was for the exact reason that he did it. because Naruto called him a genius and that he chose to die for those he cares for. With this, the Byakugan sealing Juinjutsu on Neji's forehead disappears, confirming his death. Taking delight in Naruto being shocked, Obito attempts to shatter Naruto's self-conscious and drag him into his way of thinking. However, Hinata snaps Naruto out of it, while telling him that if his life is connected with everyone who shared his beliefs and are willing to sacrifice themselves for him, he should not give in to despair and have Neji die in vain. By that time, as Killer Bee manages to cripple the Ten Tails by lodging his tailed beast ball into its mouth as it's about to fire, Naruto thanks Hinata for staying by his side and takes her hand while entering tailed beast mode. Infusing some of Kurama's chakra into Hinata's body, Naruto creates shadow clones to do the same for the rest of their allies. Empowered by Kurama's chakra with their attacks strengthened, the allied shinobi forces fight back with the Akamichi clan members restraining some of the Ten Tails' tails. Remembering their father's final words, Ino takes over Obito's body to veer his attempted wood release technique off course, before Shikamaru leads his Nara clan kinsmen in restraining the Ten Tails. By that time, Team Guy make their way to the deceased Neji with Rock Lee mourning his friend's death. Despite Obito mocking Guy's words of comfort of keeping those in your heart as a curse, Kakashi and Naruto rebuff this notion, the latter telling Obito that ninja are meant to endure such pain and will keep Neji in their heart even if it becomes an actual curse. As Naruto infuses Lee with some of its chakra, Kurama ponders his Jinchuriki's ability to match his own chakra with that of the different shinobi, and considered the youth to have surpassed his parents. Though Madara decides to help Obito in breaking the Nara clan's restraints, they are respectively severed from the Ten Tails' tendrils by Lee and Naruto before the Uchiha are forced to the ground. Elsewhere in Konoha, though sensing Naruto's chakra as it was being given, Sasuke instructs Suigetsu and Jugo to press onwards with Orochimaru before they arrive to the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. Though it was actually a detour, Orochimaru took one of the masks with Suigetsu, unnerved by Orochimaru's choosing. After Sasuke breaks away from the group to survey the village from a high point, he and his group arrive to their destination, the remains of the ruined Naka Shrine. There, Orochimaru dons the mask, which invokes the Shinigami as it binds itself to him. While explaining his actions, Orochimaru slashes the Shinigami's stomach open to release the souls of those it had consumed. Though the act mortally wounded him, Orochimaru regained his hand, so he can now use Impure World Reincarnation as he has Jugo use his natural energy to activate the 6 Zetsu spores Obito had planted on Sasuke to monitor him. With 2 held down by Jugo and Suigetsu, before transferring his being into the latter's restrained white Zetsu, Orochimaru uses the remaining 4 as sacrifices to reincarnate the ones Sasuke needs his answers from: Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. As the Senju brothers are formally introduced to Minato and learned of their blood relative Tsunade serving as the current Hokage, they and Hiruzen believed they were all brought back by Orochimaru in another scheme to destroy Konoha, before he clarifies his reasons for bringing them back. Shocked by Orochimaru's reason and that Sasuke knows the full story of the Uchiha clan downfall, Hiruzen reveals that everything the youth has learned up to this moment is true. Not surprised, Tobirama berates the Uchiha clan until Orochimaru points out that his actions in life set them down that path by placing them in charge of the Konoha military police force and separating them from the rest of Konoha. When Hashirama demanded why his brother did it, Tobirama explains that the Uchiha treasured love above all else, and that through the despair of losing someone dear, they gain the Sharingan and eventually evolve them. However, using Madara and the love he had for his brother as an example, Tobirama reveals that the same despair can also madden the user. He concludes that all he had done was attempt to use the Uchiha's cursed heritage in a positive way, and cannot be blamed for their self-destructive nature. Hearing enough, Sasuke turns his attention to Hashirama to ask him what the meaning behind the village and ninja is so they can determine if any of it is worth sparing. Against Tobirama's protests, having sensed his rival also being reincarnated, Hashirama tells Sasuke of his history with Madara Uchiha in an effort to save the youth from his old friend's fate by telling him his ideals. Beginning his story at the Warring States period, the time before shinobi villages were established, Hashirama reveals that he and Madara met as children. Though enemies by birth due to their family feud, Hashirama befriended Madara as they dreamed of an ideal system where everyone could live in peace. However, when their families learned of their secret meetings, Madara severed his ties to Hashirama and became his enemy, despite his former friend's pleas. Time passes, and both Hashirama and Madara become leaders of their respective clans. Though Hashirama continued to revisit their plans of peace, as he lost his entire family during the conflict, Madara remained reluctant to end the bloodshed before accepting it when Hashirama demonstrated how strong his resolve for peace was. Soon after, Konoha was formed, and despite his intent to make Madara the leader, Hashirama became Hokage by popular vote. Although he trusted Hashirama, Madara feared that a day would come where Konoha would be led by people like Tobirama, who distrusted the Uchiha. Therefore, leaving Konoha, Madara created what he considered a true method of achieving peace. However, this required Madara to capture Kurama and use its power to wipe out Konoha. This resulted in the epic battle between Hashirama and Madara that created the Valley of the End, and was thought to be where Madara died. Although he regretted killing Madara, his friend of so many years, Hashirama concludes by stating his notion of ninja as ones who strive for their dreams, yet many become an entirely different person in the process. With his story done, Hashirama asks Sasuke if he would accept his ideals or continue embracing Madara's views of the world. Sasuke responds that his brother Itachi shared Hashirama's dreams for a unified Konoha and died protecting it. Because Madara's plan means the complete abandonment of his, Sasuke decides to fight to save what had meant so much to Itachi. Orochimaru decides to join him out of curiosity, as does Karin, who tracked Sasuke down and immediately forgives his previous attempt to kill her. The Hokage, though earlier restrained by Orochimaru so they would not run off to join the war, are now given the freedom to do so. Each standing upon their own face on the Hokage rock, the Hokage voice their eagerness to get things started. Minato in particular delighted that he'll finally meet his son, and promises to make up for not being there with a huge surprise. Having been disconnected from the Ten Tails, Madara and Obito begin attacking. Naruto manipulates the chakra cloaks he gave the Alliance and protects them as he engages Obito in a fight while debating whose values truly matter. As Madara shivers with delight upon sensing the reincarnated Hashirama's chakra, the Ten Tails breaks free from Kitsuchi's earth restraints and begins to act on its destructive impulses. Kakashi tries to warp it away but is pulled into a fight with Obito as both are sucked into the other dimension, while the Ten Tails' power creates multiple natural disasters all over the battlefield. As the Nine Tails' chakra shrouds disappear after protecting the Shinobi Alliance from the worst of the Ten Tails' attack, the monster reacts to the sight of Naruto. With the tailed beasts and the Sage of Six Paths silhouette around him, the Shinobi form a defensive line to give Sakura time to heal Naruto. Madara notes his growing disinterest in the battle and that another awaits him. Within the other dimension, Kakashi and Obito continue their battle, with Kakashi stopping just short of driving his lightning cutter through Obito's heart. Obito is surprised to find Kakashi hesitating and asks if he's racked with guilt for not keeping his promise. Still wanting to save Obito, realizing his friend's malice towards Naruto is based on not wanting to be rejected by the boy he once was, Kakashi explains to him that he can still be that person again. But Obito laughed and phased through Kakashi's technique. Effectively recreating the scene how Kakashi had impaled Rin, Obito reveals that he knows why Rin died, and notes that he did not wage a war just because of her death and Kakashi's inability to keep his promise to protect her, but because of the hell that the villages and their shinobi put him through made him empty and devoid of almost all feeling. When offered a place in the Eye of the Moon plan, Kakashi questions Obito if the delusion would truly fill the hole in his heart, and stating from experience that he states his intent of not letting Obito's discarded ideals go to waste. Back in the real world, having seen the tailed beasts inside Naruto, the Ten Tails is violently reacting to their present by transforming once again while charging its attack. As it charges a devastating tailed beast ball, Shikamaru comes up with a plan of using all the remaining members of the Alliance to create lots of weaker earthen walls to redirect the attack with Gyuki's assistance. After consulting with Kitsuchi and having Ino pass the info about, Shikamaru has Killer Bee take point. As Sakura rallies their forces while healing Naruto, the Shinobi Alliance carries out the plan to hinder the Ten Tails' attack. However, despite Bee's support, the Ten Tails' tailed beast ball was about to breach until it was sent into the sea by the recently reincarnated Minato just as he arrived. Once explaining himself, Minato muses over Sakura's similarity to Kushina as the other Hokage arrive. Madara gets giddy at the sight of Hashirama as the first Hokage states that he will deal with the Ten Tails first, as he and his successors use 4 Red Yang formation technique to trap the beast, with Hashirama adding an additional seal pinning down the beast's tails. By then, Sasuke arrives with Jugo as the remaining members of the Konoha 11 surround Naruto. However, not caring what they think of him, Sasuke explains that he no longer wishes to destroy Konoha but to make changes to it. Stating that becoming Hokage is the only way to achieve that new goal, Sasuke gets into a minor dispute with Naruto over it before Hashirama reminds the two of their current situation. Though told to rest as they're about to join the Hokage, Sakura explains to Naruto and Sasuke that she's no longer the weak girl from a few years ago, as she trained under a Sannin member like they did. This prompts Naruto to note that Team 7 is back as they and the reformed Rookie 9 charge into battle once the Hokage's barrier is complete with the Ten Tails unable to escape. After adding one more seal, Hashirama creates 5 wood clones, 4 to make an opening for the allied ninjas and 1 to confront Madara, who decides to stand down until the original is ready. Once inside, the group find themselves facing an army of Ten Tails clones, with Sakura using what she learned from Tsunade to wipe out some of the creatures, much to her teammates' shock before they save her when she momentarily left her guard down. The rest of the Rookie 9 follow suit by displaying their own newly mastered abilities. Kiba's human-beast mixture transformation, three-headed wolf, Shino's parasitic giant insect bug bite, and Team Asama's Ino Shikacho Formation E human bullet yo-yo. Even Sai joins the fray, though he ends up being saved by Naruto. With the number of Ten Tails clones having an advantage over the allied shinobi forces, Sai points out that the only way to beat the Ten Tails is to defeat its largest extension to get close enough to it. Though the attempt is risky and could be fatal, Naruto has a solution as he summons Gamabunta but finds a large Gamakichi aiding him instead. Sasuke and Sakura have a similar conclusion and follow suit by summoning Aoda in place of the deceased Manda and Katsuyu respectively. As Sakura has Katsuyu provide aid to the allied shinobi forces wounded, Naruto and Sasuke use their summons to fight through the Ten Tails. Once there, glad to have Sasuke as an ally again, Naruto combines his Ultra Big Ball Rasen Shuriken with Sasuke's Blaze Release Susanoo Kagutsuchi to land a blow on the Ten Tails. While Naruto and Kurama were intent to extract the tailed beasts inside the Ten Tails, Sasuke is intent to incinerate the monster in its entirety before it severed the burning piece of its body with no intention of going peacefully. Elsewhere, Orochimaru arrives with Suigetsu and Karin to where Tsunade and the other Kage are being tended to by Katsuyu. Though the slug is wary at first, it eventually agrees to them assisting because of Tsunade's dire condition. While Suigetsu aids in putting Tsunade's bifurcated halves back together, Karin has Tsunade bite her so she can recover, which in turn allows Katsuyu to heal her injuries. After a brief conversation about Orochimaru's change of heart, Orochimaru and his companions leave for the battlefield. While Tsunade and the other healed Kage are briefed on the battle by Katsuyu, they make preparations to head to the battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Sai continues to question Sasuke's true motives, and while Sakura notes that she had faith in Sasuke, Sai noted that her eyes did not reflect this. Back in the other dimension, the conflict between Kakashi and Obito rages on as both think back to their childhood days as Minato's students. With Kakashi intent to protect both Naruto and the old Obito from the latter's current incarnation, Kakashi manages to impale Obito with a lightning cutter-infused kunai. However, the heavily wounded Obito stabs Kakashi with one of his black rods while telling him that his defeat will not turn the tide in the war as he returns to their reality. Appearing atop the Ten Tails, Madara notices his arrival. Obito finds himself betrayed by his mentor who decides it's time for Obito to return the favor for saving him in the past. Using the black receivers in the artificial parts of Obito's body, Madara forces him to perform the outer path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, so as to become truly alive and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Realizing Madara's intent, Hashirama sends Naruto and Sasuke to stop Obito while he and Tobirama create an army of clones as a contingency plan. Madara also creates a clone to attack Obito, learning the truth that his former student had been alive the whole time while realizing his student's role in the nine-tailed demon fox's attack. Later on, Madara noticed that Obito managed to resist his control as he absorbs the freed Ten Tails inside his body, becoming its Jinchuriki in his mentor's place. With his body completely healed and Killer Bee confirming with Gyuki that the Ten Tails had not reached its final form yet, Obito proceeds to destroy the 4 Red Yang formation. As the other Hokage deal with Obito to find a weak point, learning there is a substance on his skin that makes him invincible to attacks, Hashirama ends up being confronted by Madara, who decides to settle things with his rival once and for all. Somewhere in an underground lair, Orochimaru's experiment is brought to life by a strike of lightning. However, Orochimaru's plan backfires as the experiment attacks him and begins to destroy the building, forcing him and Kabuto to evacuate. The next day, Itachi and Kisame find the broken experiment in the destroyed building and bring it back to their leader, Pain. In a secret Akatsuki hideout, Pain uses the King of Hell to repair it, as well as add new modifications. The Akatsuki leader then instructs Itachi to capture the Nine Tails with the newly repaired experiment, now hooded by a cloak, joining him in his mission. Itachi soon arrives near Konoha and orders it to capture Naruto. It begins its search for Naruto, attacking several villagers and defeating Team Guy in the process. Naruto himself shows up to stop it so he can get back to training. Naruto attacks the experiment with his multitude of clones, but it easily repels the attack. Naruto manages to land a hit on its cloak, tearing it apart, and it's revealed to be a mechanical replica of himself known as Mecha Naruto. Mecha Naruto begins siphoning Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, causing him to lose his strength. Kakashi and Yamato arrive, with Kakashi distracting Mecha Naruto with his lightning cutter, giving Yamato the opportunity to save the real Naruto. The trio manage to escape using a secret tunnel, and Mecha Naruto begins to destroy the village in an effort to find Naruto. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade devises a plan to lure Mecha Naruto away from the village. Naruto rides away in a palanquin with Yamato, while Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Shikamaru act as bearers and Kakashi as backup. The plan is put into action, and Mecha Naruto starts pursuing the palanquin. Shino, not wanting to be left behind like last time, arrives to distract Mecha Naruto but is defeated. The group decides to escape into the forest, with Shikamaru switching places with Kakashi so he can try and defeat Mecha Naruto. However, Shikamaru is defeated after being smashed into the ground. Tsunade then orders Shizune to request assistance from Suna. Shikamaru is overwhelmed by Mecha Naruto and continues to follow the group while firing missiles in the process. Choji uses his human bullet tank in an attempt to distract Mecha Naruto, but ultimately fails. Kiba and Akamaru transform into a double-headed wolf and attack using the Fang-passing Fang, but are easily countered by the mecha. The palanquin carrying Naruto falls over since there was no one holding it. Neji is next to join the fray, using his 8 trigrams Palm's Revolving Heaven. Mecha Naruto tries blasting the rotating shield with lasers, but to no effect. After dominating Neji's technique with high speed, Mecha Naruto breaks through and eliminates him and Yamato. Kakashi uses his Sharingan in a failed attempt to defeat the mech. Just as Naruto is cornered by his mechanized replica, Gaara arrives in time to save him. As he's about to crush Mecha Naruto's arm, Deidara appears and taunts the young man, forcing the Kazekage to chase after him. Naruto and Mecha Naruto are summoned into a snake's stomach by Orochimaru, who reprogrammed Mecha Naruto to obey him. Jiraiya then appears and summons Gamabunta, thus freeing them from the snake's stomach. Mecha Naruto easily overwhelms Naruto, who is nearly drained of the Ninetales chakra. Mecha Naruto changes its programming, courtesy of Itachi, and returns the Ninetales' chakra back to Naruto. As Mecha Naruto bisects Orochimaru in half to protect Naruto, he activates a switch, causing Mecha Kurama to appear and causes mayhem at Konohagakure. Mecha Naruto encases itself onto Naruto and battles Mecha Kurama, but their attacks have no effect whatsoever. Mecha Naruto ultimately sacrifices itself to destroy Mecha Ninetales. While the villagers celebrate Naruto's victory, they are comically drowned by Gaara's quicksand waterfall flow. Birth of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Despite Minato's attempt to stop him, Obito goes after Naruto and proceeds to attack him and Sasuke. Luckily, Naruto uses his chakra arms on his father and Sasuke so the former can teleport them away. By that time, his body is beginning to mutate as he attempted to attack. Obito is losing control as the Ten-Tails is asserting itself and destroying the human's mind. Though he instructs Naruto and Sasuke to follow his counter with a collaborative attack, his former student thinking of rein in their team, Minato finds Obito had managed to regain control of his body and assume a form similar to the Sage of Six Paths. Teleporting away after his arm got ripped off, Minato finds that Obito attached an orb made of a mysterious substance to him as it begins to expand. Luckily, a clone of Tobirama grabs the orb and destroys himself in an attempt to kill Obito. Elsewhere on the battlefield, deciding that the time for waiting is over, Madara battles Hashirama in an epic clash with the allied shinobi forces in awe before Shikamaru uses Ino to contact their allies to not lose focus for a second. By that time, having used the substance to avoid being consumed in the explosion, an unscathed Obito deflects an impulsive Sasuke's Amaterasu before Naruto aids his friend so the two can make an opening for Minato and Tobirama. With the second and fourth Hokage preparing for an instantaneous swapping Flying Thunder God technique before Tobirama appears behind Obito, Sasuke and Naruto rush forth with a Kagutsuchi-infused Rasen Shuriken. Expecting to be attacked by the second Hokage, Obito learns he fell for a trap as Minato suddenly has the Rasen Shuriken and takes Tobirama's place to attack Obito from behind. The Konoha ninja's elation at landing a direct hit are quickly diminished when Obito makes use of his new abilities to push aside the flames and heal himself. At this point, they realize that Minato's arm has not regenerated and figured out that the Uchiha was using yin-yang release, and thus able to nullify the regeneration of impure world reincarnation, making the reincarnated vulnerable to fatal attacks. In response to this, Naruto tries to enter Tailed Beast mode in order to deliver an even more powerful attack, but fails completely, earning himself blank looks from both enemy and allies. After Kurama tells Naruto to hold off from using its chakra, Gamakichi fires a natural energy-infused starch syrup gun in a last-ditch effort to help before disappearing. Obito easily blocks it, however both Tobirama and Naruto notice something is amiss. As Minato questions why Obito has discarded his dream of becoming Hokage, Naruto uses this chance to enter Sage mode. When the Uchiha explained his reasoning and insults the Hokage, Tobirama assists Naruto in delivering a Rasengan, proving that while resistant to ninjutsu, Obito is vulnerable to senjutsu. As Naruto passionately defends the title of Hokage and his father's legacy, Kurama's yin half within Naruto spurs Minato into action. After Naruto and Tobirama fall back, a recovered Obito decides to execute the Eye of the Moon plan by first creating an enormous tree to wipe out the remainder of the allied shinobi forces while boxing them in with a barrier to prevent them from escaping. To counter the turn of events, Naruto thinks up a risky plan before asking his father to bump fists with him. This act between father and son allowing Yang and Yin Kurama to connect to each other as well. After telling Obito that he will not let the world end as long as he lives, Naruto dons his Ninetales Chakra Mode mantle with Minato following suit. Their combined efforts bolster the version 1-like mantles around the shinobi, thus allowing Minato to teleport the alliance outside the barrier before the tailed beast balls exploded. With this, the team presses onwards in their assault on Obito, with the father-son duo going into Tailed Beast mode, and Naruto also using Sage mode to bolster the attack so they would affect Obito. The Uchiha, however, was prepared for the assault this time and was able to deflect it. Before the Alliance can launch another attack, Obito decides to press on with the Eye of the Moon plan, as he manifests the Ten Tails and has it transform into a tree that instinctively proceeds to suck the chakra out of any shinobi that it grabs. Madara reveals the tree to be the Ten Tails in its tree form, while telling Hashirama of the monster's true origins along with the chakra within all ninja. Barely escaping the branches with Hiruzen's help as he's teleported to safety, Naruto looks around his friends and allies in anguish as Obito proclaims that their suffering will end once the tree form's flower, the crown piece in creating the infinite Tsukiyomi, blooms. En route to the battlefield, the 5 Kage see the Ten Tails' tree form and wonder what it was, which leads Tsunade to ask Katsuyu to explain what was happening. When Shikamaru is found to be one of the victims of the tree's attacks, Sakura tries to have Katsuyu heal him remotely, but Katsuyu informs her that its clones also died due to having their chakra absorbed by the tree, leading to her and Sai rushing to their comrade's side instead. The allied shinobi forces members spiral into deep despair, and taking advantage of their morale, Obito declares that he would not kill those who stopped resisting, but Hashirama's wood clone reminds them not to give up. Hiruzen's sentiments cause Orochimaru, who just arrived with Suigetsu and Karin, to note that pessimism was very out of character for his sensei. As Madara and Hashirama continue to fight, the Uchiha reveals that even without the full chakra of the 8 and 9 tails, the tree would bloom in approximately 15 minutes, during which Madara planned to take Obito's place using Hashirama's senjutsu abilities. As the info is relayed to him, Hashirama's wood clone called out for a Yamanaka, and while startled, Ino responds to the first and patches him through to the Alliance. Connected, the clone passes on the recent revelation, and also tries to boost the shinobi's confidence, telling them not to give up. As the Ten Tails' tree form moves again to attack, a large chunk of its root is cut off by a Susanoo created by Sasuke, who asks Naruto if he had already reached the limit of his capacity. Responding to his friend's question, Naruto once again enters both Tailed Beast mode and Sage mode, and through Ino's technique, his feelings and memories are passed to everyone. Remembering his time as a child and the people he had lost along the way, Naruto notes that he did not want to have any more regrets, and that the sacrifices made would not be in vain. With new determination and a chakra boost from Yin Kurama, Naruto charges forward to battle alongside Sasuke, who has Juga use the Sage transformation on his Susanoo to imbue it with natural energy, creating the cursed seal of heaven markings on Sasuke's Susanoo. Ready for action, the two shinobi plunge back into battle against Obito, who took note of how time and time again Naruto would pick himself up from the rut of despair. With this, Orochimaru reflects on how Sasuke seemingly had the potential to surpass even Madara Uchiha himself, while Tobirama notes that Naruto was in a lot of ways like his brother Hashirama, faults and all. With the shinobi still somewhat doubting themselves and contemplating waiting for directives from the current Kage, Hashirama shares with them all of his memories of the first summit of the 5 Kage. How the meeting unfolded is revealed to all. What rings home for them all is Hashirama's wish for shinobi to be united. With this, Hashirama rallies the troops to amass their worries, their resolve, their sorrows, and strength in order to fight. Ultimately, Hashirama's wish for the future is answered by the appearance of the 5 current Kage to the battlefield, all standing as a united front. The 5 Kage disperse across the battlefield in order to strengthen the wills of the shinobi from their respective villages. Sakura is still attempting to heal Shikamaru, who is slowly slipping away due to an astounding loss of chakra. However, Naruto's version 1 chakra re-emerges and begins to give Shikamaru some strength, which Ino later notes that Naruto did subconsciously. Tsunade arrives to their location and easily heals Shikamaru back to full health, while also commending Sakura for her recent achievements. While a reformed allied shinobi alliance led by their respective Kage began attacking the tree, Naruto and Sasuke are still engaging Obito. Meanwhile, Kakashi is healing himself in the other dimension, while also pondering Obito's true feelings and his buried will of fire deep within him. Just as Naruto and Sasuke believe they've found an opening, Obito deflects their attacks and manages to force Naruto out of his Senjutsu Enhanced Tailed Beast mode and Sasuke out of his Susanoo. As Obito asks Naruto why he would want to save a world that would ultimately only hurt him, Naruto replies that he would never go back on his word because it is his Nindo. Sasuke and Naruto agree to put an end to the battle once and for all as Sasuke's Susanoo encases Naruto's Tailed Beast mode. With Kurama now in Susanoo armor, Naruto and Sasuke prepare to attack Obito once more. Realizing their strength, Obito manifests a gigantic yin-yang shield and the Sage of Six Paths' legendary Sword of Nonoboko to counter them. As the two young shinobi rush in, Naruto creates 9 Rasengan within the tails of his Susanoo Enhanced Tailed Beast mode. He then uses Ino's mind-body transmission technique to contact the Konoha 11, excluding Neji, who died, Sakura, and Sai to enter the fray. As they join the battle, the tailed beast mode mantles envelop them, and Naruto instructs them to use the Rasengan to break Obito's shield. After the Konoha 11 and Sai destroy the shield, Sasuke's Susanoo sword breaks the sword of Nunoboko and manages to slice through Obito. From there, Naruto proceeds to siphon out the other tailed beasts, while Gaara attempts to reclaim Shukaku, and Killer Bee retrieves the fragment of Gyuki. Knowing that the tree would become a lifeless husk again if he allowed the Jinchuriki to succeed, Obito wrestles with them for the chakra. However, the rest of the allied shinobi forces and Sasuke's allies join in helping Naruto in grabbing hold of the chakra through Minato's Nine-Tails chakra mode. Within his subconscious, having begun to imagine what his life would have been like if he returned to the village instead of Madara after Rin's death, Obito sees himself alone against the entire alliance as he begins to contemplate and grapples to come to terms with what he starts to view to be regret. However, using their link to reach him, an empathic Naruto tells Obito that despite his declaration of being no one, he was in fact someone with dreams. Telling Obito he was and still is Obito Uchiha, Naruto vows to destroy the metaphysical mask he created for himself. Even despite attempting to strangle the youth, insisting he regrets nothing in the choices he made, Obito struggles with his inner turmoil when Naruto pointed out that Rin could never accept the man he is now. As Naruto grabs Obito's hand, the allied shinobi forces succeed in freeing the tailed beasts. Utterly defeated, gazing at the moon while lamenting that he could never fill the void in his heart, Obito did not notice Sasuke running at him with the intent to cut him down. However, as the alliance were about to join in before Tsunade tells them to stand down, Kakashi manages to return from the other dimension. Stopping Sasuke, Kakashi informs his former student that killing Obito is his burden to bear, yet is stopped by Minato. From there, the three members of Team Minato speak of their ordeals and what they each became since Rin's death. Kakashi then tells a doubtful Obito that Naruto would not end up like him because he had many friends to help him along the way. By that time, after the tailed beasts thanked him for freeing them from the Ten Tails' body, Naruto focuses his attention away from Obito to find Madara with the intention of stopping the Uchiha for good. A defeated Obito watches as Naruto attacks an immobilized Madara from atop the tree that Hashirama managed to subdue besides being pinned down himself. The allied shinobi forces notices the direction of Naruto's attack and begin rushing to his location. Shukaku agrees to assist Gaara with stopping Madara, with the other tailed beasts following suit. Sai flies to the top of the tree to collect Naruto while Madara recovers from Naruto's attack. Meanwhile, Obito, who is incapacitated due to the extraction of the tailed beasts, resolves to using the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive those who have been killed during the war, stating that he finally understands Nagato's actions. Before he could do so, however, Black Zetsu emerges and takes over his body, forcing him to use the same technique to revive Madara instead. Much to the shock of Naruto and the others, and to his own satisfaction, Madara is revived in the flesh. As Madara's eyes crumble, having bestowed them to Nagato prior to his death, he is suddenly struck ablaze by Amaterasu, courtesy of Sasuke. The legend is unfazed though, and simply absorbed the technique. As his armor falls away, Madara reminds Hashirama about the conversation they had under the Naka Shrine, stating that he believes the unity stated refers to the combination of both Uchiha and Senju, revealing the face of Hashirama on his chest. Stating that the face was due to Kabuto, Madara quickly bypasses Naruto and Sai so as to grab onto his old enemy and drain him of his Senjutsu chakra, turning the face on his chest into Sage mode. Sasuke then goes on the attack, intent on killing Madara now that he's fully revived. However, the older Uchiha manages to grab the younger's blade, planning on taking Sasuke's eyes until he gets his originals back. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Minato learn about Madara's revival. Just as Black Zetsu attempts to take the Rinnegan, the former Hokage and his pupil simultaneously attempt to attack the creature, who quickly attaches itself to Obito before they reach it. Explaining that he is Madara's will, it recalls how it escaped. Though Chojuro managed to pin the upper half down, after bisecting Black Zetsu, the lower half was also sentient and escaped to help his master. Back with Madara, the Uchiha attempts to persuade Sasuke into joining his side, but the younger adamantly refuses. Both Sai and Naruto attempt to attack Madara in a pincer attack, but he manages to push them both back while escaping Sasuke's blade. As he instantly starts healing, Madara then turns his attention to the incoming tailed beasts. Seeing that they were between the beasts and Madara, the allied shinobi forces quickly get out of the way with Killer Bee and Gyuki's help. Gaara, together with Shukaku, launches a mass of sand projectiles at Madara. Gaara then manipulates the sand in the Uchiha's blood to temporarily immobilize him as he is ricocheted between Matatabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kokuo, and Chome, before landing in a sticky field courtesy of Saiken. Gaara and Shukaku then act quickly, attempting to seal the Uchiha before he could recover. Though they manage to do so, Madara still manages to break out using Susanoo, but is quickly knocked back down by Naruto and Kurama. They're then joined by Bee and Gyuki, and together the beasts use their tails to rain down a barrage of hits, stripping away the Susanoo to get the man within. Though the attack costs Madara his right arm, he manages to escape. A white Zetsu then emerges from the ground, which carried Madara's Rinnegan. Taking the eye and the clone's right arm, he attaches both, claiming that now the real fun begins. Though temporarily overjoyed at being alive and able to feel the fight, Madara quickly returns his attention to the battle. As the Uchiha prepares a summoning, Kurama shudders as he recalls how Madara had used to summon it, which receives a chastening from Shukaku, who in return gets a warning about the mere human. As the demonic statue of the Outer Path is summoned, the object in question suddenly emerges from Obito. Kakashi attempts to warp it away but only manages to take an arm. As the tailed beasts wonder at how Madara is capable of summoning the statue, Naruto quickly manages to figure it out himself. Back with Obito, Black Zetsu again attempts to take the Rinnegan from its weakened host, but through pure willpower, Obito manages to prevent it. When Zetsu states that the Rinnegan is to be returned to Madara, Obito claims that he has hidden the right eye and Kakashi will crush the left. However, Black Zetsu mocks his host's ignorance, stating that White Zetsu has already found and returned the right eye, and Obito would be dead if it wasn't attached to him. It goes on to say that the only reason it's still attached to the dying man is because he knows that Kakashi and Minato would have already killed it otherwise. Madara soon recovers from the damage he received earlier, claiming to White Zetsu that he has gotten careless considering that he now possesses Hashirama's recovery power. He then resolves to be more careful and will instead use the Rinnegan's ability to its fullest. Madara then uses Limbo Border Jail, and while at first it doesn't seem to do anything, one by one each of the beasts are blown back. He then launches chains from the statue which attach to the tailed beasts and start pulling them towards it. Madara declares he will extract the 8 and 9 tails from their Jinchuriki. Naruto tries to exit tailed beast mode but finds it futile as Madara has Kurama's chakra trapped within the chains. The clone of White Zetsu informs Madara that it would be best to recapture the beasts in numerical order, starting with Shukaku. Madara, with a readjusted strategy, attempts to capture Shukaku with the chains first. However, Gaara manages to stop this transaction with 2 enormous sand hands. Shukaku, shocked at Gaara's actions, remembers the words of his previous Jinchuriki, realizing that the time has come where humans and tailed beasts can be comrades. Madara quickly equips his Susanoo and hurls one of his swords at Gaara, though Shukaku intercepts it. Madara sends another sword across the battlefield and manages to connect the chains once again, as well as knocking Gaara down. As the beasts are dragged into the statue once more, Beast severs one of his tentacles, while Kurama asks Gaara for a favor. Naruto is ejected from tailed beast mode and is sent hurtling towards the ground. Gaara calls out to a shocked Naruto. As Naruto begins to fall, unconscious due to Kurama's extraction, Gaara uses his sand to cushion his comrade's fall. Meanwhile, Madara reseals all of the tailed beasts, including Yuki and Kurama, back into the demonic statue of the Outer Paths. Tobirama suddenly attacks Madara and the two engage in a brief battle, with Madara gaining the upper hand. Madara pins down Tobirama with his chakra rods as the two exchange harsh words. As Sasuke travels to the battlefield from atop Garuda, he recalls how Hashirama wanted to give him a technique to stop Madara. Although initially hesitant, Sasuke accepted the offer when Hashirama noted that Sasuke reminded him of Madara's brother Izuna. Madara drives the stakes into Tobirama's head, taking deep pleasure in this as he states that this is penance for Tobirama's killing of Izuna. Sasuke appears over the two shinobi and jumps down towards them, ready to enter the fray. Tobirama tries to attack Madara to get an opening for Sasuke. However, Madara foils the plan, suspending Sasuke in the air before he has an attempt to attack. Taking Sasuke's dropped sword, Madara stabs Sasuke through the chest, expressing his disappointment in the young Uchiha's actions. Gaara rushes to Naruto to help, while Tobirama curses Madara for stabbing Sasuke, which has left the young Uchiha severely injured. Meanwhile, Tobi appears on the battlefield and uses his Kanzeon Lotus King to attack the Alliance. However, it's barely fended off by Hiruzen, while Shikamaru notes that if Hiruzen falls, the Alliance is doomed. While Orochimaru and Taka plan a surprise attack against Tobi the Zetsu clone, Karin senses Sasuke's current predicament and becomes frantic. Gaara arrives to Tsunade, Shizune, and Sakura and asks them to heal Naruto. Hinata, realizing that Naruto's heartbeats are getting weaker and weaker with her Byakugan, rushes to Naruto's aid but stumbles due to being low on chakra, praying for Neji to help Naruto. However, Sakura is the only one with enough chakra left to heal Naruto, though stated that before neither she, Tsunade, or Shizune could perform a medical ninjutsu any longer. Meanwhile, a struggling Sasuke refuses to die, promising to honor Itachi's sacrifice by becoming Hokage and changing the ninja world for the better. Madara simply rebuffs his statement and walks away from the dying Uchiha. Due to healing the members of the Alliance beforehand, Sakura rapidly begins to run out of chakra, and Karin notices how serious Sasuke's wound is. The two young women note that soon Naruto and Sasuke will die if they do not receive immediate attention. As Kurama's chakra vanishes from around her, Sakura notices that Naruto has lost his pulse and heartbeat. Confused as to why her medical ninjutsu isn't working, Gaara explains that the Nine Tails had been extracted from Naruto. He then explains Kurama's plan, to bring Naruto to his father in order to place the yin half of Kurama within him, which would allow him to be saved. Realizing Naruto may not make it, Sakura cuts open Naruto's side and begins personally pumping his heart while performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Elsewhere, Tobirama notices that he can no longer sense Sasuke's chakra. Additionally, he has lost complete movement, being even unable to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Karin commences an assault on Tobi, using chains to fight the immense wooden structure. Her attack allows Orochimaru the opening to bite the Zetsu clone's neck, producing a curse seal that binds his movements. As their assault ends and Karin heals by biting herself, she notes that she can no longer sense Sasuke. At this point, Madara summons the once again revived Ten Tails and proceeds to seal it inside of himself, becoming the new Jinchuriki. He then launches himself in the direction of Obito in order to retrieve his missing Rinnegan. As Sasuke's situation seems hopeless, he's approached by an unknown, barefooted individual. As Orochimaru's group presses forward towards Sasuke, both Karin and Tobirama note that they do not recognize either person or the chakra signature. Believing that this person may intend to harm Sasuke, Karin races towards his location. Meanwhile, Guy, Rock Lee, and Tenten begin making their way across the battlefield. However, they see Gaara, Sakura, and Naruto fly overhead toward Kakashi's location, and decide to turn around and head there as well. As Madara flies to the same destination, he spits out the Kohaku no Johei and Beni Hisago, noting that they are weighing him down. The two weapons land on top of Guy and Lee's heads, while Tenten is shocked at the weapon's reappearance. At the other battlefield, Kakashi and Minato continue to battle Black Zetsu, until the Kazekage's group arrive at the scene. Gaara explains what happened to Minato and urges him to give Naruto the other half of Kurama's chakra. As Minato begins the transference, Black Zetsu suddenly intercepts him and absorbs Yin Kurama, becoming his Jinchuriki. With no hope left, Madara arrives on the battlefield, chastising Black Zetsu for taking too long. Black Zetsu tells Madara that he has successfully taken half of the Ninetales' chakra, and Madara tells him to give it to him immediately. Black Zetsu tries, but Obito regains control of himself. Minato, Kakashi, and Gaara try to interfere, but are countered by Madara. Minato has his remaining arm cut off. Minato and Obito discuss Obito's identity, and Obito shoves his hand into Madara's chest, manifesting the same shakujo he wielded when he was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Madara immediately attempts to obtain his left eye from Obito. However, the latter simply phases through his former mentor. Locked in their subconscious, Obito attempts to extract the tailed beasts from Madara. However, he only manages to extract fragments of Shukaku's and Gyuki's chakra. Returning to reality, Obito orders Kakashi to send Naruto to the other dimension, which Kakashi does so without arguing. As Obito attempts to transport himself, Madara stops him by sending a mysterious orb in his direction. Reclaiming his footing next to Kakashi, Obito tells Madara to beware the power that two Mangekyo Sharingan have to offer. As Madara launches two more orbs towards the two, Obito, with Kakashi's help, transports himself to the other dimension. After convincing Sakura of his changed nature, Obito begins to transfer the tailed beast's chakra to Naruto. In the real world, Guy arrives just in the nick of time to save Kakashi from Madara's attack. Orochimaru and Taka arrive at Sasuke's side and are surprised to learn that the mysterious man was in fact Kabuto Yakashi, who managed to break out of the Izanami after finding his true self. Mentioning that he inherited Itachi's will to protect Sasuke, Kabuto reveals that he had arrived on the battlefield to heal Sasuke's wounds and atone for his sins. Meanwhile, Kakashi thanks Guy for saving him from Madara's attack, and mentions that only Senjutsu and Taijutsu will be effective against the Ten Tails' Jinchuriki. As Minato mentions that his Senjutsu is subpar, Guy opens the 7th gate, and attacks Madara with a series of punches. Keeping Madara at bay, Guy finished his assault with the Daytime Tiger, which Madara managed to survive, as he plans on eliminating an exhausted Guy by launching a mysterious orb in his direction. Though Kakashi attempts to save Guy with Minato's special kunai in order to warp away the black orb, Rock Lee arrives just in the nick of time to save his sensei. As the group ponders how to defeat Madara, Guy reveals that the only way to win is for him to open the 8th gate, which would result in his death and evolve into the Crimson Beast. While Kakashi, Minato, and Lee attempt to dissuade Guy from using this fatal technique, they abandon this fruitless endeavor once they realize Guy's commitment. As Lee begins shedding tears for his master, Guy tells him that it is no time for tears, as the noble shinobi rushes towards Madara once more, sticking his thumb into his chest and opening the 8th gate of death. As he begins transforming into a Crimson Beast, Guy reflects on his father might die, a shinobi only talented in taijutsu like himself and his pupil, and who was once disgraced because of his faults. Remembering how Might Dai gave up his life after using the 8th gate in order to save him and his teammates from the previous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Guy realizes that his time has come to sacrifice himself for the safety of his comrades. As Madara berates Guy's abilities, he immediately attacks with the Evening Elephant. Guy wastes no time in attacking Madara with this new technique. He manages to land a blow on the legendary shinobi and sends him plummeting into the ground, creating an extremely deep crater. While Guy laments from the pain that is caused from using the first attack, Madara notes that Guy has become extremely powerful, and decides it would be best to avoid being hit by that technique at all costs. As Guy and Madara prepare to clash again after Guy grows accustomed to the pain, Minato, Lee, Kakashi, and Gaara decide to aid Guy by disabling Madara's black orbs. As Lee opens the 6th gate, their plan succeeds as they're able to warp away the black orbs and create an opening for Guy to use the 5 steps of the Evening Elephant. Though beaten severely, Madara notes that he had not had this much fun since his battle with Hashirama, greatly surprising Guy. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Naruto finally opens his eyes. Waking up surrounded by a watery surface, Naruto questions if he has died. An unknown figure asks him what his definition of death is. Naruto asks who this person is, and the figure reveals himself to be none other than Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths. Naruto recognizes the name as he had previously heard it from Jiraiya and Nagato, and he states that he is the one who created ninjutsu. Hagoromo corrects him, however, by saying he did not create ninjutsu, but ninshu, stating his creation was to inspire peace, while ninjutsu was made to create war. Following this revelation, Hagoromo begins telling him about his history, including his mother, brother, and how his 2 sons fought. Hagoromo reveals to Naruto that he is the reincarnation of his younger son, Ashura Otsutsuki. Naruto, however, is not surprised by that fact and tells the sage how he had felt something different in Sasuke during their meeting at the Samurai Bridge, and realizes that Sasuke is the reincarnation of the sage's older son, Indra. Hagoromo goes on to tell Naruto more about his mother's past and about the previous reincarnations of the sons, Hashirama and Madara. He then summons all the tailed beast's chakra sealed inside Naruto and asks him how he wants the fight against Madara to end, which Naruto replies he is stupid and doesn't know much, but he knows what friends are and that he wants to protect them. It's then revealed that Hagoromo was talking to Sasuke at the same time, stating that they are the ones who will decide the future, and proceeds to pass his power on to both of them. Returning to the battlefield as Guy prepares his technique, Night Guy, Madara notices Guy's rapidly decreasing chakra levels, and notes that this will be the legendary beast's final attack. Meanwhile, Naruto, with a light circle mark on his right hand, and Sasuke with a dark crescent moon mark on his left hand, finally awaken, and prepare to head to the battlefield with their respective surrounding groups of people. As Kakashi, Lee, and Gaara watch the gruesome battle continue, Kakashi recalls the first time he met Guy, and realizes that Guy is no longer the talentless loser he once was. As Guy finishes preparing his attack, he rushes toward Madara as the latter notices that Guy is managing to distort space, resulting in his inability to counterattack. Guy lands a devastatingly powerful kick on Madara, which manages to decimate the left side of the Uchiha's upper body, almost killing him. As Guy's body begins to deteriorate, Madara sends one final black orb to annihilate his enemy. Naruto arrives to the battlefield and kicks it back to him. Naruto manages to restore Guy's life force slowly as he reveals his new mysterious eyes, commenting that he can change the world with this new power. Madara is confused as to why Guy did not perish after using the 8th gate of death, and questions what Naruto did to stop his death. Without any time to react, Naruto leaps toward Madara, while the latter forms his Shakujo from his remaining truth-seeking ball to defend against Naruto's punch. As Madara ponders Naruto's new powers once again, Naruto mentally requests Son Goku's power. Naruto forms a Senjutsu-enhanced lava-natured Rasen Shuriken with his new powers. As Naruto is about to throw it, Madara leaps away and casts Limbo Border Jail, but the young ninja somehow unintentionally dodged it. Naruto throws his new technique at Madara, making direct contact, and upon exploding, chops down the tree form of the Ten Tails. Naruto then quickly gets Guy out of danger and back to Rock Lee. As the tree collapses towards Madara, a voice tells him to absorb the tree. Following the advice, Madara recovers completely from his wounds and even altering his form slightly. Meanwhile, Sasuke has pulled out the stakes which had pinned down Tobirama, who wonders how the young Uchiha is capable of doing so without being affected until he gets a good look at Sasuke's face and understands. Sasuke then asks Tobirama to teleport him to the main battlefield, which the Hokage agrees to, but warns him that in his current condition he'll only be able to transport one person. Sasuke responds, stating that it's fine, claiming that he'll be fine by himself. Back in the other dimension, Sakura reluctantly thanks Obito for saving Naruto, while the half-dead man asks for a favor in return. After Gaara wishes Naruto good luck, the young Konoha shinobi ponders at how different he feels as he confronts Madara. The elder Uchiha then boasts about how he was immortal and can't be defeated, to which Naruto responds that together they will defeat Madara, just as Sasuke appears. As Naruto transforms into a new tailed beast mode, Madara realizes that Sasuke possesses the Rinnegan, while the Uzumaki has the Senjutsu of the 6 Paths, while he himself has both. Responding to the two younger ninjas' challenge, Madara announces this to be their final battle as he prepares to use a technique. Madara begins his counterattack, which Naruto blocks by throwing one of his staffs at it, while Sasuke seemingly teleports out of harm's way, shocking Madara. Naruto attacks Madara with his staff, but is blocked by a seemingly invisible wall. Meanwhile, Sasuke notices an invisible clone of Madara in between Naruto and the real Madara with his Rinnegan, so he throws his sword toward the clone, but the attack fails. Madara dispatches Naruto and retreats. As Sasuke begins explaining Madara's technique, Madara soon realizes that the two shinobi have found out how his limbo border jail technique works. Madara attempts to steal Sasuke's Rinnegan eye, but much to the surprise of the elder Uchiha, Sasuke switches places with his discarded sword from earlier, and Madara is stabbed in the chest. Sasuke tells Naruto to use a technique with his senjutsu in order to bind Madara, while Shukaku offers his new host its own chakra, creating the Sage Art Magnet Release Rasengan. Sasuke manifests a black version of his Chidori, and though the two strike Madara simultaneously from both sides, the elder Uchiha uses his shadow version of himself as a substitute. Madara goes for Kakashi and manages to steal his Sharingan, transplanting it into his own empty eye socket. Despite Sasuke slicing him in half, Madara uses Kamui to teleport to its dimension in order to stop Sakura and Obito from destroying his other Rinnegan. Obito quickly transports Sakura back to the other dimension, where she informs everyone that Madara has entered the Kamui dimension and intends on retrieving his left Rinnegan. While tending to Kakashi's eye, Sakura informs everyone that Madara will become unstoppable if he receives his other eye. In the Kamui dimension, Madara holds his hand in Obito's chest and is shocked to discover that the forbidden individual curse tag on his heart has been removed. Obito reveals that Kakashi destroyed it in their earlier battle, and that enabled him to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Madara then reveals to Obito that he was the mastermind behind Rin's death and had been manipulating Obito the entire time, much to the younger Uchiha's shock. Meanwhile, Naruto returns to Kakashi's side and restores his left eye using his power from Hagoromo, much to Sakura's shock. Kakashi reflects on how each of the three members has changed and matured since their first meeting. Kakashi asks Sasuke what his true motives are, and Sakura wonders as well. But Kakashi interrupts him before he can answer, stating that they need to remember their first lesson about teamwork as Madara returns to the battlefield. Madara, who has recovered his left Rinnegan from Obito, mocks Team Kakashi's pledge to defeat him with teamwork. Black Zetsu informs the group that Obito is no more, and he has completely taken possession over his body. Sakura sees an opening and activates her ninja art creation Rebirth, strength of 100 technique to attack Madara, but to no avail, as Naruto and Sasuke quickly rescue her from Madara's wrath. Sasuke notes that Madara has created 4 more shadows and warns Naruto to beware. Madara goes on the offensive and activates multiple Chibaku Tensei, intending to drop the massive earthen debris on his opponents. Naruto creates several shadow clones to deal with Madara's shadows, while the real Naruto and Sasuke use Tailed Beast Ball Rasen Shuriken and an improved Susanoo to counter Madara's technique. Madara uses this opportunity to fly closer to the moon, and he removes part of his forehead protector, revealing the third eye on his forehead that resembles the eye of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Turning towards it, Madara casts the Infinite Tsukiyomi onto the moon. On the other battlefield, the members of the allied shinobi forces look at the moon in horror, realizing that Madara's plan has finally been accomplished. Tobi, considering his job complete, releases an encased Yamato from his body. While Naruto destroys the remaining meteors from earlier, Sasuke rushes back to Earth and covers his teammates with his new Susanoo. Madara finally activates the Genjutsu on the world as light begins emanating from the moon and turns the night as bright as day. Around the world, all living souls fall victim to the Infinite Tsukiyomi, with the Rinnegan reflecting in their eyes. The only ones not affected by the technique are the reincarnated Hokage, who watch in horror as Madara activates a technique that connects all life forms to the roots of the Ten-Tails tree form, and Team 7 with the help of Sasuke's Susanoo. Jiraiya Shinobi Handbook, The Tale of Naruto the Hero. Tsunade is caught in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. In it, she falls asleep and dreams of being given Jiraiya's latest work and recalls when he was still writing it. She begins to read it. In the novel, Naruto lives in Konoha and is a member of Team Kakashi. His parents did not die during the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, in which half of the Nine-Tails was sealed into him while the other half is sealed within his mother. The villagers dislike Naruto but show him some respect as he is the 4th Hokage's son. People often accuse Naruto of favoritism due to this, which angers him. The Uchiha clan downfall also never happened as Minato and Hiruzen were able to succeed in negotiations. As such, Itachi never defected from the village, nor did Sasuke. Naruto begins to learn how to use the Nine-Tails' chakra, and Nagato did not die from attacking Konoha, but both he and Konan joined Naruto later on. The Nine-Tails also has no interest in getting out of Naruto, but was helping to guide him to learn how to control its power, even telling Naruto it's too soon for him to wield its power, or during his battle with the 6 Paths of Pain that he's too angry to control its power properly. Team Kakashi, Team Kurenai, Team Asuma, and Team Guy are given a mission to find experienced shinobi who have gone missing, under the assumption that as they're recent academy graduates, they won't be targeted by whoever's behind the abductions. During the mission, the Jonin leaders are kidnapped. Akatsuki is revealed to be behind the abductions, and Team Asuma briefly battles Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. The Konoha Genin discover an abandoned village. In this village, teams Kakashi and Guy briefly see their kidnapped allies, Naruto and Neji give chase, and end up meeting a masked man who possesses the Byakugan. Team Jiraiya goes down a sinkhole to rescue 2 children who came back to the village and end up fighting a couple of creatures in an underground lair. Team Asuma aids Team Jiraiya in rescuing the children from the underground creatures. Choji is attacked by one of them and is saved by Nagato. The 2 teams return the children to their mother. Team Jiraiya thanks Team Asuma for coming to their aid and surmises they also share some of Jiraiya's values. Team Jiraiya asks them to join, but Team Asuma refuses, wanting to find Asuma. Shikamaru deduces Team Jiraiya does not want them dead and is following orders from someone else. They prepare to fight again, but Team Jiraiya leaves them just before they're joined by Team Kurenai. Shikamaru does not tell them about Team Jiraiya and decides they need to both report to Konoha and regroup with Teams Kakashi and Guy. Lee and Sasuke discuss whether to return to the village or to keep looking for their vanished teammates and sensei. The masked man takes Naruto and Neji through a gate where they're shown images from the Hyuga affair. The 3 discuss the events witnessed, and the masked man asks Neji to join him and force change in Konoha. Elsewhere, Jiraiya finds one of Orochimaru's compounds. Being asked, Neji questions the masked man's motives. He says that by changing how a village such as Konoha operates, the other villages will follow, changing the world for the better. The masked man requests Neji to see what he means. Neji agrees to hear him out, and when Naruto tries to interfere, the masked man paralyzes him. Neji promises to return once he has seen what the masked man wants, and the 2 depart. Jiraiya ventures into Orochimaru's hideout and comes across a bandaged individual. Team Jiraiya reports to the masked man about the incident with the children, including how the Konoha Genin eventually helped him, despite the directives of their mission. The masked man ponders about it and instructs them to resume surveillance. Neji asks if the Konoha Genin are his teammates, which the masked man confirms, and asks Neji if he wants to see if they can change the future of Shinobi. Naruto tries in vain to access the Nine Tails' chakra. Sasuke and Sakura discuss the mission situation. Lee and Tenten search for Neji and Guy, which Kiba smells from a distance. Hinata spots Neji and the masked man observing Sasuke and Sakura, as well as Sasori. Sasuke detects Sasori's presence and attacks, and Sasori begins to fight the 2. Teams Asuma and Kurenai head out towards Sasuke and Sakura. Lee and Tenten are attacked with explosive tags, directing them towards the same location. Sasori lands a hit on Sasuke, poisoning him. The Nine Tails tries to convince Naruto to open the seal so it can use its chakra to aid Naruto. Jiraiya suddenly appears to Naruto. During the battle against Hiroko, the masked man prevents Neji from coming to Sasuke and Sakura's aid, assuring him he won't let them be killed, insisting Neji watch the battle to witness their true selves. The masked men remind Sasori of the mission, and Sasori begins attacking Sakura, who manages to dodge his attacks and land one of her own, causing Sasori to retreat. She proceeds to treat Sasuke, removing the poison in his system. The masked man tells Neji that there is more to come. Jiraiya clears Naruto's blocked Tenketsu. Naruto asks him why he's there, and he explains that he's searching for someone, and when he heard of what was happening, he had Minato transport him there using the sealing formula incorporated into Naruto's seal. Jiraiya tells Naruto to try summoning a toad, but it fails. Jiraiya recalls Naruto's training, and Naruto recalls training with Minato. Jiraiya offers to weaken the 8-trigram sealing style a bit. Lee and Tenten stop running, Tenten noticing they're no longer under attack. They're met by teams Asuma and Kurenai. The 2 update them on what has happened with Neji and Naruto. Kiba smells Sasuke and Sakura nearby, and Hinata spots Sasori near them. While Sakura heals him, Sasuke thinks back to his childhood. Sasuke looked forward to spending time with Itachi, but Itachi was summoned by Minato, so he suggests Sasuke spend some time with her father, who compares him unfavorably to Itachi when he tries the Fire Release Great Fireball technique for the first time. Sasuke detects Sasori, who approaches them again and brings out his 100 puppets. The other Genin reach the 2, and the masked man retreats with Neji. Sasuke intends on getting reinforcements from Konoha. Team Jiraiya watches from afar, discussing the situation. Jiraiya weakens Naruto's seal, causing him to develop 4 tails. He then battles the 4-tailed Naruto, who destroys his chakra-suppressing seal. He manages to immobilize Naruto. Jiraiya thinks back to Gamamaru's prophecy. Sasuke thinks back to being unfavorably compared to Itachi by their father and begins fighting Sasori's puppets. The other Genin join the fight to protect Sasuke. Team Jiraiya observes the fight. The masked man and Neji debate on the Genin's motivation to fight. Sasori reveals spare puppets. Naruto thinks back to his Rasengan training with Minato and manages to suppress the Nine Tails' chakra. Jiraiya retreats and sends Naruto to help his teammates. Naruto manages to use the Rasengan and uses it and several clones to dispatch Sasori's puppets, causing him to retreat. The Genin congratulate Naruto and decide to look for their kidnapped team leaders. Neji asks the masked man if his test has yielded the results he expected and surprises him by calling him father. Neji asks about the kidnapped Shinobi, and the masked man tells him Team Jiraiya will take him there. The masked man leaves Neji to reunite with his comrades. The Konoha Genin join as one team and discuss how to find the kidnapped Shinobi. They're joined by Neji. The masked man appears to Team Jiraiya, Hiden, Kakuzu, and Sasori, telling them the test is over. Hiden, Kakuzu, and Sasori leave, while ordering Team Jiraiya to take the evacuated villagers back to their homes, as well as one other thing. Neji finishes explaining the nature of the experiment they participated in. Konan creates paper butterflies to lead the Genin to the captured Shinobi and leaves with her team. The Genin find the captured Shinobi and release them. Kurenai asks them about the recent events, and the masked man arrives, offering to explain it himself. He removes his mask and bandages, revealing himself as a reincarnated Hisashi Hyuga. Neji explains the Hyuga affair, and Hisashi explains how he is reincarnated by a bandaged man and orchestrated the incident to ascertain if his death had effects on how Konoha handled its affairs. Hisashi and Neji discuss Neji's motivations and how they were changed after fighting Naruto. Neji's words allow Hisashi to let go of his attachments and his soul is released. Yahiko sets off to the village to return Komichi's teddy bear Kenta. An explosion suddenly wipes at the village and Nagato spots Kenta damaged and grows furious, believing Yahiko to have been killed. After retrieving their team leaders, the Genin teams return to the village and Minato decides not to punish them for disobeying orders because their actions resulted in the mission's success. After being scolded by his father and having a talk with his brother about the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, Sasuke starts training with Kakashi to learn the Chidori. At the same time, Naruto undergoes training with Jiraiya and Minato to enhance the Rasengan. Increasingly jealous of Naruto becoming stronger, Sasuke starts treating his teammates with disdain, and after being stopped by Minato while having a fight with Naruto, asks his father to have him transferred from Team 7 to the Konoha military police force. Determined to become stronger to gain Sasuke's acknowledgement, Naruto leaves to train with Jiraiya while Sakura undergoes training with Tsunade. Meanwhile, Orochimaru meets with Danzo, who promises to find someone as a suitable vessel for the former. 3 years pass as the members of Team 7 continue their training and return to Konoha. After hearing of Sasuke's increased prowess and performance rivaling the likes of Itachi and Shisui, Fugaku gives his son the rank of lieutenant in the Konoha police force. In the following weeks, Sasuke and his unit drastically reduce crime and disorder throughout the village. However, they do so through exceedingly strict and aggressive means, causing an equal drop in morale throughout the villagers as the people grow nervous and distrusting of them. While Minato and Hiruzen are unsure of how to approach this, as officially Sasuke's unit has done nothing wrong, Naruto soon returns to the village after completing his training with Jiraiya. Upon his arrival, he stops Sasuke's unit from harassing an old woman for opening up her shop too early. Eager to finally settle things with Naruto, Sasuke engages him in battle. Their scuffle is quickly ended by the arrival of Danzo, who notes that Naruto has grown strong and that Sasuke is lacking what he could become. As word begins spreading throughout the village about how Sasuke's unit backed off from Naruto's intrusion on their duties, Sasuke's men began fearing that they lost the people's respect and decided to arrest Naruto. They quickly intruded into Naruto's home and threatened Kushina. This unauthorized act resulted in themselves being arrested. Fugaku, greatly displeased at Sasuke's lack of maturity and morals, removed Sasuke from the police force completely. Further embittered by getting no respect, Sasuke approached Danzo about his earlier words. The elder explained that he didn't trust Naruto wielding the power of the Nine Tails and wanted a good countermeasure against him, to which he told Sasuke about Orochimaru, a Sannin like Naruto's teacher Jiraiya, and where to find him. As Danzo contacted Orochimaru about his new potential host body in Sasuke, Sasuke made his choice to leave the village, knocking out the guards. He's then confronted by Kakashi, who questions his actions. Sasuke explains that while he is grateful to Kakashi, he is not satisfied with his progress and is going to the other Sannin to gain power before knocking Kakashi out with Genjutsu. After waking up in the hospital, Kakashi informs Tsunade along with Minato and Hiruzen of Sasuke leaving to meet with Orochimaru. Wanting to avoid putting the Uchiha clan in a worse position, Minato orders an emergency lockdown and makes preparations to find Sasuke. Unknown to them, Sakura overhears everything and goes to tell Shikamaru, who asks the rest of the Konoha 11 to meet in their old classroom. Knowing Orochimaru only wants Sasuke as his next vessel, and Sasuke is unaware of this, they agree to bring him back no matter what. Naruto and Shikamaru, the only ones required for the task, use Kiba and Akamaru's secret escape tunnel to sneak out of the village. Before leaving, Naruto promises to Sakura that he will bring Sasuke back. Kushina alerts Minato that Naruto snuck out of the house and his friends are acting suspicious, but Minato calms her down and assures her that Naruto was likely training elsewhere. Danzo sends 4 members of the Anbu out to stop Naruto and Shikamaru from reaching Sasuke, even giving them command to kill the two and anyone else who interferes. As Naruto and Shikamaru are attacked, Team Guy arrive as a backup. Seeing the Anbu is trying to kill them, including Naruto, Shikamaru realizes these Anbu don't serve Minato, and Neji says he heard rumors of a secret faction of the Anbu called Root being led by someone else. The group decides to split up and allow Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee to deal with some of the Anbu while giving Naruto and Shikamaru time to catch up with Sasuke. Meanwhile, some members of the Akatsuki regroup after Deidara kills a group of Sand Shinobi. It's revealed that Deidara was responsible for the explosion that killed Yahiko, and Sasori lied to Nagato and Konan that Minato and Konoha were the culprits. Enraged, Nagato vowed revenge against the village and joined the Akatsuki. By the time they reach the tower that Sasuke is at, Shikamaru orders Naruto to get inside while he deals with another Anbu. Sasuke meets Orochimaru and demands power, which Orochimaru grants him by inflicting him with the Cursed Seal of Heaven. Naruto is stopped by another Anbu who possesses the wood release, and a frustrated Naruto starts to fall under the Nine Tails' influence, forming 4 tails in the process. The Anbu tries to hold his transformation back, but the desire to stop Sasuke allows Naruto to overcome the Nine Tails and defeats the Anbu. When he finds Sasuke, who is already adapting to his new powers, Naruto is angry at Orochimaru for what he's done, and Sasuke challenges Naruto to a fight to test his new powers. Naruto enters Sage Mode and begins to fight with him while vowing to bring Sasuke back by force if necessary. Sasuke summons Kirin and is able to impale Naruto while confessing that he always hated Naruto for getting stronger. Naruto, shocked by Sasuke's actions, admits that he always felt like they were alike because they grew up in their father's shadow, and he always liked being friends with Sasuke. Using the Nine Tails' chakra to heal himself, Naruto throws Sasuke his headband, and Sasuke puts it on, acknowledges Naruto as an equal, and mocks Naruto that he won't be able to scratch it. Naruto subconsciously starts to use the Nine Tails' chakra while Sasuke enters his Cursed Seal's second stage, and the two prepare to finish the battle with Chidori and Rasengan. Much to their shock, Itachi suddenly appears in the middle and is struck by Sasuke's Chidori, asking Naruto to get along with his brother, and pokes Sasuke's forehead before disappearing as he dies. Their attacks collide and Sasuke emerges the winner as Naruto lays unconscious on the ground. Orochimaru picks up Sasuke's headband and comments how entertained he is, and Sasuke leaves with Orochimaru while remembering his brother and awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto is later found by his friends and learns that Sasuke got away. He, however, reaffirms his promise to Sakura and learns from Shikamaru that the Anbu retreated once Sasuke escaped, which makes him suspect that their mission was to make sure Sasuke got to Orochimaru. Back in Konoha, Tsunade informs Minato that Kakashi will be supervising during the night. Shizune alerts them that someone has entered the village and they are confronted by Pain, whom Tsunade realizes looks like Yahiko. When asked what he wanted, Pain declares his intent to make the village suffer for the pain it put him through by destroying the village that killed Yahiko. But Minato, Tsunade, and Shizune don't even know what he's talking about. He uses true Chibaku Tensei to encase the entire village in a satellite. By morning, Naruto and the others return to find that the village has disappeared. They meet with Sakura, who explains she was on a mission and doesn't know what happened. Neji uses his Byakugan and says the villagers are alive in the satellite. Naruto wants to rescue them, but Sakura insists that he needs to recover from his injuries and heals him. They're confronted by the 6 Paths of Pain and fight Naruto, who enters in Sage Mode. When normal jutsu doesn't work, Minato comes up with a plan for him, Kushina, Hiruzen, and Tsunade to use the 4 Red Yang formation to prevent the walls from crushing them and buy them time. Naruto is able to take down all but one of the Pains until he is pinned down by the Diva Path when the limit for Sage Mode runs out. Hinata enters the battlefield and declares she's not afraid to die protecting Naruto. However, she's easily defeated and impaled by Pain. Enraged by this, Naruto transforms into the 6-tailed stage and goes on a rampage against Pain, who tries to trap their Chibaku Tensei. Sensing that the Nine Tails' chakra is unstable, Kushina and the others believe something is wrong with Naruto. Ino contacts Shikamaru and he informs them of Naruto's situation. Kushina decides to meet with her son in his subconscious and transfer her half of the Nine Tails into him, even though Minato warns her that it will kill her. Naruto vents his anger for Pain for what he's done and asks the Nine Tails for more chakra, but the beast points out that Naruto is not able to properly control his powers. Naruto is surprised that Kushina is able to meet him and explains how, when the Nine Tails attacked the village, Minato sealed half of it into her and the other half into him because they had faith Naruto could control his powers. After explaining her decision to transfer her half of the Nine Tails power into him to help him gain control of both Nine Tails, Naruto initially protests because she will die, but he decides to have faith in his mother. Before doing so, the 2 Nine Tails halves note that only giving half of Yunkurama's chakra to Naruto will be more than enough to aid Naruto without sacrificing Kushina's life. Agreeing to these terms, the mother and son bump fists, transferring the extra chakra into Naruto. Naruto then proceeds to enter an incomplete tailed beast mode to break free of the Chibaku Tensei before he enters into Nine Tails chakra mode and charges at Pain. Rather than killing him, Naruto uses one of Pain's black receivers to locate Nagato's hideout. When they meet, Nagato justifies his actions as part of seeking to avenge Yahiko from Konoha, but Naruto insists Konoha always believed it was Nagato and his comrades who destroyed the village Yahiko died in. Nagato says he no longer cares who was responsible because it won't bring back Yahiko. Naruto says he understands the pain of losing a comrade because Sasuke is in danger of becoming Orochimaru's vessel, but he truly believes that they can reach an understanding because they're friends. Naruto also asks Nagato to let him join Team Jiraiya because not only is he a student of Jiraiya, but he wants to cooperate with all the shinobi. Nagato is shocked by how similar Naruto's words are to those Yahiko once spoke. and releases the true Chibaku Tensei. The village is restored and everyone is unharmed, and Nagato and Konan disappear. Minato thanks Fugaku for his service in protecting the village, but says there are no leads on Itachi's and Sasuke's whereabouts. Fugaku feels guilty for neglecting Sasuke in favor of Itachi, but Minato assures him that they're likely still getting along. At Orochimaru's hideout, Sasuke attacks Orochimaru and kills him before collapsing and passing out from poison. When he wakes up, he recognizes Sasori, who asks Sasuke why he killed his brother, and Sasuke looks at him sadly. Sasori goes on to say that those who deserved to die didn't, and Sasuke decides it should have been Naruto who died rather than Itachi. As Sasori offers to have the Akatsuki help him, Sasuke announces his goal to destroy Konoha in order to get revenge on the village for controlling the Uchiha clan. In Konoha, Tsunade informs the Konoha 11 that Sasuke killed Orochimaru and is allying with the Akatsuki, as well as that the organization has been attacking the other hidden villages and kidnapping several high-ranking shinobi. With the intel Jiraiya has gathered, Naruto and his friends set out to the Akatsuki's hideout. Sasori brings Hiden, Deidara, Kakuzu, Zetsu, and Sasuke to show them his puppet army, which he says he amassed to rule the world. Sasuke seems doubtful of his reason, and when Sasori confronts him, Sasuke explains that he doesn't want to destroy Konoha, but he simply wants to change the ninja system. He also says that he never agreed to join the Akatsuki. Sasori and the others learn the Konoha 11 have reached the area and go out to confront them. Sasuke is shocked when he sees Itachi appear in front of him. Itachi says that he actually survived his injuries and he came back to make Sasuke realize the wrong path he was following before disappearing. Sasori, Deidara, Hiden, Kakuzu, and Zetsu face off against the Konoha 11. Deidara places numerous explosives in the group, but Sasuke arrives and uses lightning to deactivate them, surprising Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke explains he still doesn't consider them comrades, but he will help them. Sasori reveals his true face and uses his puppet collection to fight them, but Minato, who had come back from a Kage summit, arrives on the scene with Gaara and numerous other shinobi of the other villages to help. They steal away the puppets, and Sasori faces off against Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Revealing that he had turned the Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage into puppets, Sasori says he lost so much military strength for it, and he had sought out Sasuke to make up for the losses, leading Sakura to realize Sasuke is innocent on the allegation of joining the Akatsuki. All three use the summoning technique, but Aoda is defeated. Jiraiya arrives with Nagato and Konan to assist and say Naruto will be the new member of Team Jiraiya. Sasuke tries to fight alone, but Itachi arrives and saves Sasuke from the Mizukage's lava release, berating him for not working with his comrades. The brothers both use their respective Susanoo to defeat the Kage puppets. Naruto tells Sasori that all he needs is his comrades, before finishing him off with a combination of Rasen Shuriken and Sasuke's Kagetsuchi. With the battle over, Naruto asks Sasuke to return to the village so they can start over and be friends. Sasuke agrees to return, but says he will change the world in his own way. Back at the tower, Naruto reaffirms his vow to bring Sasuke back, and they enter their battle. Sasuke explains that they were destined to fight since they first met at their academy entrance ceremony, but Naruto rebuffs this. Sasuke goes on to say that he had started wanting to surpass Naruto when the latter jumped into a river to save a puppy, while Sasuke was too afraid of drowning, and this made Sasuke feel as he was weak and prompted him to use any means to get stronger. However, Sasuke also admits that while he hated the village for ostracizing the Uchiha clan, he came to respect the Hokage for saving the clan from revolting, and he started to acknowledge Naruto, which disgusts him now. Naruto uses shadow clones, but Sasuke uses Susanoo and destroys the clones, except for the one that is gathering chakra for Naruto to enter in Sage Mode. Naruto trades blows with Sasuke with his Rasen Shuriken, but their attacks destroy the tower and send them flying to the ground. Realizing Sasuke is serious about killing him, Naruto asks the Ninetales to lend him some power and learns the beast's name is Kurama. In Ninetales chakra mode, Naruto uses Tailed Beast Ball against Sasuke's attacks, but this drains them of chakra. As they punch each other in the face and are knocked down, Sasuke admits that he was always jealous of Naruto, and Naruto takes Sasuke's hand, saying that he will always be there as a friend. After this, Sasuke admits defeat. He returns to the village, and all of the Konoha 11 with Minato, Nagato, Konan, and Gaara pose for a photograph. Tsunade is half asleep and says it was a good ending. When she wakes up, she's surprised to see Jiraiya, but it turns out to be Don, who is wearing the Hokage hat. He tells her that they're going to be late for the 5 Kage summit, and as they are walking down the hall, she sees Orochimaru and Jiraiya with Nawaki. She becomes enraged at Jiraiya for trying to give her brother a dirty book. In reality, Tsunade is trapped in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Naruto tries leaving Sasuke's Susanoo, but Sasuke stops him, telling Naruto he'll also be caught in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Minato sees Konoha under the Infinite Tsukiyomi, the other great shinobi villages are also under it. Tobirama unsuccessfully tries to free some shinobi from the roots of the God Tree. Black Zetsu notices Sasuke's Susanoo blocking the moonlight. Sakura asks Sasuke about what is happening outside, but he shuts her down. Kakashi tries speaking up, but is shut down as well. Naruto berates Sasuke. Sasuke explains how they're likely the only ones not caught by the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Several shinobi's dreams are shown. Sasuke explains that as long as the light of the infinite Tsukiyomi is shining, it's pointless trying to do anything. He recalls the memories Itachi imparted with him when the impure world reincarnation was cancelled. In them, a young Itachi witnesses the horrors of war. An Iwa shinobi asks for water, which Itachi provides. Upon realizing Itachi is a shinobi, the Iwa shinobi tries attacking him, but Itachi slashes his throat and asks his father why the shinobi tried to kill him. Fugaku explains to Itachi what war is. The Uchiha discreetly discuss Kakashi having a Sharingan during a service for those who died in the war. Itachi and Orochimaru briefly discuss the meaning of life and death. Itachi jumps off a cliff, but upon noticing a crow, he slows his descent with kunai and befriends the crows. Mikoto tells Itachi he'll have a younger sibling. Sasuke is born. Itachi passes up playing with the other boys to train with Shuriken. The boys throw stones at him, but Itachi effortlessly dodges them and uses one of their own stones to deflect the others. Itachi watches Sasuke at night and feels an ominous wind. Itachi Shinden, Light and Darkness. When Itachi was 4 years old, he witnesses death and destruction during the Third Shinobi World War. Itachi comes across a wounded Iwa shinobi who tries to help him, but is attacked, forcing Itachi to kill him. When he asks his father about this, Fugaku explains what war is. While attending a memorial service for those who died, some of the Uchiha are angry that Kakashi received Obito's Sharingan. But Fugaku tells them that they must respect Obito's wish to give it as a gift for Kakashi. Itachi meets Orochimaru, who says that living without eternity is pointless, which makes Itachi question the way to live. Itachi even throws himself off of a cliff before deciding to save himself and befriends a crow. Sometime later, Mikoto tells Itachi that he's going to be an older brother and Sasuke is born the following summer. Itachi comes to cherish the bond he feels with his younger brother. 3 months later, Tobi summons the Nine Tails within Konoha. Itachi protects Sasuke during the rampage as he tries to get them to a shelter. He finds Izumi and helps her get to shelter with him and Sasuke. Afterwards, they attend the funeral for those who died during the attack, and Izumi thanks Itachi for saving her. Danzo oversees the rebuilding of the village and relocates prominent clans, including having the Uchiha clan move to the outskirts of the village. This displeases the Uchiha because of the village elders suspecting the clan was responsible for the attack, but Fugaku tells them that they have no choice but to agree because they can't be the only voice of dissent. Itachi begins training with his father and quickly masters the fire release Great Fireball technique. When Itachi is 6, he enrolls in the academy, along with Izumi, Saisuke Mano, Hana Inuzuka, and Maruta Nakamichi. Itachi excels in it and asks for his father to teach him more jutsu, as he deems the one from the academy to be too easy. Itachi earns admiration from all the girls and jealousy from all the boys. However, when Itachi defends the bullies from an older student, they start to admire him, much to his dismay. After a year at the academy, Itachi starts to question the meaning of a shinobi and the village. He sends a shadow clone to the academy and has shuriken jutsu training, during which he meets Shisui, whom he bonds with due to their mutual desire to stop war and violence. When the teachers discover Itachi mastered the shadow clone technique, he's offered an early graduation. Itachi accepts with his parents' consent and becomes the youngest student to graduate from the academy at age 7. Itachi is assigned to Team 2 with Tenma Izumo and Shinko Inari. 3 years pass, as Itachi becomes aware of the rift between the Uchiha and the village, but points out to his father that Fugaku is a proud, respected leader of the Uchiha. After a mission, he meets with Izumi, who offers to share dumplings with him. Itachi declines, but is unable to resist as it's his favorite food, and Izumi is amused by Itachi's weakness for sweets. She then apologizes for not getting him a graduation present, and he tells her not to worry about it. Itachi and his teammates are assigned by Nekoba to find a Nineko. Tenma is the most invested in the mission because the cat's whiskers are the main ingredient for the medicine needed to save his father's illness. His teammates are incapacitated and Itachi saves Tenma, who cuts off the whiskers. After completing the mission, Itachi apologizes for the whiskers getting cut off and Nekoba accepts the apology. On their way back to the village, Shinko scolds Tenma for not thanking Itachi for saving him and at Itachi for not considering them as friends and for acting like they were only on a mission. Itachi becomes surprised when Tenma says he owes Itachi. As he recalls this moment, Itachi remembers when Tenma was killed by a masked man, and in this painful memory activates his Sharingan. When he shows it to Sasuke, his brother responds by hugging him, and Itachi wonders if Sasuke will awaken his. Tenma's death weighs heavily on Itachi, who was angry that his father cares more about the latter awakening the Sharingan than witnessing his friend's death. Itachi and Shisui go on a 3-part training exercise in the 44th training ground. They find 3 members of Root attacking a Konoha Anbu for information on a traitor. Itachi sets up a trap for the Root members who reveal the Anbu is a water clone and they already poisoned the real one. Itachi sets up a trap for Root but is injured when his Sharingan fails to respond quickly. Shisui defeats the Root, who retreat. Itachi and Shisui then discuss how Itachi needs to improve his Sharingan's perception and abilities before returning to the Uchiha compound. Before long, Itachi joins the Anbu and is promoted to captain. Itachi begins acting as a double spy for the Uchiha and the village. As the tension between the two escalates, the clan begins plotting a revolt to overthrow the elders. When Shisui fails to stop the clan from changing their minds about revolting against the village, Shisui entrusts his remaining left eye to Itachi and commits suicide by jumping off a cliff. Witnessing this causes Itachi to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Most of the clan suspects Itachi murdered Shisui and warns him to never betray the clan, which causes Itachi to lash out at them for caring more about the clan than the village. After his promotion, Itachi meets Danzo and is given a series of assassination missions, as well as being involved on spying for the clan. Fugaku takes Itachi to the stone tablet and reveals he awakened his own Mangekyou Sharingan during the war. Fugaku explains he kept it a secret because it would lead the villagers to suspect he controlled the Nine Tails, and he intends to lead a bloodless revolt, and reveals through Genjutsu that he could have used drastic measures to revolt by kidnapping Naruto and releasing the Nine Tails. Itachi informs the elders of what he's learned, and Hiruzen opts to make peaceful negotiations with the Uchiha. However, Danzo tells Itachi to either go along with the revolt and die with his family, or slaughter the entire clan but spare his brother. Itachi chooses the latter and finds the masked man hiding in the shadows and asks for his assistance. On the night of the massacre, Itachi kills everyone within the Uchiha compound, while the masked man kills everyone at the Konoha military police headquarters. Izumi tries to fight the masked man, but she's easily defeated and cries out for Itachi to save her before she's killed. Itachi encounters Fugaku's shadow clone, who questions his actions. Itachi expects to fight his father, but finds both of his parents waiting for him and accepting his decision to side with the village. Although they don't stop him, they tell him that they are proud of him, and ask him to take care of Sasuke before Itachi sadly kills them. Afterwards, he and the masked man part ways, and Itachi reports to Hiruzen, who is saddened for what happened and appreciates Itachi for saving the village. Itachi leaves with the masked man, who is going by the name Tobi, to join the Akatsuki, and finds out that Orochimaru is also a member. After accepting the ring and cloak, Itachi is partnered with Juzo Biwa, a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Although Juzo says he's not interested in Itachi's reasons for joining the Akatsuki, they talk about their specialties. They carry out assassination missions, and Pain informs the Akatsuki about the plan to collect the tailed beasts. Juzo and Itachi are assigned to go to the Land of Water, much to the former's dismay as it is his homeland. On their way there, Juzo tells Itachi to kill him if he's captured. When they arrive, they're confronted by the Mizukage and his bodyguards. Itachi kills Juzo, but it's revealed Juzo switched places with a water clone and attacks Yagura, who transforms into version 2 mode and attacks Juzo with a tailed beast ball. Juzo blocks it with his Kubikiri Bocho, but is impaled when the blade breaks in half. Itachi subconsciously defends himself using a Matarasu on Yagura, who is left severely injured. As Juzo dies, he orders Itachi to flee to escape capture. At the Akatsuki's hideout, Itachi is assigned a new partner, Kisame Hoshigaki. Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame pay a visit to Deidara to recruit him on Pain's orders. Deidara is recruited into Akatsuki, partnered with Sasori, and the two are ordered to kill Orochimaru, who escaped into the Land of Wind. Itachi and Kisame are given a mission in Kusagakure. Kakuzu asks about a replacement partner, and Pain tells him to wait. Sasori collects intel on Orochimaru left to him by Kabuto Yakashi. As they approach Orochimaru's hideout, Orochimaru's snakes detect them and inform Orochimaru. Sasori orders Deidara to keep an eye from the sky so Orochimaru can't get away. Sasori brings out his third Kazekage puppet while Orochimaru reveals a reincarnated third Kazekage in his possession. The two fight. One of the attacks from the reincarnated third Kazekage damages Deidara's clay bird, causing him to retaliate. The third Kazekage manages to free himself from Orochimaru's control, returning to the Pure Land. Sasori seizes the opportunity to attack, but Orochimaru retreats into his hideout. Deidara explodes it. During a gathering, Sasori informs Pain that Orochimaru is likely alive as they were unable to find his corpse. Itachi fills them in about the impure world reincarnation technique. Akatsuki receives a mission from the Land of Hot Water to kill an apparent immortal. Kakuzu, Itachi, and Konan are sent on this mission. Konan goes in as a decoy, and as Hiden prepares to attack her, Itachi and Kakuzu reveal themselves. Hiden and Kakuzu fight. Kakuzu is impressed by Hiden's immortality, and Hiden manages to destroy one of Kakuzu's hearts. Hiden is recruited into the Akatsuki and partnered with Kakuzu. The Akatsuki learns about the recently founded Otogakure and plan to check it out, suspecting Orochimaru's involvement. They also learn of the joint effort with Suna to destroy Konoha and of the third Hokage's death. Itachi volunteers to evaluate the situation, covertly wondering about Sasuke's safety. Itachi and Kisame sneak into Konoha, and Itachi is surprised by how much Sasuke has grown. As they attempt to kidnap Naruto, Sasuke confronts Itachi and orders everyone to stay away, as he's the only person who will kill Itachi. Itachi tells Kisame that Sasuke is his younger brother, much to Kisame's surprise. However, when Sasuke tries attacking him with Chidori, Itachi easily disarms him, breaking his wrist and brutally beating him. Despite feeling guilty for what he's done to Sasuke, Itachi uses Tsukiyomi to make him relive their parents' murder for 24 hours in order to increase the latter's hatred before fleeing. Years later, Itachi encounters Naruto, whom he asks why he's obsessed with saving Sasuke. Naruto replies that he considers Sasuke to be a brother, surprising Itachi, who then asks him what he would do if Sasuke attacked the village. And Naruto said he would protect the village and stop Sasuke without killing him. This convinces Itachi to put his trust into Naruto. When Itachi and Sasuke had their final battle, Itachi succumbed to his illness and poked Sasuke on the forehead one last time before dying. After being reanimated and stopping Kabuto with Sasuke's help, Itachi told Sasuke he didn't need forgiveness and he would always love Sasuke no matter what path he took before Itachi's soul returned to the afterlife. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Immediately after the infinite Tsukiyomi technique is cast, Sakura asks Sasuke what's happening, and he simply berates her and Kakashi, informing them that they are somewhat useless in their current predicament. Much to Naruto's dismay, Sasuke is elected the leader of Team 7 for the time being, as it seems as if only his Rinnegan will be able to counter the infinite Tsukiyomi. Meanwhile, everyone in the allied shinobi forces witness their truest desires coming true within the infinite dream, as the light shining down from the moon slowly fades away. The reincarnated Hokage are immune to the genjutsu but are helpless to stop it. With the threat of them being caught in the infinite Tsukiyomi gone, Team 7 emerges from Sasuke's Susanoo as Madara returns to Earth. Madara states he is the savior of the world, and he will eliminate Team 7 before they can destroy everyone's personal peace. But before Madara can do anything, he's suddenly stabbed through the chest by Black Zetsu, who's using Obito's body, with Black Zetsu also declaring that Madara isn't the savior and that it isn't over. As Madara tries to come to terms with this betrayal while claiming that Black Zetsu is his will, Black Zetsu reveals to Madara that he has harbored the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki ever since its creation. He berates Madara for thinking that he was something more than a pawn like Obito was, as the legendary Uchiha begins to morph. As Madara screams out in pain, Naruto and Sasuke notice that his 4 shadows are disappearing. After possessing Madara, Black Zetsu reveals that the infinite Tsukiyomi will eventually turn every human on the planet into White Zetsu for Kaguya's army. Naruto and Sasuke are prevented from interfering as Black Zetsu, using Madara as a medium, turns the Uchiha into Kaguya, resulting in Princess Kaguya Otsutsuki being reborn into the modern ninja world. The resurrected Kaguya deduces that Naruto and Sasuke have been given powers by Hagoromo and declares that she has no intention to fight. Instead, she tries to kill Team Kakashi all at once, teleporting them inside of a volcano over a river of lava. As Team 7 begins to fall, Sasuke immediately summons his hawk and saves Naruto, completely ignoring Sakura and Kakashi. Due to his quick thinking, Kakashi manages to save himself and Sakura, as well as Obito, from their fiery deaths. Naruto questions Sasuke's disregard for his comrade's safety, as he warns Naruto that only he and Naruto have a chance at defeating Kaguya, and so neither of them must die, even if they survive at the sacrifice of their comrades. Kakashi launches a pinpointed attack at the two, and while Sasuke manages to save himself and Naruto with Susanoo, his hawk is injured and they begin to fall into the lava once again. Meanwhile, Kakashi's scroll begins to burn up, and so he and Sakura also begin to fall once more. Fortunately, they're all saved by Naruto, who has just discovered his newfound ability of flight. Emerging outside of the volcano and next to a castle, Naruto and Kaguya clash fist to fist. As Naruto is buffeted away, Sasuke, with his complete body Susanoo activated, attacks Kaguya from above, resulting in a large explosion. Sasuke's attack fails as he is forced out of complete body Susanoo and starts falling into the ocean of lava once again, while Naruto spirals out of control due to the aftermath of his previous attack. As his blade melts away, Sasuke teleports to Naruto's side and receives a platform to stand on from Naruto. During the ensuing chaos, Naruto's clone, Sakura, and Kakashi retrieve Obito. Kaguya enters a portal and appears behind Naruto and Sasuke. She begins to cry as she clutches their faces, while Black Zetsu emerges from Kaguya and attaches itself to Naruto and Sasuke. While absorbing their chakra, Black Zetsu explains to Naruto and Sasuke the history of Kaguya's complicated relationship with her sons, her defeat, Black Zetsu's creation, and his mission to revive his creator, Kaguya, with Black Zetsu calling her its mother and Black Zetsu referring to itself as her child. Enraged by Kaguya's actions, Naruto manages to free himself and Sasuke from Black Zetsu, and the duo prepare to go on the offensive. Naruto explains to Sasuke his plan to attack Kaguya, planning to use a new technique that he had practiced more than the Rasengan. Elsewhere, Kakashi wonders about the mechanics of Kaguya's technique as Naruto's shadow clone revives Obito. With a plan formulated, Sasuke distracts Kaguya and Naruto uses his new technique to surprise Kaguya, and much to everyone's surprise, Naruto manages to land a punch. Sasuke teleports the two to Kaguya's location, and as they were about to seal her, Kaguya traps the three of them in a giant block of ice, while also transforming the lava wasteland into a vast frozen mountainside. Kaguya escapes the block of ice while Sasuke manages to free himself and Naruto from the icy prison with Blaze Release Kagutsuchi. Black Zetsu recommends that Kaguya battle Naruto and Sasuke separately, and so Kaguya grabs Sasuke and throws him into an isolated desert dimension. Naruto tries to pry open the portal with his brute strength, but it is futile, and he's separated from Sasuke. Meanwhile, the 4 Hokage convene at the location where Kaguya was revived and find nothing but Madara's lower half. Minato explains that he tried to free those trapped within the infinite Tsukiyomi, but despite his attempts, they would not wake up. Agreeing that Madara is likely dead, Tobirama suggests that Madara should be revived in order to figure out what has happened. However, before anyone could act, Hagoromo manifests himself before the 4 Hokage. At Kaguya's icy dimension, Naruto continues to battle Kaguya alone, and due to Naruto's elusive nature begins using the world itself to attack Naruto. Naruto pretends to trap himself and waits for Kaguya to approach, and begins planning a surprise attack. Elsewhere, Obito awakens and learns of everything that has occurred since his last meeting with Madara. Realizing that Kaguya's ability is extremely similar to his own, Obito plans on syncing his Kamui with her own technique in order to find Sasuke and to return him to the battlefield. Planning on utilizing Naruto's shadow clone and Sakura's chakra in order to accomplish this task, the three prepare for the next opportunity to begin their journey to rescue Sasuke. As Naruto's clone and Sakura touch Obito in preparation to teleport at the next chance they get, Kaguya pays little attention to them and goes after Naruto's real body. Naruto receives some power from Kokuo and manages to break free from Kaguya's trap, launching her back a great distance. Deciding that using diversionary tactics followed by taijutsu is the best way to encounter Kaguya, Naruto creates a barrage of clones that surround Kaguya, surprising the rabbit goddess as she did not expect Naruto to be such a challenge. Naruto continuously assaults Kaguya and forces her to travel to another dimension to escape the attacks. Noticing her attempt at fleeing, Naruto and Obito use this opportunity to follow her. Entering her core dimension, Kaguya is surprised to find out that Naruto infiltrated her sacred area. Fearing Naruto's reunion with Sasuke may result in Kaguya's defeat, Black Zetsu advises Kaguya to kill Naruto instead of absorbing his chakra. Though hesitant at first, Kaguya complies and uses her all-killing Ash Bones technique to impale Naruto and disintegrate his body. Kaguya returns to her ice dimension and is surprised when she notices all of Naruto's shadow clones still intact, signifying Naruto's survival. Meanwhile, in Kaguya's main dimension, once realizing that Kaguya has left, Obito and Sakura enter Kaguya's core dimension, intent on finding Sasuke and returning him to Naruto's location. With Sakura and Obito in Kaguya's core dimension, Naruto's disintegrated shadow clone disperses, and the real Naruto learns everything his shadow clone did. Naruto becomes determined to distract Kaguya while Sakura and Obito search for Sasuke, and so he begins to attack the rabbit goddess. Sakura transfers her strength of 100 seal chakra to Obito, who begins using Kamui to search for the desert dimension that Sasuke is stranded within. While searching for Sasuke, they open a portal to a sea of acid, and Sakura manages to shield herself and Obito from the heavy damage. She discards the right sleeve of her flak jacket in the process. Meanwhile, in the desert dimension, Sasuke goes to the area where he was able to sense Naruto's chakra moments before. Finally, Obito and Sakura find the desert dimension and call out to Sasuke, who immediately begins dashing toward the duo. They begin to lose control of the portal and it ultimately closes. Believing they had failed, Sakura and Obito are surprised when they find out that Sasuke used his Amenotejikara to switch places with Sakura's discarded flak jacket. Thanking the two for saving him, Sasuke and his group prepare to return to the ice dimension to help Naruto engage Kaguya. Meanwhile, Hagoromo explains to the Hokage that he managed to appear before them by combining the Ten Tails, Indra's, and Ashura's chakras together. After recapping the Hokage on the events that have transpired, Minato asks about the technique he told them about, but Hagoromo notes that he can no longer use this as he's given his power to Naruto and Sasuke. He tells the Hokage that they are running out of time and they must listen to him carefully and do exactly as he says. In the ice dimension, Naruto continues to battle Kaguya, who has realized that the real Naruto has the truth-seeking balls behind him, and so she continues to eliminate the clones one by one. Kakashi laments how he cannot do anything to assist Naruto at the moment, but he's quickly snapped out of it by Naruto's determination. Sasuke, Sakura, and Obito return from the core dimension, much to Kaguya's annoyance. She manages to impale the Naruto who has the truth-seeking balls behind him, but much to her surprise, that one also turns out to be a clone, and she figures that Naruto can attach his black orbs to his clones. Irked by this fact, Kaguya teleports Team Kakashi and Obito to a high-gravity dimension. While they are pinned down, Kaguya fires her bone attack at Naruto and Sasuke, who manage to barely dodge it. Adjusting to the atmosphere, Kaguya aims towards Naruto and Sasuke's directions once more and fires the projectile in their direction. Kakashi and Obito quickly intercept the attack and stand in the place of Naruto and Sasuke, preparing themselves to die. However, Obito uses Kamui at the last second and saves Kakashi's life as well, as Obito is impaled by Kaguya's attack, much to the shock of Team Kakashi. Kakashi questions Obito, asking why he would throw his life away when he can still be of use, while Kakashi himself is worthless. Obito silences Kakashi, telling him that he must remain alive to support the next generation of shinobi. Running low on chakra, Black Zetsu informs Kaguya that they should return to the core dimension to replenish their chakra supply. Naruto attempts to save Obito once more, but his efforts are futile. Black Zetsu notices this and goes on a tirade about Obito's useless life, angering Naruto while Obito agrees with Black Zetsu's claims. With his Rinnegan's power restored, Sasuke immediately teleports to Kaguya once more and attempts to impale her with Chidori, but fails, as Kaguya shifts to the core dimension and flees Sasuke's attack. Sasuke manifests his complete body Susanoo, and after telling Naruto that healing Obito is useless, flies toward Kaguya and engages her in battle. Obito begins his final goodbyes to Naruto and Kakashi. He thanks Naruto for helping him find the right path once more. After commanding Naruto to become the Hokage, Obito crumbles into a pile of ashes and perishes. Noticing Obito's death, Black Zetsu continues berating Obito once more, angering Naruto even more. Noting that Obito was an awesome man for believing in the same dream as himself, Naruto flies up to Kaguya with instant speed and severs Kaguya's left arm, with Black Zetsu still attached. Meanwhile, a younger Obito meets with his former teammate, Rin Nohara, once again after so long. She informs him that she's been watching over Obito this entire time, and while taking his hand, the two prepare to depart for the afterlife. Before they manage to leave, Obito asks Rin to wait a little longer, as he wants to help Kakashi contribute to the ongoing battle. Promising to return soon, Obito uses Kamui to teleport to the core dimension. As he manifests as Chakra, Obito inhabits Kakashi and the two enter Kakashi's consciousness. Appearing as the younger versions of themselves, Obito explains that he believes Kakashi will become the 6th Hokage and plans on giving him another present to celebrate Kakashi's impressive future feat. Returning to the real world, Kakashi opens his eyes and reveals his 2 Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, living up to his nickname Kakashi of the Sharingan once more. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke continue to battle Kaguya. As Sasuke's attack is countered by Kaguya's chakra arms, Naruto uses the powers of the 9-tailed beasts to attack the rabbit goddess, which results in a massive misshaped chakra monster forming as the result of Kaguya's inability to control the separate-tailed beasts. As the massive chakra monster sprouts arms to absorb everything around it, including Naruto's shadow clone, one of the arms prepares to eliminate Sakura. Just before Sasuke can use his Rinnegan powers to save her, Kakashi, donning a complete body Susanoo, flies in and jumps up the protector from the attacking massive chakra, stating that he and Obito will protect everyone. Leaping into action against Kaguya, Kakashi is able to deflect her incoming attacks with his Kamui Shuriken. Kaguya soon regains control of her powers and manifests a humongous truth-seeking ball intent on erasing everything within her core dimension. Realizing he cannot teleport the tremendous orb away, Kakashi formulates a plan, telling his teammates that this will be their final mission. As Naruto distracts Kaguya with shadow clones, Kakashi renders Kaguya's right arm useless with Kamui Lightning Cutter. Sasuke switches places with one of Naruto's clones and appears next to Kaguya as well. Though she tries to escape, Kaguya is knocked down by Sakura, with the punch also knocking one of Kaguya's horns off in the process, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to touch her with their sun and moon markings, preparing to seal away the rabbit goddess once again. Immediately, Naruto and Sasuke begin the ultimate Fuinjutsu they obtained from Hagoromo, the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei. As Kaguya questions how she, the ancestor of all chakra, could be defeated by mere fragments that were once part of herself, her third eye is obscured by the moon, and then followed by the sun. As the sun and moon tattoos disappear from the palms of Naruto and Sasuke's hands, they reappear on Hagoromo's hands, symbolizing that the technique was a success. As Kaguya reverts back to the demonic statue of the outer path, the tailed beasts get out of her, while the remainder of Kaguya's chakra ejects Madara Uchiha before being encased within a giant satellite produced by the Chibaku Tensei. Though he intends to revive her again, albeit at some time in the future, Black Zetsu is found by Naruto, who chastises him for his false beliefs that he was the one who created the shinobi world, calls him a spoiled brat who's too afraid to leave the nest, and proceeds to throw him into the satellite, sealing away both enemies. Joining up with his comrades, Naruto and Team 7 realize they are trapped within Kaguya's dimension with no other way to return. Suddenly, Team 7, the Tailed Beasts, and Madara are all summoned back to Earth by Hagoromo, the 4 Hokage, and all of the previous Kage, whom Hagoromo managed to recall from the pure world. Hagoromo faces Team 7 and thanks them for saving the world. Hagoromo commends Kakashi for commanding Team 7 during the battle with Kaguya. However, Kakashi admits that he didn't do much, and it was only thanks to Obito that he could contribute at all. Within Kakashi's mind, he meets Obito for one last time. The two exchange their final words as Obito returns to the afterlife with Rin, and Kakashi loses his Sharingan forever. Sasuke notices that Madara is still alive and dashes towards his fallen enemy, only to be stopped by Hagoromo, who tells Sasuke to listen to Madara and Hashirama's final words to each other. The two discuss their dreams of the past, and Madara admits that while his dream has failed, Hashirama's lives on. Hashirama offers Madara the chance to be comrades once more, but Madara exhales his last breath before he can give his response. The Kages begin returning to the Pure Land as Naruto rushes towards Minato as the sun rises over the horizon. Minato wishes his son a happy birthday, and the two exchange their final words to each other, as Minato and the other reincarnated Hokage return to the Pure Land. Free to roam once more, the tailed beasts decide to return to their homes, though Gyuki decides to stay with Killer Bee, and Kurama is elected to stay with Naruto by Hagoromo in order to preside over any meetings the tailed beasts have with their small portions of chakra within Naruto. Hagoromo tells them that the next order of business is to dispel the infinite Tsukiyomi using Naruto's tailed beast chakra and Sasuke's Rinnegan. Sasuke, however, revealed his plan to execute the sitting 5 Kage and start a revolution, beginning by taking direct control of all tailed beasts and then trapping them inside satellites, revealing that he'd been evolving his Rinnegan's ability during the battles against Madara and Kaguya. His time running out, Hagoromo places his trust in Naruto, who resolves to finally end the brothers' feud. Sasuke explains that he intends to kill Naruto since he is the Jinchuriki host of all 9 tailed beasts, and also plans to keep the ones he has trapped alive in order to end the infinite Tsukiyomi. Sasuke tells Naruto to follow him as he wants to move to another location to have their final battle. As he begins to leave, Sakura calls out to him, professing her love once more and begging Sasuke to stop. Sasuke rebuffs Sakura's pleas, calling her annoying again. Sasuke puts her under his genjutsu in order to prevent her from interfering with the battle with Naruto. Naruto criticizes Sasuke's attitude, though to no avail as Sasuke dashes away with Naruto in pursuit. Hagoromo explains the cycle of hatred that has occurred ever since his generation to Kakashi, lamenting on all his past failures and entrusting Naruto as the one who will end it all. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke arrive at the Valley of the End once again, standing atop the head of the statues of Hashirama and Madara. Naruto tries to use Itachi's words to sway Sasuke, but to no avail, as Sasuke proceeds to tell Naruto what he means when he says Hokage. Sasuke explains Itachi's sacrifice to Naruto, stating that Itachi was the true definition of Hokage and deserved to be honored as one. Resolved that he is leaving Itachi, his clan, and everything else in the past, Sasuke explains to Naruto that he will take on the Shinobi world's hatred by himself and become darkness itself, so that the Shinobi world can shine bright once more. Naruto tries to convince Sasuke of the error of his ways, but fails, as Sasuke notes that Naruto's death will be the beginning of a clean slate for the Shinobi world. Meanwhile, as Hagoromo disappears, he recalls his conversation with Sasuke, in which the young Uchiha noted that he will kill Naruto and become Hokage, because Naruto is the closest thing to a friend he's ever had. With no more words left to say to each other, Naruto and Sasuke begin their final fight, as the clash of their fists begin cracking Hashirama's statue. Repelling off each other, Sasuke immediately shoots a grand fireball at Naruto, but Naruto manages to defend himself. However, Sasuke shifts behind Naruto and uses Chidori to knock Naruto into the water, finishing his combination attack by shooting 3 arrows from his Susanoo at Naruto, though he manages to block Sasuke's attack once more. As Naruto activates his tailed beast mode and Sasuke activates his complete body Susanoo, the two bump fists through their avatars and start viewing each other's memories, with Sasuke commenting on how slow Naruto has always been. Naruto rebuffs by saying that he won't let himself get killed so that Sasuke won't be alone, creating a tailed beast ball that clashes with Sasuke's complete body Susanoo enhanced Chidori, creating a great explosion. Meeting within their inner subconscious once more, as Sasuke comments that they're no longer children and that they should be able to understand one another at this point. Within the White Plain, Naruto once again tries to convince Sasuke to stop his plans of revolution, stating that it will solve nothing as the 5 great shinobi villages have already united together. However, Sasuke believes that this was only a temporary peace due to them all having a common enemy. With the threat neutralized, Sasuke is convinced that they will all return to how they once were before the war. Resolved to find a way to gain some sort of immortality with his unlimited power, Sasuke promises to become the common enemy so that the shinobi world can thrive. Returning to the real world, Naruto and Sasuke are knocked back from the massive blast. Satisfied that Naruto is finally getting serious, Sasuke summons the satellites containing the tailed beasts and begins channeling their chakra into his complete body Susanoo as it begins to change into a new humanoid form. As Naruto summons 3 shadow clones, the two battle above the earth as Sasuke knocks one of Naruto's clones to the ground while neutralizing the attacks of the others, resulting in a massive explosion. While Sasuke prepares a lightning-based arrow attack, Naruto combines the remaining clones into a 3-headed, 6-armed battle avatar, similar to the one Ashura used in the past. All the while, the clone Naruto had dispatched earlier begins gathering natural energy, which it then supplies to the real Naruto. While Naruto tells Sasuke that this is not how he wanted to beat his former comrade, he throws 2 Rasen Shuriken while Sasuke fires Indra's arrow. Naruto and Sasuke's attacks collide, causing a massive explosion that devastates the landscape and decapitates the statues of Hashirama and Madara. Drained from the last attack, Naruto and Sasuke fall back to the earth, landing on the valley once more. Shocked that Naruto had survived the last encounter, Sasuke tries to burn Naruto with Amaterasu, though Naruto manages to defend against the attack by utilizing Kurama's chakra. With no power left, Naruto and Sasuke engage in a fierce taijutsu battle that lasts almost an entire day. Elsewhere, Sakura awakens from being trapped in Sasuke's genjutsu, shocked that night has already fallen. She asks Kakashi where her comrades have gone, and he explains that they're settling their issues with one last fight. Returning to the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke are badly injured and nearly out of stamina as they continue to fight with only pure willpower. Kurama recharges his chakra and prepares to give it to Naruto, only for Sasuke to use the Rinnegan's Preta path to absorb Naruto's chakra. Using the chakra he's stolen, Sasuke activates his Chidori and prepares to kill a completely depleted Naruto, stating that he will finally be alone once his one and only friend is gone. However, Naruto manages to stand up and land an uppercut on Sasuke before one final clash between Rasengan and Kagetsuchi enhanced Chidori that destroys each other's dominant arm, the blast costing Naruto his right and Sasuke his left. After passing out, Sasuke awakens, lying on the ground beside Naruto, who once again explains his reasoning for persistently chasing after the Uchiha. Both fall asleep while Sasuke further reflects upon his bond with Naruto and comes to the realization that he feels the same way in many regards. After waking up the following morning, Sasuke finally acknowledges Naruto, both as comrade and as the winner of their long-lasting battle. As they both lie defeated on the statue's hands, forming a seal of reconciliation, Sakura and Kakashi arrive to witness Naruto and Sasuke both hurt. Sakura begins to heal the both of them, and Sasuke apologizes to a teary-eyed Sakura for what he's done to her. The duo are rejuvenated, and they then release everyone from the Infinite Tsukiyomi, and Tobi also dies after being released. The tailed beasts are then freed from Sasuke's Chibaku Tensei. At Konoha, funerals are held, including a memorial service for Neji, and Sasuke is sent to prison for his crimes. Kakashi succeeds Tsunade as the 6th Hokage, and his face is carved on the Hokage rock. Naruto becomes an international celebrity, and Tsunade begins crafting artificial arms with Hashirama's cells for him and Sasuke. With his contributions in the war and Naruto's appeals, Sasuke is granted a pardon. Sasuke leaves the village to seek redemption, telling Sakura he will return to her and pokes her on the forehead. He meets with Naruto, who hands over his forehead protector, which he had discarded during their battle years ago, as Sasuke credits Naruto for teaching him what being a ninja means. Naruto and Hinata. A young Naruto walks through Konoha and is ostracized by the villagers. He's hungry but doesn't have enough money to go to Ramen Ichiraku, so he runs home. On his way, he passes by Sasuke, who overhears adults talking about Naruto's involvement in the 4th Hokage's death. Naruto sulks by himself at home and leaves to train in the forest. Still hungry, Naruto collects several mushrooms and catches fish in a nearby stream. As he eats them by a fire, he's joined by Hiruzen, unaware he's the 3rd Hokage. Naruto offers him fish. The two talk over the fire about the world. The next day, Naruto thinks about what Hiruzen told him about the world being much bigger than any one person. Neji trains in taijutsu with his father. Hisashi calls it a day despite Neji's insistence to continue training. Neji asks him about his cousin, and Hisashi tells him it's a girl 1 year younger than Neji. Hisashi begins telling Neji about his role as a Hyuga. Neji spars with Hinata. Hinata confides in Neji that she dislikes training in taijutsu, and he tells her she has an important role as the heiress of the Hyuga. At Hisashi's funeral, Hinata feels for Neji. Hinata wanders off and ends up meeting Naruto, who walks her home. After Naruto leaves, Hisashi arrives and begins teaching Hinata about the clan. Sasuke and Sakura. A young Sasuke asks Itachi to teach him Shuriken Jutsu. Itachi tells him he's busy and suggests he ask their father. Sasuke takes Itachi's constant claims of business as proof he dislikes him. Itachi denies it, pokes him in the forehead, and tells Sasuke the next time their parents are off, he might have time to spend with him. At dinner, Sasuke asks about it, and they confirm that they'll be off visiting Mikoto's family. They offer to take Sasuke and are surprised to learn Itachi said he'd teach Sasuke. The next day, Itachi trains Sasuke in throwing kunai. That night, Itachi makes them dinner. The two sleep outside. Fugaku and Mikoto arrive the next day and find Sasuke sleeping outside alone, Itachi having left to do something. A young Sakura runs through the forest. She reaches a hideout of sorts where she keeps flowers and several hangings. She looks at herself in a mirror and thinks about her hair. That night at dinner, her father suggests that she cut her bangs. Her mother says Sakura probably has reasons to keep her bangs. The next day, while picking flowers, she's approached by Ino. Ino gives her a ribbon to tie her hair with. Sakura is concerned about exposing her forehead, but Ino tells her people tease her only because she tries hiding it. Sakura tells her parents she's made a friend. Sakura takes Ino to her hideout where Ino rearranges her flowers. Sakura tells her about her crush on Sasuke and the rumor he likes girls with long hair. Ino leaves abruptly. While speaking with other girls, Ino denies being Sakura's friend. Sakura tries talking to Sasuke but is dismissed. Sakura begins training while Naruto watches her. Gaara and Shikamaru. A baby Gaara dreams of his mother and cries at her absence. As children, Gaara and his siblings play in a sandbox, Gaara using his control over sand to create complex and detailed structures. At Konkoro's request, Gaara makes sculptures of food, exasperating Temari. Their father calls Konkoro and Temari away. Villagers watching from afar are afraid of Gaara and throw a stone at him, which is blocked by the sand. Under Rasa's watch, Gaara is attacked with kunai to no effect. At night, Gaara asks his uncle why they feel hungry. Yashimaru tells him that maybe it's so they can have good food. While playing in the sandbox, Gaara asks him why the sky is blue, and Yashimaru tells him it's so they can look up at it. Gaara agrees that looking at the sky eases his pain. Gaara asks why he doesn't get sleepy and why he doesn't have a mother. Yashimaru evades answering. Konkoro and Temari want to play with Gaara, but their father keeps them from doing so. Yashimaru arrives with lunch, and Gaara notices how he resembles his mother. At the academy, Shikamaru pays no attention to class and throws a pencil at a sleeping Choji, startling him. Irika chastises him for sleeping. Knowing it was Shikamaru who woke him up, Choji throws books at him. Naruto complains about the noise as he is trying to sleep. Irika sends the three of them to the hallway. Choji offers them snacks, and when Irika comes to see them, they're standing asleep. Irika scares them awake. Later, Choji asks Shikamaru for money to buy more snacks. In a later class, Naruto stands up to bullies bothering Hinata. Shikamaru thinks Naruto is stupid for intruding in other people's problems instead of minding his own business. Choji criticizes Shikamaru for thinking that way. The two begin fighting, but Naruto interrupts and the three end up laughing. After class, the three see Sasuke rejecting a flower from Ino. She notices them and runs after them. After losing her, they see Irika flirting with some women. Naruto approaches him and uses the sexy technique. At night, Choji and Shikamaru bid him farewell. Jiraiya and Kakashi. A young Jiraiya calls a young Orochimaru to spy on bathing women. Uninterested, Orochimaru leaves. Jiraiya is caught by an elderly woman who douses him in hot water. As teenagers, Jiraiya tries convincing Orochimaru into a plan for him to hit on Tsunade, having Orochimaru pretend to attack her so Jiraiya can rescue her, which fails. During the Second Shinobi World War, the three discuss their dreams by a fire. Tsunade wants to travel the world and gamble everywhere, Jiraiya wants to travel beside her to her annoyance, and Orochimaru initially claims to have no dream, but admits he wants to master ninjutsu and get stronger. The three are attacked by Kirigakure Shinobi and retaliate. A young Kakashi prepares fish and performs house chores. At the academy, Kakashi spars with Hiruzen while Rin and Obito discuss him. When he's done, they ask if he practices frequently, but he denies it, saying that he just reads a few books. After classes, Obito follows Kakashi and watches him practicing fishing. As he prepares fish at home, Kakashi tells Obito and Rin to come out and join him to eat. They enjoy the food, and Kakashi downplays himself again. The next day, Kakashi does chores again and is thanked by Obito for the food when they meet on the street. At the academy, Guy tries fighting him and is impressed by Kakashi. The next day, Kakashi visits his father's grave at the cemetery, tells him about his friends. At the academy, Guy challenges Kakashi again and lasts longer. Obito and Rin cheer on Kakashi. Sasuke Shinden, Book of Sunrise. 2 years after the Fourth Great Shinobi War, a former Konoha Anbu named Tadaichi is traveling when he's confronted by two mysterious people and placed under genjutsu by one of them with red eyes. In Konoha, Kakashi tells Naruto and Sakura about recent disappearances of Konoha shinobi. An explosion at the village gates erupts, and the guard unit is struggling against 5 people who are unresponsive to their commands. Naruto and Sakura, along with Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, suspect the attackers are under a genjutsu when Ino recognizes one of them as Tadaichi, who she says would never betray Konoha. Tadaichi is injured and explodes, and Naruto realizes they are exploding humans. Hinata doubts genjutsu is responsible because there is no one around. To avoid more destruction, Naruto and Shikamaru restrain the humans, and Hinata uses gentle fist to knock them out. Kakashi suspects someone with an unheard of Kekai Genkai is responsible and decides to bring Sasuke back to the village. In a forest, Sasuke feeds some stray cats before he sees Sai's Inkbird with a message for him. An explosion in a bamboo village catches his attention, and an elderly villager, Ayo, is fighting exploding humans. Sasuke asks what's happening, but is attacked by Chino and Noaki before they decline to fight further because of how strong he is. Sasuke uses his Sharingan to save the humans, making Chino realize he is an Uchiha. Ayo goes to check on his daughter, but she is an exploding human and kills herself, and Ayo vows to never forgive Fushin. Sasuke sees through the memories of one of the humans and realizes the culprit has a Kekai Genkai. Sasuke sends a message of the events to Kakashi, and after the funerals for the victims, heads to Orochimaru's hideout to get information on Fushin. Chino and Noaki offer to come to help. At the hideout's entrance, Sasuke meets with Yamato, who lets him proceed after Sasuke confirms he's gathering info for Konoha. Sasuke demands information on Fushin and the Lightning Group, but Orochimaru muses over Sasuke gathering information for others. Orochimaru says Sasuke needs to speak with En Oyashiro, who is a trades dealer and is more skilled at hiding than Orochimaru is. When Sasuke persists, Orochimaru is satisfied and goes to make arrangements. Karin, Suigetsu, and Jugo greet Sasuke, but Karin gets into a fight with Chino for clinging to Sasuke. Orochimaru takes Sasuke, Chino, and Nawaki out to travel through the ocean with Yamato behind them. Suigetsu wonders why Sasuke is working for Konoha if he hasn't returned to the village. Karin says Sasuke is avoiding the village because his Sharingan and Rinnegan earn him enemies, who likely won't attack Konoha if he isn't there. Sasuke states his amazement that Orochimaru is allowed to be free despite his horrific crimes. Orochimaru retorts that Sasuke and Kabuto are no different, but are less likely to turn evil again, and he is technically not free because Yamato is constantly watching him. They arrive at the Colosseum, which Orochimaru explains is where wealthy business people use their shinobi to compete in battles, and the winners get to keep the lost competitors, and it's the only place En will appear. Chino is disturbed how the shinobi are treated and tells Sasuke that if he doesn't help the poor and doesn't stop the rich, he's just as guilty before she walks away. To Sasuke's dismay, Orochimaru signs Sasuke up as a contestant because En is a Kekkei Genkai collector and will want to obtain Sasuke. Having no choice, Sasuke enters the arena, but dozens of exploding humans appear before the battle can begin. Sasuke tries to save as many people as he can, which surprises Orochimaru, and Sasuke is nearly struck by a chakra blade by a fleeing person. Yamato tells him they can't save everyone, but lessen the damage. As the exploding humans are killed, Sasuke saves Chino from being killed as the chaos ends. En asks to speak to Sasuke, who is uninterested in greeting him, and he's delighted to meet with Orochimaru again after a long time. En tells him that Fushin was a shinobi he won, but left him after taking all the other Kekkei Genkai owners with him. Sasuke asks if Fushin had red eyes, and En recalls someone in his guard unit did. En says red eyes are originated from the Chinoike clan, which was exiled from the Land of Lightning by the Uchiha clan. Sasuke realizes that exploding humans have been appearing around him, and Konoha was attacked because he's being targeted. En recommends Sasuke go to Hell Valley in the Land of Hot Water to find Fushin. En and Orochimaru then discuss how he enjoys collecting Kekkei Genkai for his business, which disgusts Sasuke, who decides to deal with the situation as the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan. At Yugakure, 5 exploding humans appear, but Sasuke saves them and is attacked. He chases after the person and easily knocks him down. Sasuke sees this person is not Fushin, and the man tries to insist he is, but Sasuke knows he's lying. Sasuke threatens to kill him if he doesn't tell him who he is, but Karyu fights back with his lava release. Sasuke easily dodges his attacks and uses Amaterasu to make him surrender. Sasuke sees through Karyu's memories and learns that he was hired to impersonate Fushin, who is really Nawaki. Nawaki approaches Sasuke, who orders Nawaki to show his true appearance, which he does. The two fight, with Fushin's Typhoon release overpowering Sasuke's Susanoo, but Sasuke wins by jumping into the hole of the funnel and hitting him. However, Sasuke falls into another Genjutsu trap while trying to get information, and Fushin flees. Sasuke travels to the Valley of Hell, where he finds Chino waiting for him. She reveals herself as the sole survivor of the Chinoike clan and lashes out at Sasuke for how her clan struggled to survive in there after being forced to live there by the Uchiha clan. She explains her past to Sasuke, how she was kidnapped as a child by Oyashiro and was too young to remember her parents, the discovery of her Ketsuryugan, her meeting and eventual partnership with Fushin, being betrayed by Kirigakure and the villages they had helped, and vowing revenge for the persecution and demise of her clan. Sasuke and Chino battle, with Sasuke easily cutting down her blood dragons. Chino cuts Sasuke and explains via Genjutsu to him that her Ketsuryugan controls blood and will turn him into an exploding human. However, Sasuke uses his Sharingan to prevent this, leaving Chino devastated that she isn't able to get her revenge. She lashes out that Sasuke always had people who loved and protected him despite his notorious reputation, while she was lonely and unable to bond with others. She cries out to Sasuke about why he goes so far to protect Konoha despite its role in the downfall of his clan, and Sasuke responds that he has a friend who saved him and with whom he shares pain. Fushin arrives and offers to be killed to protect Chino, who says she'd be lonely if he died. Chino and Fushin surrender and thank Sasuke for his words. At Konoha, Sakura and Hinata heal the last exploding human victim and discuss how Chino and her allies were arrested by Konoha shinobi, although Sakura wishes Sasuke was there. In prison, Kakashi brings in the Mizukage, who approaches Chino, Fushin, and Karyu and offers them to work for her in order to atone for Kirigakure's betrayal. All three accept and learn from Kakashi that Sasuke has returned to the Colosseum to free all the shinobi. To the shock of the audience, Sasuke wins every battle and reveals Kumogakure will be taking everyone into custody for their illegal activities. The Raikage and his shinobi arrive to arrest the shinobi owners, and A speaks to Sasuke regarding his actions to help others, and how glad he is that he didn't kill Sasuke after Naruto pleaded A to spare him. Having reconciled since their battle at the Kage summit, the two bid farewell on amicable terms. Orochimaru and En, who escaped from being caught, have a conversation, during which En reveals that Chino is his daughter, and he slaughtered the Chinoike clan to protect her, and then sought out Sasuke to save Chino from her desire for revenge. Naruto and Sakura discuss how far Sasuke has come to redeem himself and protect the village, and Sakura says she's happy but wishes she was by Sasuke's side. Resuming his travels, Sasuke receives a letter from Naruto, in which it says Sasuke's way of protecting the village is like the Konoha military police force. Remembering when he told Itachi it was his childhood dream of joining the police force, Sasuke decides to return to the village. Shikamaru Hiden, a cloud drifting in silent darkness. Shikamaru has been busy helping the 6th Hokage with paperwork since the war, but he's bored with his desk job and insists that he's doing the work until Naruto becomes Hokage. After work, Shikamaru plays shogi with Onoki, whom he easily defeats, and goes to the forest to train. At a Shinobi Union meeting at the Land of Iron, the village ambassadors each discuss the decline of Shinobi assistance, and Shikamaru simply replies that the matter is being investigated, but Temari suspects he's hiding something, and his refusal to answer her questions causes her to slap him in anger. After returning to Konoha, Shikamaru and Kakashi discuss their suspicions of the leader of the Land of Silence, Gengo recruiting missing nin, and how Konoha has been silently investigating. However, Sai's team has been killed, and they're concerned for Sai's well-being. Kakashi asks Shikamaru to go to the Land of Silence to capture or assassinate Gengo, with the company of 2 Anbu, Hinoko and Ro, as teammates. Shikamaru visits the graves of his father and Asuma, where he's greeted by Kurenai and Mirai, who have come to visit Asuma's grave. He later meets with Ino and Choji for dinner, and the three discuss how much their lives have changed since their genin days. The next morning, he leaves to meet his comrades at the village gates and runs into Naruto, who's on his way to eat ramen for breakfast, and advises him to stay the way he is because he will become Hokage one day. Once they arrive in the Land of Silence, Shikamaru decides that disguising themselves will help them get past the checkpoint of the village, Tobari. However, Hinoko believes killing the shinobi is easier and uses her chakra needle to kill the 2 that were tailing them. They track Sai's last known location, which is an inn near the checkpoint. Shikamaru plays shogi with a villager to gain information on Gengo, and the man's remarks about shinobi being disposable tools for citizens angers Hinoko, who fears shinobi will be eradicated during peaceful times. Hinoko desires to prove her worth, and the inn is suddenly being raided by shinobi, Hinoko's earlier killings of their partners exposing them. Shikamaru, Hinoko, and Ro are saved by a busboy named Komori who claims to hate Tobari. Hinoko contemplates defecting from Konoha to prove herself, which strains her from Shikamaru and Ro, who warn her about the consequences of betraying her village. Later that night, Hinoko goes to the checkpoint and asks to join the Land of Silence. The guards doubt her trustworthiness, but Komori reveals himself to be a follower of Tobari, and he had spied on her to see her abilities for himself and wants her to prove her loyalty. Hinoko easily defeats 2 guards before Shikamaru and Ro arrive to stop her. Shikamaru abruptly accuses Ro of betraying him as well, but both are seemingly killed by Hinoko. Satisfied, Komori takes her into the village, but she knocks him out and returns to let in Shikamaru and Ro, who had been placed under a temporary death state as a part of a plan to gain entry. Shikamaru wakes up from nightmares of the death of Asuma and the times his comrades were injured. Ro asks him about the injuries. Shikamaru notices the lack of wind in Tobari. Hinoko feigns being killed by her own jutsu during initiation and is taken to a room full of corpses. Shikamaru shows Ro the little intel they have on Gengo, a single blurry photo. Hinoko reunites with Ro and Shikamaru, informing them how no one seems to know anything about Gengo or the Fushu Castle. The 3 go around Tobari gathering information, seeing people from all over, learning Gengo arrived 10 years prior, and that Tobari is better now than it was then. They spot a former Konoha Anbu, Minoichi, who went missing in the last war after killing his unit. The 3 corner Minoichi and interrogate him, learning more of Gengo's ideology. Minoichi recognizes Ro and puts him in a chokehold, hinting at his past, but Hinoko incapacitates him with her chakra needle. Ro wakes up after having nightmares about his past as a genin when he survived the slaughter of his unit by burying himself in the corpses of his comrades and suppressing his chakra to appear dead. That night, Gengo appears for a public speech. Shikamaru wants to move closer to the stage so his jutsu can reach him, and Hinoko goes to a tower where she has a clear view of the entire crowd. During his speech, Gengo reveals a restrained Sai, and the crowd asks for his death. Gengo's words begin to affect the 3 of them. Shikamaru and Ro create a diversion with explosive tags, and Shikamaru tries saving Sai, but he retaliates, having been entranced by Gengo. Gengo's words affected Ro and Hinoko, who are restrained. Gengo tries converting Shikamaru after Sai binds him, but Shikamaru begins strangling himself with his shadow. Shikamaru struggles against Sai's ink beasts. Shikamaru wakes up, shackled in a cell, and thinks shogi movements to pass the time. Sai arrives with food and compliments him for resisting so long. Shikamaru asks for his lighter, and Sai says it'll be returned once Shikamaru follows Gengo. The 2 discuss Sai's current condition and why Shikamaru came instead of someone from Team 7. A while later, Ro is tossed in a cell near Shikamaru, who asks if he's okay and if Hinoko is with him. Gengo uses his jutsu on Hinoko. Shikamaru is taken to talk with Gengo, who has looked him up. Gengo tells Shikamaru how he perceives the current shinobi world, and how peace as it exists is forced by the great nations. Gengo shows him a flower that grows in the land of silence that dies if taken out of its environment, and compares it to shinobi, who stop developing their skills in times of peace. Shikamaru notices that the flower's scent stirs up unpleasant memories, which Gengo uses to turn shinobi to his side. Shikamaru asks for Ro and Hinoko, who are revealed to be the guards that brought him the flowers, having been converted by Gengo. Shikamaru escapes the room. He returns to Gengo's room and fights Ro and Hinoko. He has Hinoko attack him with her chakra needles and positions himself so they hit his ears, impairing his hearing so Gengo's voice can't affect him. Shikamaru almost reaches Gengo but is stopped by Sai's Ink Lion. Gengo escapes and Shikamaru is hit with a chakra needle in his head. Ino and Choji arrive to save him, though Shikamaru believes he's dreaming. Shikamaru is convinced that he isn't dreaming when Temari slaps him for lying to her at the Shinobi Union meeting. Ino and Choji prepare to fight Ro and Hinoko. Temari tosses him Asuma's chakra blades, which Shikamaru uses to open up the way to Gengo. Shikamaru pursues Gengo through the Fushu Castle. Ino, Choji, and Temari fight Sai, Ro, and Hinoko, Gengo's hold over them weakening as the fight drags on. Gengo lures Shikamaru into a dark room, both so he can't use his shadows and for his hearing to become more sensitive and more vulnerable to Gengo's jutsu. Gengo tells Shikamaru about his past with Zabuza and how it shaped his ideology. Ino enters Sai's mind to break Gengo's hold on him. He asks about Shikamaru and tells him that they have to warn Shikamaru not to turn around when Gengo's trying to convert him. Gengo tells Shikamaru he had his followers infiltrate the hidden villages, and with a signal he can make them cause incidents all over. Gengo's jutsu manifests the darkness in Shikamaru, but thinking of Naruto, Shikamaru isn't affected by it, to Gengo's surprise. Shikamaru surmises Gengo's comrades are all dead, having been used by him. Temari and the others reach their location, and Shikamaru calls on Ro and Hinoko to finish their mission. Hinoko uses her chakra needles to open holes in the walls to let sunlight in. Gengo summons a great sword and tries cutting Shikamaru down with it. Shikamaru manages to pin him down, allowing Hinoko to hit his tongue with her chakra needle, rendering his jutsu useless. Konoha Anbu arrive to take Gengo into custody. Shikamaru asks Temari out on a date, as does Sai to Ino. Konoha Hiden, the perfect day for a wedding. Konohamaru records a congratulatory message from Sakura for Naruto and Hinata's upcoming wedding. Sai isn't sure he can express himself in such a manner, but Sakura forces him to record a message as well. Sai struggles, coming off too stiff or too forced. Lee delivers a high-spirited message, getting too close to the camera, Tenten finding it doesn't quite come across as congratulatory. Guy thinks there should be something symbolic on screen and suggests recording the message during the sunrise. Ino begins recording her message but gets angry with Choji and Shikamaru's comments. Akamaru suddenly topples her and Kiba takes over the recording, sparking an argument with Ino. Konohamaru is bothered that he can't seem to find someone to record a proper message. Konohamaru tries Irika, who is very nervous, asks to postpone it so he can think of something new. The next day, while trying to come up with something, Irika finds Sadoru, a new academy instructor, distressed by vandalism from students. He easily spots the perpetrators, and when they try claiming they were just playing hide and seek, he tricks one of them into admitting to the vandalism, impressing Sadoru. Irika comments that compared to Naruto, that was nothing. Sadoru is impressed, but the vandals think he's making it up, so Irika adds to their punishment. Irika reflects on how the village sees Naruto. Irika is invited to take the exam for becoming a vice principal at the academy. Kakashi looks over the schedule for missions, seeing that if all of Naruto's friends go to the reception, there will be unfulfilled missions on the day. Konohamaru tries recording a message from Orochimaru, but Yamato covertly and emphatically tells him not to do it. Shizune tells Kakashi that Tsunade made a rule to determine which shinobi get to attend weddings based on their gifts, much to his dislike. Konohamaru and Ebisu find Irika at Ichiraku, and Ebisu gets self-conscious upon learning of Irika's offer. Kakashi asks what's up, having been there for a while without being noticed. When they tell him about Irika's possible promotion, he says it would be difficult. After he leaves, the others discuss what he meant. Irika decides to take the exam, and his efforts are visible to all in Konoha. Sukune, one of the vandals, steals the Scroll of Seals after learning Naruto did that. Kakashi almost explains what he meant in Ichiraku about Irika, but Shizune tells him about the scroll's theft. Irika finds Sancho and Mibuna, some of the vandals, who confirm his suspicion. He finds the vandal and the scroll at the Hokage Rock and apologizes for always comparing his students to previous students, realizing he just wanted attention. The vandal promises to try harder. Kakashi shows Irika the scroll just has an Icha volume, as if he'd leave a scroll where someone could steal it so easily. He then explains what he meant about the exam being difficult. It's that it's on the same day as Naruto's wedding, and considers moving the exam to another day, but Irika decides not to take it, noting his failure to notice his current methods. Kakashi decides to make getting a wedding gift for Naruto and Hinata a mission so he can determine who should go to the wedding and who should be on mission duty that day. The Konoha 11 wonder what to gift Naruto and Hinata. Lee tries Naruto's favorite ramen to get into his shoes and figure out something he'd like. He asks Irika about Naruto, but Irika barely sees Naruto nowadays. Lee leaves to find a gift. Konohamaru once again asks Irika to record a message for Naruto and Irika postpones it. Lee considers giving them dumbbells but decides against it. Tenten thinks about giving them cute kunai but realizes that giving them a weapon might reflect poorly on her. Lee arrives asking for help and the two spend the day trying to figure out a gift. Lee always coming up with a weapon and a ludicrous rationale for it being useful. Lee dreams of Neji's ghost visiting him to offer advice but only gets more confused. Irika records a message for Naruto at last. Lee tells Irika about his struggle to come up with a gift. Irika says something that suddenly inspires Lee. Lee, Tenten, and Guy try coming up with ideas together, but Lee and Guy keep going off topic. Lee and Guy decide to roleplay being Naruto and Hinata, with Tenten being their baby to figure out what they should give him. When they talk about Neji, Lee remembers his dream and has an epiphany and decides to give them dumbbells anyway, him giving the left one and Guy the right one. Tenten settles for a custom-made kunai. Lee thanks Irika for his input. Irika asks Konohamaru to record a new message later as he wants to learn more about who Naruto is now and starts by asking Naruto's favorite ramen at Ichiraku. Shikamaru and Choji visit Ino at Yamanaka Flowers, wanting to discuss what to get for Naruto and Hinata. Ino says she already picked her present and says they can't go shop with her when Shikamaru wants to go to the same store. At Yakiniku Q, Shikamaru discusses with Choji about ideas and is shocked to find he's already picked a gift, vouchers for dinner at a fancy tea house. Shikamaru considers giving them cash, so they pick whatever they want, but considers it to be too impersonal and lazy for a gift. Something Choji says about eating ice cream in a snowy place inspires Shikamaru to give them a honeymoon. The two come across Tamari, and she and Shikamaru exchange awkward words. Choji suggests getting Tamari to give him a woman's point of view for a honeymoon location. Shikamaru asks her about it, but the two misunderstand each other, Tamari thinking Shikamaru wants to go on a honeymoon with her. The two spend the day together. Ino goes to the store and is about to get a portrait frame for Naruto and Hinata, but Sakura shows up also intending to get the same gift. Ino and Sakura try psyching each other out of buying the frame and in the end are kicked out of the store for upsetting other customers. The two begin arguing who is more feminine and ask a passing Choji for his opinion. Choji says he thinks women who can cook are very feminine and the two decide to make food pills. Both use ninjutsu skills to make pills. Choji tries them both and is overwhelmed by how good they are, but since he eats them both together, he doesn't know which is which. Choji passes out while still trying to figure out what happened. Ino and Sakura try each other's food pills and really enjoy them. Choji wakes up, figuring all the ice cream he ate earlier made his blood sugar go too high. Sakura and Ino decide to go find gifts together. Shikamaru and Tamari almost go to a hot spring inn together and they finally understand what the other meant, only Tamari beats him up. Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru discuss their progress at Ramen Ichiraku. Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro arrive at Konoha, where they're greeted by Kakashi and Shizune. Kakashi confirms the arrival of other Kage, with the Mizukage still to arrive due to bad weather. Onoki asks Kakashi about Naruto's wedding, intending to give him a gift on Iwa's behalf. A also intends to send a gift on Kumo's behalf. Gaara learns of Naruto's wedding. Later, Kankuro asks Tamari why they didn't know of that, considering she just visited Konoha. Tamari angrily says she forgot, scaring Kankuro. Kankuro suggests something extravagant. Lee and Tenten arrive on duty to show them around the village. Gaara asks to see the places Naruto likes. Tamari wants to stay in to avoid running into Shikamaru. At Ramen Ichiraku, Ayame notices Irika has been coming there a lot lately. Teuchi notices that shinobi through the village are all trying to figure out what to give Naruto, and despite not being a shinobi, he has also come up with a gift, a free ramen pass. However, they don't know for how long the pass will be worth, worried about Naruto going through all their ramen. Gaara asks Lee if he's gotten Naruto a gift already, which Lee confirms. Gaara ponders this as the first time he's had to give a wedding gift. Tenten is apprehensive when Lee begins getting overactive over telling Gaara about his gift and how he decided on it. Lee and Tenten take Gaara and Kankuro to Ramen Ichiraku, where they meet Irika. They further discuss what to give Naruto, and they have ramen. Killer B runs into the fore and is also giving Naruto a gift. Killer B mentions a dance number, and Kankuro feels Gaara should also perform. When A learns of B saying he'll dance, he almost makes a scene, but when the Mizukage misunderstands B about the wedding, she intimidates him. The five Kage meet, and Kakashi asks them to exercise moderation in their gifts. Tamari runs into Shikamaru, and the two apologize for their misunderstanding last time, and go out to eat together. Ino and Choji spy on their date. Gaara goes to dine at Ramen Ichiraku, and Irika apologizes for putting pressure on him to give an extravagant gift. When Irika says he's glad that Naruto's made so many friends, Gaara is inspired to give him a gift not as Kazekage, but as his friend. As Ayame locks up, Teuchi decides to make Naruto's free pass lifelong. Kakashi, Lee, and Tenten say goodbye to Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari. Gaara intends to come back for Naruto's wedding. Kankuro is sad he won't see Gaara dance, and they notice Tamari's in a much better mood. They then realize they still can see Gaara dance as Naruto's friend. Shino has his Kikaichu report to him about the others buying Naruto and Hinata wedding gifts. He shows the insects to Academy students, one of them wanting to become Hokage, much like Naruto. Irika watches them from afar. Shino encourages them to follow their dreams. Shino meets up with Kiba, who complains he's late. Shino tells him all of their friends have already gotten a gift. Kiba is taking buying the wedding gift as a very serious mission, as it's the last mission they have as Team 8. The two ask Kurenai for advice. Kurenai tells him about a rare honey wine that the Senju clan would gift in certain occasions. The two leave for Soraku, where a beekeeper who supposedly makes the wine lives. They come across a Nineko, Momo, who refuses to share information with them, antagonizing them over Akamaru and their dog and insect scents. They try baiting him with catnip and pursue it, but Tamaki protects him and apologizes for his behavior. Kiba flirts with Tamaki. Tamaki gives them directions to find the beekeeper. When looking for him, Shino ends up getting lost in thought and loses track of Kiba. Shino is attacked by the beekeeper but manages to deceive him. The beekeeper assumes Shino wants to kill him but just gives him the honey wine when asked for it. Shino asks for directions to leave but is told there is something like a barrier, keeping those who come in wandering around. The fog has a component that stirs doubt in those in it. Kiba manages to leave the area with no problem, while Shino recalls his earlier conversations with Academy students, Kiba and Kurenai, which lead him to question how to live as a shinobi after Team 8. The beekeeper tries to keep Shino enslaved to his doubt, but his resolve to find a new path allows him to leave. Shino meets up with Kiba and the two leave with the honey wine. Shino speaks with the Academy students again, further motivating them. Irika suggests Shino should be a teacher. Kakashi and Shizune review the wedding gifts for Naruto and Hinata. Kakashi leans towards having Lee, Guy, and Konohamaru on duty. Kakashi goes out on a stroll and meets up with Hinata, who is going to meet with the other girls. Konohamaru finds Irika at Ramen Ichiraku and demands he finally record a message for Naruto and Hinata. Irika is still unsure what to say, recalling that Gaara decided to celebrate Naruto as his friend instead of Kazekage, and wondering what role he should be, though understanding most would consider him Naruto's teacher. While meeting with Hinata, Sakura almost slips about the mission for getting the wedding gifts. Later, with Team 8, Kiba almost slips about the mission. Tsunade comes by the Hokage's office, and Shizune tells her about the mission and Kakashi's predicament of judging the gifts, while Konohamaru overhears them, deciding to hand in his video without a message from Irika. Konohamaru informs the others of the judging of their gifts, which Hinata overhears, distressing her. Hinata goes to see Kakashi about the mission. The others go to Kakashi and offer to rotate between missions and the wedding reception, allowing everyone to participate, and Kakashi being Hokage can change the rule. Tsunade points out that this situation is different, as the rule was made at a time when there was a boom in shinobi weddings during a war, and that Kakashi should rule as he sees fit. Kakashi asks the other Kage to lend shinobi during the wedding, which they agree as a wedding gift. Irika comes across a distressed Hinata and wrongly assumes Naruto is to blame and starts to apologize for him. Hinata finds it hilarious. Irika talks with Kakashi and gives him an idea while also telling Konohamaru that Hinata found out about the mission, so his video is no longer a surprise. Kakashi asks the other Kage if they can spare shinobi for the missions of the day of the wedding, and Konohamaru tries recording a message from them. Irika dreams back to when Naruto stole the Scroll of Seals. Konohamaru wants to record another message from Irika, finding the previous one to be uninspired. Irika doesn't know what to say. He scolds Sukune, Mibuna, and Sancho for vandalizing the third Hokage statue again. Sadaru asks Irika if he'll be making a speech during the ceremony, but Irika says Kakashi will do it. Ayame runs into Irika, noting he hasn't been to Ramen Ichiraku in a while. Irika tries to explain that he's still trying to figure out what to say. Naruto visits Irika, asking him out for ramen. Irika is still trying to cook his own dinner without much success. Naruto wants to have fun in his last days as a single man, and Irika scolds him for it. Naruto wants to go out with him and tell him something. Irika wonders why he struggled so much with his message. Naruto asks Irika to attend the ceremony as his father, moving him. Irika accepts. Irika and Hinata talk about Naruto's request. Irika records another message with Konohamaru, finally getting it right. The guests arrive for the reception and mingle. Naruto and Hinata go get married. And that, my friends, is the complete Naruto Shippuden recap. From Naruto returning to the village, developing new jutsu, learning Sage Mode, mastering control over Kurama, fighting in a war, getting Sasuke back, realizing his destiny, all the way up to marrying his sweet Hinata. A bunch of other stuff happened too, but you know, you just watched the video. What a ride, and all done up so efficiently. At least, I think it was efficient. Well, did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.